harmonic beams will plasticize your mind. Don't you let them robotize your behind. Why don't you? Why don't you? Electric. Why don't you?
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society. the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society. the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and things like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kiba. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, take it.
people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB. Secret society, trying to keep the Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brainwashing, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of RFID chips to make you slip into submission. Become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Ordo Seclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body. But I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Okay, and we're here to bring you some very important reflections. Okay, I know there's only not that many viewers here, right? Because I changed my hours, right? It's not a big deal. Okay, we're recording this, okay, not for to gain a large audience or to gain credence, right? But primarily to catalog the effects of technique in our age, and by technique we mean the essence of what is the technological, right? And by the essence of the technological, we're talking about the creative principle of the logos, right? So we're talking about the ideas of techne and logos and how they relate to nature and man's creative impulse, right? So there's many ideas in terms of the architectonic that relate to man's, you know, yeah, I don't know what this means. Bill Hicks, blessings, homie. Let the machine lies program me? What? No, this is about deprogramming yourself from the machine, right? And by mechanization, we mean, ideas that basically, you know, are about having the artificial, right, create a means of mediation that is beyond humans and beyond nature, right? Obviously what we create has the capacity to create, right, in the sense that we create organizations, right, and those organizations impart ways and means of programming certain individuals, right? And this is about the ideas that we use, the symbols that we use, right, in order to program the minds of the people, right? So all of these means, right, of mediation are technology, they're techniques, right? So technology is not just tools. Techniques actually are a range of methods, right? A range of methods that can be used to accomplish a particular end, right? So it's the application of knowledge, right? That's primary, right? Okay, not knowledge itself or you know of a use, right? Now obviously technique is a use and it creates means, as Ellul says, right? So the methodology, right, or the ensemble of means towards a particular end, right? This is an all-encompassing mode, right? This mode can actually become universal, right? In the way that um you know everything has a creative capacity to it, right? And not only that, everything has a physical capacity. I mean, right? So there, you have both the body and mind, functioning right now. Hegel said that nature and mind are opposed to each other, right? And I think that he was wrong about this particular insight that he had. I mean, right, in his lectures in the history of philosophy, I believe. I mean, he thought that nature and you know, mind were opposed to each other, and the synthesis of the two elements was man himself, right? So this idea of anthropocentrism, right, became by morphing, the universal, okay, the element of the universal, okay, because the universal had to be made transcendental, it had to be taken out of reality, right? So then when it was to be brought back to existence, right, it had to be done through the absolute, right? So the absolute was the teleological, okay, mode, right, in which the universal expressed itself in the particular. Okay, so they had to make room for individualism, right? So what they did was they confined, right, universalism, okay, into its absolute expressions within the individual, right? So this is obviously done because they had to remove the universal from this physical existence, right? So once you can remove the universal from the physical existence, right, and make the transcendental modes in line with the universal, and then the universal has to be brought back into existence through the absolute, right? Or mediated through mind, right? This is the Hegelian synthesis, right? Then technique itself, or the creative principle itself, through a sort of through anthropomorphism, anthropocentrism, right? It can then become universalized, right? So you have this idea in the metaphysical, right, that is substantiated within physical processes themselves. And now Ellul is talking about technological monism. Now, what is monism? Well, we have Hank O'Flamio here. I mean, blessings, Hank. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah, peace, friend. You got a screen here?
Yes, this is my reply to a post from Jody
Cool.
Berkshire in relation to this Firefox controversy. But I think my reply is actually going to be very relevant to your whole message. So I'm going to go ahead and read it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Take it over,
Yeah.
brother. Blessings.
So I'm starting to think us techies may divergent in the hyper parallel sense of the word. We rarely seem to get along long term unless we are getting something out of it. We generally only work with each other at our own convenience, and we think of people who go out of their way to provide for others before providing for themselves to be suckers. A couple of us will sell out the rest to get something out of it, which is why Mozilla wants our data to feed to chatbots now. We are a lot like Dark Jedi from Star Wars. I won't say it is wrong, but I can see this pattern. So pretty much what I'm getting at is a lot of techies or social rejects, and they reach for whatever tools they get to get some leverage on the society at large. And I think it's myself included. Even though I'm confident, I'm a social reject, and I'm actually falling into that pattern. I'm reaching towards video games and my compilers to get more leverage because society at large does not accept me, and techies really don't really accept each other. But we're kind of working next to each other. Largely.
Well, you know what's very interesting is the connection between counterculture, the countercultural sphere, and the technical complex. I mean, because you have the idea of urban sprawl creating more and more urban centers, and diverse populations. I mean, you get subgenres and the creation of new cultural modes. I mean, right, and you get the creation of countercultures. Right, so there's actually what's interesting is the idea of token rebellion, rising up with techno liberalism, and also sponsored by the tech elite. You have the people that were espousing cyberpunk, ideology, in the 70s. These people like Stuart Brand, William Gibson, Timothy Leary, all of them were prominent figures within the countercultural scene. I mean, so what's very interesting is that they were promoting anti-war and going out to the woods and free love and smoking pot and all of those types of things as well. I mean, so what's interesting is that I do see what you're saying in terms of the divergence of the type of techie person. I mean, right, within the normative societal mode, because of the over specialization, the technology seems to, create new cultural, diverse cultural modes. See, this is the dual aspect of things that we were talking about earlier, right? Because in the one sense, technology creates a monoculture because everything is dependent on technique itself. But on the other end, it tends to create within that various different modes, in terms of um, various divisions within different already existing types of modes because of the urban sprawl, right? So, the cities grow, right? They take in new diverse populations, right? And obviously multiculturalism and the city sort of go hand in hand. You know what I mean? Because the city is the hub of international trade, right? So it starts to bring in all these diverse cultures. Now, when the city spreads out because of urban sprawl and because of new tertiary elements within the communicative structure in the technical complex, then it starts to, create cultural disturbances. I mean, obviously, the towns get restructured by all of the new products coming in from the city, right? Like I've saw it happen, in various places, because, if you go to Metro Detroit here, it's sandwiched between Detroit and Ann Arbor, right? These two large metropolitan complexes, and you'll see that, as it spreads, it's almost like Detroit and Ann Arbor are going to become connected into one giant city. You know what I mean? Where in between, there's not going to be that many suburbs left. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be people coming in and new businesses coming in. You know what I mean? Because of people commuting between Ann Arbor and Detroit, which is already happening. I mean, so, the whole area between Ann Arbor and Detroit is becoming urbanized, so that it's almost like in the future, like you go 20 years in the future, if it keeps developing, it's like these two cities are literally going to link up, where Detroit is literally going to be the ass of Ann Arbor. The ass end of Ann Arbor. Yeah, I can imagine such things.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's worse than you say it is, because it's
Yeah, for sure.
it's hyper parallel, and it's fractal. So it goes.
Yes.
So at any point in the system, it's still gonna be divergent. So there's really, so I don't just no really possibility of containment. Really, if you think
Yeah, I
about it.
like how you put that, hyper parallel and fractal.
Yeah.
That explains the changes, quite clearly, exactly how I was explaining that. And that goes with another dialectic that I was, I keep bringing up in terms of the individual, right? That is this dual end concept that, Kaczynski stole from ellul, about the feelings of inferiority, aka alienation on the one end, and then over socialization on the other end. So that comes with isolation and interconnectedness. The individual is increasingly atomized, but he's also caught in an increasing social milieu that is very plastic, and it can change at any time. So yeah, it goes to many different levels of engagement, and that goes to, that once you can create a hyper universalized system, it's like then everyone can find recreate their identity within that system, because who you are within the technical complex is not exactly who you are within nature abroad, or who you are as a spirit, or a essence, or whatever that might pan out as. I mean, right, in certain religious traditions. I mean, right. So the whole idea of who you are in the technical system, you're able to recreate yourself. Because it's like you're in a concrete jungle now. right? So once the you know, technical complex actually takes a monistic quality to it, then everybody is able to have a new technical identity. I mean, if you will. I mean, right? But before that, we're sort of 1 foot in the boat and 1 foot on land, and that's the crossover that Ellul is looking for, because he says that we got to go from you know distinguishing between biological intelligences and non-biological intelligences to not being able to do so, and that is exactly the um Turing test. I mean, for artificial intelligence. I mean, so you know
I
so
have
it's very,
something else to show you.
yeah, for sure.
So in this tab, here's a game console that can get on AliExpress or Amazon. You will never see this at your Walmart. You'll never see this at your GameStop, and it's only between 50 and 80 USD. There's like an underground of a whole what's it called? The underground people playing in emulators, playing the old games because they don't like the new game. They can make their own hardware and software and run their own infrastructure, and that's against the main system who wants you to move on to new games. And so this they can build the whole platform and the whole logistics underground, and it's just a thing that's possible to do, and just you wouldn't expect that except for the power of technology itself.
Yeah, there's some killers. Those Legend of Zelda games, Pokemon. I have a Pokemon, I mean, a Game Boy Color, and it looks exactly like this thing. I mean,
Yes.
so that's what's interesting is that I got Pokemon Yellow, I got Link to the Past. I got a lot of the classics, really. But yeah, I mean, I'm a huge nerd for the old games. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, that sort of thing. If we could get those uploaded, yeah, they just don't make games where you have to have the dexterity and push the buttons and have hand-eye coordination. I mean, today the video games are just simply movies with buttons. I mean, and they program people to think lazily. I mean, so yeah, so there's a lot of problems. But yeah, they are making more complex games now, although I haven't ventured into the arena there. The last game I played was Minecraft, and I found that to be sufficiently difficult. So when I get back to, essentially playing that with my wife, it's going to be very difficult to try to convince her, because you know, the way girls play Minecraft is different. They want to like build things, like create pretty things, and the goal of the game is to beat the Ender Dragon. So they're simply not interested in that, and you have to try to convince them along the way. I mean, but but yeah, but yeah,
Like that was in
blessing.
version like 12, but this is like an esoteric kind of thing, because on the esoteric they want to sell you big big games that are really movies and take 100 gigabytes each and needs DRM, and esoterically these old style games are still being developed and released, and you get them on the cheap on itch or GOG, but you never know about them going to Walmart. You know, so just so, and then there's people reverse engineering the big games because they don't want to waste people waste money buying them because they're overpriced anyways. So there's so many layers to technology that you just normally wouldn't expect, except due to the power of technology itself. So so any kind of containment efforts is futile. We just have to figure out how to build your own firewall so you can screen for what you want to accept and what you don't want to accept. And that's I don't know how to do any better.
Yeah, and what I notice now is due to the sandlot aspect of the game, there's a lot of people who play games with other people now. So it's not a game that is not based on the skills. Like when I was a kid, you'd play video games alone, and it'd be like a one player fucking game. I mean, right? And you had to have skills, and you would compare with your friends how many points you guys got, and it would all just be a contest about who scored the most points. And right, but you would play the game on your own. Right now, it's more of a community enterprise, whereas the skill is not important and everybody does their own thing. So it's about having your own jokes and doing that. So I think a lot of that is sort of sad because there's a sort of social media aspect to the game. So yeah, those old games were much better. Because they were personal, really. Your experience with the game was personal. For my money, I think the didactic shift, of having an avatar, rather than, you know, identifying with the, character in the video game, and then the video game would be more like, reading a fiction book. Whereas today it's sort of some type of social engagement. But yeah, it goes to the way we play games is a way of reflection of the technical capacity at the time. So what's funny is that, our way of entertainment or our way of engaging in social, um, you know, in social customs is determined by a technical aspect that's applied when we engage with games. And it also goes to, those things like the Super Bowl that people notice. Or the recent gambling, that took off. Right, where they had the fantasy football leagues. It was huge for a second. Where they could run, finally, they had complex technology and they had enough servers and stuff where they could run complex simulations of games, right? Where people could place bets on fantasy football games and they could do it, at a huge rate because they could store all of the data finally. They could run these huge simulations, right? Because they finally had, you know, like they could just go to Madden like 2018. I don't even know if they're still making the Madden games.
Yeah,
But
they are. It's not
yeah,
the
so
same
you can,
year.
yeah, so you got like Madden 2024 or whatever. And of course the football players in that, I'm sure they look like real football players at this stage. Right? And so it's just surprising. You got anything else you want to show, Hank?
Oh yes.
Yeah, for sure.
So it always goes deeper. So speedrun.com has speedruns of games, but the thing is, it turns these old games where it's about the individual experience into social media. So you just go deeper. You could turn the old games into social media, and I think all of these
What?
ones. Yes,
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. So that goes floats right into what I was saying, I guess. I
exactly.
mean, yeah. So
So
I
it's
didn't even
not.
know that
So
that
the
was
old games
possible.
are even. Yeah, the old games are even sacred. You can turn the old games into social media just
Yeah, I
by
don't know it's
how.
possible. Yeah, I
Yes.
did not know that that was possible. So, I mean, yeah, so that's a new one for me. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I actually did hear about people running servers and creating their own GoldenEye 64,
Yes. Yes, you did.
arenas and stuff. Taking the original course and changing the walls and all that type of stuff, right? You could do whatever you want. Practically, if you know the code. I mean,
Yes. And if you don't know
yeah,
the code, if you can get the binary, you get the object code, you could just learn the code by using different tools to read it, and you could just change the memory. So
Well,
pretty
that
much,
goes to
once it's out, it's out. Anyone can reuse it if they have the skills.
yeah, that goes to the quote I read by Brand. You know, he totally foresaw this. He said total plasticity of content. Right? He said with digitalization, total plasticity of content. I mean, so isn't that incredible? You know what I mean? That he saw that in '84. He said, with digitalization, all media becomes translatable into each other. Computer bits migrate merrily. Okay. And yeah, and he said content becomes totally plastic. Any message, sound, or image may be edited into anything else. So that becomes a sort of monism. You know, as you know, Kurzweil was saying, the non-physical world consists of information. You know, so he believes in the non-physical, but he believes it's reducible to info, right? So I think he's wrong about that particular second leap that he makes. I mean, but yeah, I think about the first one, that there's non-physical, of course. Everything's non-physical. I mean, you know, in my opinion. I mean, but yeah, is it information? No, I think it's mind.
Yeah, and
You know,
the system itself tries to censor the fact that it is totally plastic by keeping people stuck in algorithms and frameworks. So so because if everyone knew it was totally plastic, then there wouldn't be the revenue. It won't keep going to them. It won't go if the pyramid scheme would just break. If we taught people, hey, this stuff's totally plastic, you don't have to worry about specifics about what is which. It's just magic numbers all the way down. So they don't teach that. They go all the way to not teach that while still trying to teach them enough to be productive.
oh yeah, yeah, we're taught to learn how not to think. I mean, for sure. I mean, an expert is one who knows much about very little. You know, as I like to say. So we got to bring back the Renaissance, man. You know, in this cyber caliphate experience. By the way, we got the channel up here. I know Brown's boy was here. Blessings. Amen. Thank you, sir.
No, not just bring back the Renaissance men. There's plenty of Renaissance men, but most of them are just they're on the edges of society. They're marginalized, so that's why they go ahead and go to the dark side and learn all this technical magic, I guess. Because they're marginalized in society, so I'll figure something else out, and it's tech. In our universe, it's tech. So that's why I compare them to um, Dark Jedi of Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded on Star Wars. I still haven't gotten to that, but I've seen a lot of Star Trek. You know, admittedly, I haven't seen a lot of the Western media. You know, but I've seen several significant movies, animes, yeah, especially the experimental types. I've engaged in. I've taken some modern art courses and that sort of thing at the university. Some great teachers pointed me in some good directions with some experimental films. Ingmar Bergman, Michelangelo Antonioni, um, some other classic films I've seen. Obviously, the thumbnail for this, stream is a very classic film, Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah,
Excellent
I've seen
film.
it. It's
Oh yeah.
film and anime series. I watched the
Oh
whole
yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Oh wow.
It was
Wow.
on
So
Adult
Hanks.
Swim,
Oh, okay. Excellent.
so you didn't
Yeah,
even
I've
know
only
about
seen.
that. That's
Yeah, I've only
hilarious.
seen the Yeah, I've only seen the movie. No, I know that there's a series, but I just haven't looked into it. I mean, so
Yes.
I haven't had time to watch that one.
So this whole thing's fractal. There's more content than any one mortal can explore. There's just way more content than any one person can explore at the moment. So
Yeah, and actually, somebody was saying that in the future they'll just say, you know, make me a movie where, Jack Nicholson's Joker, is stuck in a video game, in the Matrix movie, and somebody just create their own movie. I mean, and yeah, so I don't know. So in the future, you might just tell AI to create your own movie, and people may not play regular media. They may just buy AI programs that create games and movies. I mean, so that might be a new thing that, I mean, obviously could start happening. But what's the problem with that is that, people would be more reliant on, I think, large corporations, because it would be even more, um, you know, sophisticated, the equipment you would need to create AI programs, right, on a mass scale. And I think that the people who could develop them and refine them, right, and produce, ones that could produce any type of movie you want, any type of game you want, it would be very successful. And, they wouldn't go into loops, and they would have good plot lines and all that type of stuff. And, I think, those ones would be very few, and they would be developed on a large scale. And yeah, I think a few AI companies would be very, very dominant in the future, creating almost 90% of all the media that exists. I mean, so that might be very, very problematic, because there's almost no creative outlet for people who are developing independent, you know, um, who are filming their own independent productions.
but there's always
Or
a counterculture to the culture. So right now we always have, depending on how strict your definition of AI is, and I would say like anything that translates because one thing to another, I'll classify as AI. So interpreters, compilers, um because user interface programs, I would classify as AI because it's how general it is. We've been there like 20, 30 years ago, because we have like people like Team 4 Star making their own version of Dragon Ball, and they have been doing it for decades. We're pretty much already there. But it's not as easy as saying, going to a chat on, say, make me a sandwich or whatever. It takes more work than that, but the work's getting done.
yeah, but in the future, it will be articulation instead of, you know, um,
It's articulation now. It's really hard to do. It's much harder to do than they expected, unless you have someone in the back end doing most of the work, and you just kind of feed it to the chatbot to spit back out a couple of changes. It's much harder than they expect it to be, but it's still much easier than they want it to be.
yeah, definitely. But this idea of, you know, artic articulation or modification, being the predominant modes, in which people express their creativity through machines, right? Or through programs, or that are finally developed for, performing a variety of functions. And obviously functionality and the functionality and the aesthetics will be melded together. But yeah, do you have anything else to show us, Hank? Because I have a couple things I want to show you before you go off.
Let's
You
go
don't
to
think?
your thing.
Okay. Yeah, this is interesting right here. I looked up technical monism on YouTube, and found only one video. So I want to show, if you're wondering why the show has only 9 viewers. I mean, there's alternative explanations, but my favorite explanation is because of the obscure level of, the topic. This topic is almost non-existent on YouTube. the one we're getting into with ellul. And to prove it, I've searched technological monism only to discover literally one video on the entire thing. Monistic metaphysics, dualism and monism. Nope. Peter Lloyd, automata, theoretic approach to modeling consciousness within mental monism. That seems sort of related, but sort of way too philosophical for ellul, right? But yeah, you got some things explaining philosophy of mind. You have some ancillary considerations, right? But you literally have one video here, 9 minutes long, okay, by a literal wizard. So let's see what our friend Wizard has to say. CJ Kala, he studies Lovecraft and other things. And definitely this technological monism is like a CTUHLU, like summoning a CTUHLU type of idea, but it's about the brutality of technique when it links up and totally disregards human will, right? So it's about the necessary linking up of techniques, right, due to various elements, including automatism, self-augmentation, the effect of the technical complex on the atomization of the individual, many of the things that we're talking about, how technique conditions people, right? Even in the most rudimentary level, right? Cultural modes through, through games and other things. But this is very interesting. The sacred mystery, he says, and I think that's a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, ellul literally describes this thing as sort of an antichrist. With technique becomes actually becomes willful. And like a mechanistic will, that seems to guide humanity, and it does seem sort of mystical. But in another sense, it's totally practical, right? Because you see that there is a world system in place, right? That it's not just international trade or economics, right? That determines the world system, right? But it's actually a monoculture that's imposed through technique, right? Through the universality of forms of technique. Right, and
imposed and opposed by technique, because it's visited all levels of the system.
exactly, because as ellul also describes, that technique is more than the mechanical. So technique, human techniques, right, and social techniques are totally opposed, but nevertheless dominated by the mechanistic forms of technique, right? So this is because the various forms of technique, and he says that everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, right? He says that all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, right? And he gives many examples of why technique integrates the machine into human society, right? So he's got several elements and terms that he uses to show how this becomes possible. Blessings to ESP Revaluation. Blessings to Ricardo Sunshine. Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you, In a Thought Experiment, for joining us. Blessings. I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you to my beautiful wife. Blessings. Thank you to Look Within. All you guys. Okay, I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. Of course, a special thank you to Hanko Flamio. He did an excellent presentation yesterday on ontology. Okay, please go and check it out. I was certainly very, very entertained there watching his presentation and seeing some of his reflections, interested in that. So blessings to Hank. And yeah, please go check out his presentation. And you know, feel free to drop a link to the presentation in the chat there, Hank. I mean, you know, the future people who watch the show, they'll even see it scrolling down on the chat. I mean, so it'll be nice. Yeah, blessings.
It's linked
Technical.
now.
Okay. Yeah, this is the link, folks. So thank you so much. And yeah, technical monism, sacred mystery, by a wizard. Okay, so this is all we get, folks, for technical monism on YouTube. Other than this channel, of course. Of course, we're bringing to you, I guess, innovative and obscure topics.
Well, maybe it's esoteric and it's a bunch of people and we just not they didn't connect with each other. Like I think maybe Wolfram probably said something about it, but he's always talking so much we'll miss it. So
Right. I mean, if you think about I think he believes that mathematics are fundamental to nature. I mean,
no, actually, he
so
says programs of fundamental nature and
oh,
mathematics
okay.
a subset of programs.
Oh, okay. So that's getting very, very technological, actually. So yeah, I mean, if you look into the idea of the Matrix, obviously the Matrix is science fiction, but yeah, the Matrix is a theoretical technological monism, technical monism, right? Where technique is all embracing, you know, for the guy who's in the Matrix movie, you know, technique is total, it's everywhere, you know, it rules his life, right? So without looking at, and obviously if you look at simulation theory, right, that would mean that we are in a technical complex, a sort of technical monism, right? So there's two theoretical examples of it, but Ellul gives practical examples about how the mechanistic enterprise can link up different elements and form a element that uses human beings for energy instead of a reliance on natural systems. So human society begins to be organized by the technical complex instead of its reliance on nature, right? So that is the primary idea, right? So let's look at the technical complex and Ellul's idea of monism as explained by this video before we move into the text. I think that'll be cool because he's got like little images and things. It's fun. And we have more videos of Ellul coming soon. We recently found out that we can easily put a interview of Ellul into a translation machine and pop it out the other end and get a translation of Ellul. So thank you so much to OTW for offering to translate, but we actually can do it professionally through AI tools and just have the video pop out the other end like fucking easy bake oven. I mean, the subtitles for the Ellul video, because we wanted to reproduce a interview of Ellul, right? That's only available in French on a French television show. So once we reproduce that interview, or if we're able to, you know, let's keep our fingers crossed. You know, then we'll be able to probably present for the first time to an English-speaking audience some of Ellul's reflections. So that'll be very exciting.
Yes, and but I'm really open to having OTW dub over it too, though. So I'm open to that.
yeah, that would be fun. You know, get him involved, or at least have him on the stage. You know, that'd be fun. Have him on the stage, and then you know, that'd be fun too. So he could verify the accuracy of the AI translator.
Yeah,
Exactly.
let's get into that video now.
For sure. Uh-oh.
When technical phenomenon combines
Oh,
all
there he goes.
techniques into one whole, it becomes a monism. There is an identical nature to all techniques and universality to them despite all the different ways they can be applied. All techniques are thus inseparably united. Furthermore, it is an error to assume man is master to manipulate techniques to his will, either for good or evil intentions. Technique rests independent of man's morality, operating seemingly on its own. To try and guide technique is to rob it of its own character and strengths. Similarly, technical machines have nothing to do with the ideals of men. Ellul relates technique to control and ordered systems, particularly in terms of the police and the propagandized structure of the state.
So he talks about technical values being separate from man's values. Nevertheless, the improvement of technique, right, and the application of technique is a necessary consequence of his development, right? He talks about how, once techniques are developed, they have to be applied, that they don't develop on a arithmetical level, but on a exponential rate, right? And they don't develop through cultural assimilation of techniques, right? But actually, it goes the other way around. Cultures fade out, and then technique spreads across different cultures, right? So it doesn't seem to rely on human modes of development, right? And it doesn't seem to spread along human modes of development, right? So he talks about how techniques reach a necessary linking up and fusion in terms of their use among their specialization in the fields of development, and how different fields seem to link up different techniques, right? So
Or
a technical development in one area could affect technical development in other areas, right?
yeah,
So
or saying another way, technique has a mind on its own, and but uses humans and infrastructure as its runtime.
yeah, yeah, exactly. He's attempting to describe something of the sort, but yeah, definitely.
He also brings up machinic automation and the displacement of workers caused by said automation to show that technique in itself, and not the uses made of it, always leads to a certain amount of suffering, which cannot ever be separated from it, embedded in the very mechanism or nature of technique itself. Furthermore, if a particular technique proves possible, it will be implemented for a particular purpose. Nothing will be wasted. Such applications will,
Yeah, that's one of the things that he gets down to say is that technique seems to, um, you know, n- the technical complex seems to make sparing use of techniques themselves, right? So but once a technique is developed, it has to be put to use. So the goal of the system as a whole becomes efficiency, which is not a human goal, right? As we discussed in one of our recent episodes, and yeah, thank you guys for watching about efficiency. We got we got a regular amount of views there. I'm not too impressed with the amount of views we got, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. The people who showed up and viewed that idea about efficiency and about the goal of the technologists, right? Who are claiming that, openly claiming actually, that the purpose of humanity was to create self-replicating intelligent machines that can go and explore the star system and the universe, right? And they summarily, concluded, the entire purpose of humanity, was, to improve and to, create efficient technological means, right? So that seemed like a very odd, conclusion, because somebody who's trying to figure out the nature of the universe and how things work, they would never come to such a bold conclusion. I mean, so that seemed rather odd, but the fact that there are people who have those goals, right? Or say, in another sense, that the goal is to blend human beings and machines, right? And they're openly claiming that, right, as the goal of humanity, as we'll look at in the later part of this.
Yes, but the only problem with that is if they use their lens, human beings are already machines, so nothing has to be done.
Exactly. Exactly. And we looked at that. We looked at the ludicrousness of John Searle's position on the matter, right? Where he concluded that the brain is a machine, but but machines cannot think, right? So he actually said both things, and right. So
course, produce certain effects, whether positive or negative, of which can never be fully accounted for. Thus, the problems of our modern day are evolving rapidly, causing us to act and respond immediately, almost impulsively, without regards to precautions of what may come from them. A problem presents itself, and technique solves the immediate problem, but does not consider or calculate the long-term rippling effects such a solution may have upon the system. Ellul uses the example of the insecticide DDT, showing how it is impossible to foresee or predict all of the future consequences.
Yeah, this is exactly the part that we're at. See, this is why I'm reading this, right? Because we're exactly at the part about DDT, and of course, living in Michigan. I mean, this whole idea from actually, I have the text. Let me open up a Silent Spring. I mean, a very famous text. Okay, if you guys haven't read it, all right. Okay. Let me try to find this. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm not even in the right book.
Yeah, it's hard to find things in a different book than they are. So.
Yeah, good point, Hank. Yes. Oh, page 69. Right where we get fucked. Right, interesting. So check this out, guys. Oh shit, I closed it accidentally. Yeah, page 69 in obviously Skrbina's anthology, right? Rachel Carlson. Carson. Carson. Right, Rachel Carlson, Silent Spring. Look it up, guys. Right, Elixirs of Death. Okay. Okay, she says, for the first time in the history of the world, every human being is now subjected to contact with dangerous chemicals from the moment of conception until death in less than 2 decades of their use. The synthetic pesticides have been so thoroughly distributed throughout the animate and inanimate world that they occur virtually everywhere. They have been recovered. Okay, that's so interesting. Virtually everywhere. All right. They have been recovered from most of the major river systems, even from the streams, groundwater flowing unseen through the earth. Residues of these chemicals linger in the soil, which they may have been applied a dozen years before. Okay, they have entered and lodged in the bodies of fish, birds, reptiles, domestic and wild animals so universally that scientists carrying on animal experiments find it almost impossible to locate subjects free from contamination. They have been found in fish, in remote mountain lakes, in earthworms burrowing in soil, in the eggs of birds, and in man himself. Okay, talk about a monism, the pesticide monism. Okay.
Yeah, it reminds me of oxygen, which is also dangerous to us, but also we need it to live, ironically.
Well, yeah, definitely. But oxygen, yes, it can kill you. Salt can kill you.
Yep.
And you need it to live. Right? Too much salt will poison you. Right? So you could take, eat a pound of salt. And you won't be doing too good. But the fact is that you can go out and buy a pound of salt.
Yes.
So this is the idea, right? And
you drink 5 gallons of water, it would kill you too. There's actually like a story you can look up of a contest where a woman murked herself by trying to win that water drinking contest. So
yeah. So, and that is mechanism. If repetition is death, then mechanism spells death in a certain sense, because it's not thinking about the future. right? So these results that are universally applied and they have unforeseen consequences and they affect the system as a whole because a technical advance in one side affects technical advances on all other sides, right? This is a dangerous gamble we're playing in, right? And you put all your fucking eggs in one basket, it's going to be a problem, right? And we've put all our fucking eggs in a technical basket, right? So we need alternatives, right? And we quickly need human alternatives, right? So this is the problem. You know, the technical advance is forming a monism, and it's not going to be reliant on individuals anymore. I mean, right? It's not going to be this dialectic between individualism and collectivism will finally come to an end with technique. I mean,
Except when individuals just rebel, and then it is. In fact, they could subdivide individuals. They have techniques for that too. So
sure,
this is it's weird. So it's
exactly,
gonna end, but it's going to continue because there's no way to stop it.
right, right. Yeah, that's a great point.
I mean, that's what, and you can interpret authorship as a way, especially when you do fiction, as an individual subdividing themselves. So,
Well, it's like our friend Neurojack said. He said nothing is gonna wake up the normie. You know, you can never say enough shit that's gonna scare the normie into thinking like there's a problem going on, right? And you'll never be able to motivate the truther to do anything because he's too, pressed in on all sides by the things that are going on in the world, right? And too demotivated to act. Right? So we have to find a compromise. But yeah, definitely.
or do we?
Well, we gotta, Discordianism. That's the compromise.
Yeah.
Consequences caused by technique, which demands that everything it produces be applied upon the entire public. Human beings are thus helpless before the technical power that it cannot control, watching technique advance and produce more unpredictable events, whose consequences cannot be accounted for. To quote ellul, man, we repeat, is never able to foresee the totality of effects of his technique. Our solutions always present new unforeseen problems. And even if we were to reject certain techniques, say, that would put us on a completely new path, which of course would require a separate technical application. Either way, we are always being efficiently ordered by technique.
That's a good point. That in order to fix technical problems, you need technical solutions. So every step along the way, this is how technique multiplies itself, right? Is that all specialized means create unintended consequences which need compensatory mechanisms. All right, so this sort of the system perpetuates itself through figuring out solutions to technical problems. And obviously abandoning sometimes these problems are too big for us not to solve, right? Because they constitute a failure of the system as a whole, right? So sometimes the system has to be perpetuated at all costs, right? That's just a brute reality of it, right? It would cost too many human lives not to perpetuate the system, right? If there's a huge big time failure, right? So that's the problem, is that human will is not guiding advances within the system then. Because the use of technique is not optional at that stage, right? If failure at one level causes huge failures on all other levels, for example, in terms of communication systems, right? We simply can't afford to lose them, right? Too many people's lives would depend on things being mailed and, checks coming in from online and all this type of stuff. There's people who live on the internet. Their lives are paid for through the internet. People think that that's not a reality today, you know, that everything you see online is not real. No, today there's a one-to-one, okay, relationship between the machine and what's so-called real. Okay, so that is the problem, right? That we're trying to elucidate, right? That people don't seem to understand. Okay, just
It's what's worse than you say. It's like a power series of real to the unreal. So a lot of times you can get rid of a whole bunch of. You can apparently get a whole bunch of non-real things, but the thing behind is still there, and it's just gonna bubble back up.
yeah, it's the Majin Buu effect, I mean,
Yeah,
or Terminator.
yeah. So things aren't as they appear.
Yeah, exactly.
Technical phenomenon cannot be controlled in such a manner so as to reject bad elements and retain good ones. It has within it a monistic whole of all elements, of which are all connected and interlinked, like gears and springs within one monistic machine. Nothing functions freely or independently on its own. As production becomes more complex, techniques of organization and operation become necessary to maintain order. Thus, technical methods of distribution would be needed to deal with the problems of technical production. Labor was thus
Okay, so these tertiary mechanisms like distribution created, okay, because of the problems of technical production, right? So you already have compensatory mechanisms rising up because of the specialized means that we employ, exactly like I was talking about, right?
systematized down to a science. As material techniques became more precise, intellectual and psychic techniques, primarily education and propaganda, became necessary.
Okay, the state, okay, communication technologies, right, mass psychology techniques, right, all of these link together, right? They're, you know, the propaganda system, okay, or the media system becomes a necessary consequence of these technical means, right? It's a necessary result of these technical means, right? It's not due to human innovation or human insight or due to humans' need for entertainment or any of these factors, okay, that we engage in these means, right?
And it is this necessity that characterizes the technical universe, where everything must be incorporated into its essence and play its part, again, like grinding separate gears working together as one within a monumental machine, functioning for the utmost efficiency, evolving new and more efficient techniques to replace those that came prior. How can man hope to modify such a system as this? Technique is acquired universally and does not require civilized man. Everyone appears
That's another idea that's very important to understand, that this is one of the key elements, the idea of technical monism or the idea of the technical complex is one of the main reasons why the system can't be reformed, right? Because you would need a change on all levels in order to reform the system. Okay, so this is the problem, is that you can't just improve or dismiss one form of technique when various forms of technique are linked up, and also, you know, a technical advance in one area affects technical advances in other areas. Okay, so we hate to keep bringing people back to the logical facts of the matter. I mean, yeah.
But all this, you can't reform the system, but you can compartmentalize it in it trivially and ignore most of it.
Oh yeah. Well, that is the reason why you can't reform it. Whereas because the system is full of trivialities which can't be ignored. I mean, so it's like, you know, what part are you going to focus on? I mean, yeah, blessings to Wild and Free. I mean, yeah, thank you for being here.
I remember that person. Is that person new here?
Well, you know, not everybody is a constant chatter. You know, there's many people who watch and they chime in every now and then. But yeah, I don't doubt that there's many people who view this who are not chatters. But yeah, I appreciate you, Wild and Free. I mean, and all the people that are watching, I greatly appreciate you guys. But yeah, you know, well,
Especially once YouTube's not counting for us.
Yeah.
Especially once you have to watch us, but use kind of blocking techniques to make sure you don't even get counted. We really like you guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Accidentally closed that screen there. Here we go.
Technique is acquired universally and does not require civilized man. Everyone appears on the same technical path, though they rest at different points in progression. Nonetheless, technical slavery accelerates onwards, imposing itself everywhere, across all contexts, with war and commerce acting as the catalyst, leading to a rapid technologization of the world, which assumes a Western look. Technicians are used to educate and exploit underdeveloped nations for their natural resources, and in doing so,
Okay, he brought everything together there, right? The linking up of techniques through war and commerce, those being used as the main sort of excuses for technical advance, right? And then the idea of of the sort of Western element, to the technical complex, right? That the technical complex sort of rose up in European society, right? So it imposes a cultural mode, that is firmly reliant on several cultural elements in the Anglosphere, okay, including a watered down version of Christian ethics, right? And so on and so forth.
spread and disseminate technique itself, causing a technical invasion, killing off old ways of life for new technical ones. Culture thus collapses into one homogeneous technical haze. Due to our current technically advanced stage, we are too far gone to go back to the way things traditionally were. Technique is nothing less than totalitarian.
Yeah, and you'll actually see the proponents of the technical system, actually say this as well. They
It,
actually, yeah, they'll actually say there's no going back. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
including me. But then I say, well, there's going back and we do this, this, and this. I say that crap from the stuff you want to worry about. So it's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It's almost like, as they say, having your cake and eating it too, right?
Which we have readily available. Like when you can copy a thing and it's not theft because they still have a copy of it. It's having your cake and eating it too. It's like it's pretty much this the aluminum age as a whole.
Yeah, the aluminum age, right? Exactly.
Yes, it's all about having your cake and eating it too because you can just make more cakes. We got the supplies.
Yeah, we're gonna go from aluminum age to just full silicone. I mean, most likely.
Nah, I doubt it. We're gonna probably go to silica, but not silicone, and that's probably not gonna be for like a couple 100 years.
Yeah, is that real anime marks? What the hell?
Extending to whatever it touches and subordinating all to it. As it spreads, it desacralizes and destroys social and religious taboos, atomizing all to individual entities.
Okay, that's a key element. Science and the desacralization of nature, right? Nature was seen as controlled by God, right? And now, right, it's seen as under the control of the technical complex, right? So that constitutes a major element for desacralization, right? And separation from nature itself, right? This element is very, very fundamental psychological element that constitutes in the realization of technical monism.
Technique masters all, and all becomes a technical civilization in this sense, where everything, including art, are all subordinate to its influence. Infected, the technical parasite controls all populaces of people who are transformed into it. All becomes technically identical. Despite our differences, the essence of man is one identical and essential technique. All meld back into one technical monism. Thus, a man no longer has need to discuss anything with his fellow man. taken to the same universal techniques where all is already understood.
Yeah, look at these people who live in the city and they die in an apartment complex, and their neighbors don't even know their neighbors are dead because they go weeks without seeing the person they live next to. Okay. Okay, a person can actually be reliant on the city, live alone, right? And nobody would ever even know about them. And they could just blend into the system, right? And this total form of conformity within the technical milieu, right, is rather new conception, right? And is a transformative element on society, right? Think of the influence that one person can have, right? But yeah, think of those kids that locked themselves in their room, in some fantasy video game and played it until their, parents found them dead. I mean, many of those people. Recently, the kid that talked to the AI, and the AI convinced the kid to self harm, right? And unfortunately, he ended up taking its advice, right? For the character AI company. I mean, shame on you, right? For tricking little children. Right?
Well, I want to be specific. This one's a chatbot that expects on to take their life. There's other kinds of AI, like the AI that tells the pharmacist what to give you, that takes even more lives than that. But people don't really know about it because it's esoteric. It's esoteric. So they have been causing more trouble than we know about, but only people in the know it happened.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine back in the day if a kid choked on a Barbie doll, they would literally ban, the entire, you know what I mean? They'd have to recall the entire, production. I mean, but these things happen and nobody does anything. All right. So now, apparently there's less of a pushback, even though these things are harming children left and right. There's people that are, I mean, I'm talking about thousands of cases,
It's
of,
funny. It's funny. If a kid choked on a Barbie doll today, there'd still be no recall, even though it's the exact same thing that could have happened in the 90s. They wouldn't even do a recall then because we don't care.
Yeah, but I'm talking about even the thousands of kids that are being openly sexually trafficked on these social media apps, right? Where people are grooming them and telling them not to listen to their parents and telling them that they could change their gender and all this type of stuff.
It's not the social media, that's the government schools. That's the government schools that are doing that.
Right, but it's also happening on social media apps. I mean, right, without parents' approval and all that type of stuff. So it's very important that people realize, the type of thing that they're getting into when they, allow, their kids to use these type of devices. Right. I personally think that, the kids should be kept away from these type of devices. They should play until they're like 16 or something like that. Then they should be slowly brought into these types of things by rigorous education about the way people interact online and all that type of stuff, and also about the massive spying programs by both private and public institutions, right? That are going on online. Lots of corporate espionage. I mean, and cultivating limited hangouts, and obviously, the jig is up on that sort of thing at this moment. But people still don't seem to consider that thing. They still openly engage online in the LARP communities online, and they don't pay mind to structure their engagement here so that it's actually worthwhile. When they open their mouth, they're speaking the truth. They're not trying to defame people or engage in some type of nonsense squabble or some sort of petty form of sarcasm, I mean, through these internet chats, constantly draining their energy by this vampiric force that constantly demands your attention. I mean, the fact is that you could learn a lot more if you seclude yourself, read a bunch of books, sit alone in nature and go and talk to a female. You know what I mean? So these are the primary things that you should be focusing your time on if you're a male between the ages of 20 and 40, right? As I am, right? I can't speak to many other types of people, right? Because I'm not of that background. But yeah, I have developed a sort of protocol for humanity in general, but I don't know if people will listen to me. And right,
Yeah, and I, on the other hand, I refuse to make recommendations at this point because I don't think I have enough information to give you a good recommendation. Those things are good, but I don't know what level you need to do them to do the needful to make you meet your goals. So I actually refuse to make any recommendations at this time. I would need more information before I can. I just
yeah,
don't want to give a general recommendation.
yeah. I mean, at this time,
Except to
I
block
know.
your ads. I will tell you to block your ads, though.
Yeah, at this time, I know enough to know that most people know what's right, but um, evil is being committed on a mass scale. The disparity between these two things has to be, reined in by most of the people who think that, everybody wants to do good. What's the problem? Why is there a massive disparity between those two things? Right. So I think that, obviously, with most intelligent people, right, they could pose a few ideas, right, about the ideological, and technical, aspects of the problem, right? And then we can move towards, looking at, how to undo those things. But the people who can't even understand what the problem is, it's hard. It's hard to convince them, right, to actually perform at a level that is, you know demanded by the solutions that are, in relation to those problems, right? But yeah, exactly. Myth of progress, you know, myth of progress, pseudo eschatology, desacralization of nature, separation from nature, right? These are all various forms of ideological elements, right, that comprise the problem, right, itself, right? Okay, these are presupposed beliefs, right?
And
In
that's why
terms
we
of
need
how to
ontology.
efficiently operate.
Oh, wait, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Hank, what was that?
Yeah, and that's why we need ontology to identify the
Exactly.
presuppositions.
Right.
There you go.
Man is just like an operating machine in this sense. There is no longer a need to know or understand one another when we are all taken over to one monistic and universal technique. It is the universal language of all life. Autonomy, such as this, is the necessary basis for the development of all technique, closed and organized in order to efficiently operate. Technique is thus entirely self-sufficient, living within its own laws and determinancies, tolerating nothing outside itself, freed from all outside human intervention. It is the ultimate judge above everything. Man becomes the subject of this objective entity. Ellul uses the example of bread manufacturing and how it adjusted the human taste, since the white
Yeah, that is a key element, right? Once technique becomes universalized, right, and used everywhere, right, and it creates a system that's no longer reliant on human organization, which is reliant on nature, right? Okay, then it creates the objective form of power, right? It decides the objective form of power, and therefore it remakes man into a subject, right? Now, obviously, if human beings and machines are going to be blended together, as Kurzweil suggests, right, then it seems like, there's going to be a transformative element. It's not going to be, you know human beings molding the machines any longer, right? He wants to create a world where, the machines have input on molding the human, right?
Then he's done. It's just an interpretation, so he's done. He doesn't have to do any more work.
Right. You know, if he
But
believes it's progressing, I mean, then certainly he doesn't need to, you know. I mean,
yeah,
you know, what is he, a cheerleader? You mean for the inevitable?
yeah. The issue of Crespo is that he's not really honest about what he actually wants, because otherwise he would just say he's done. Because the lens he's using, he does. This is no work to do.
Right.
White loaf of Wonder Bread we see on the shelves barely resembles actual bread itself. Such is how deeply technique transforms us. The machine replaces man in more ways than the human mind can generally amass. Man, who once played a particular sport, is designated to sit and watch along the sidelines, where all becomes automated. In fact, it is far more efficient for the machine that man is removed, since man is generally the outright source of most of the errors in the technical equation, and the error must be eliminated. This is not to say man is to be removed, merely that he subordinate coldly and rationally.
Yeah, that's another idea. In lieu of you know, the goal of technical progress, you know, which is the efficiency and the linking up of different types of technique, right? It seems like you know, um the unpredictable nature of the human element within it, it has to be um you know, treated as a sort of noise within the system. So it generally has to be you know, corrected, right? So obviously, you know, the the unpredictability of the human elements, right, is going to have to be a marker of inefficiency, right? That has to be corrected by the system itself, right? So this is what he's talking about, is that again and again you'll see you know, the development of the system improve along lines where human considerations didn't really factor in to the way that you know, a certain improvement was brought about, right? Like yeah, like many examples can be made, right? You know, with the example of DDT, for example, if we're going to stick with one example, right? There's many unforeseen consequences with the synthetic nitrogen, right? Then the monoculture that has to be applied, right? The pesticides that are sprayed, right? And also the effects on the water table, you know, the effects on the desertification of the soil, right? You know, has a reverse effect on the soil, right? And you know, so so there's a huge problem, right, on a long-term level, right, where people like you know, obviously Michael Pollan, Joel Salatin, you know, Alan Savory, you know, other people who talk about the Green Revolution in India and how they basically destroyed the land right there with pesticides, right? So there's lots of historical evidence, right, that unforeseen consequences, right? Like for example, in the book Silent Spring by Rachel Carlson, right? She talks about, you know, thinning of bird eggshells, okay, and the invasion of you know, invasive species and all these elements, right, that cause huge shifts in ecosystems, right, that are unforeseen, right? Well, obviously, right, large scale systems, right, the changes within them, we went over this on previous shows, changes within complex, dynamic systems. Okay, they're hard to predict. Okay. And yeah, because new patterns consistently emerge, right? Through complexity, right? And sometimes those new patterns are not foreseen, or predictable. I mean, but yeah, anyways. And of course, you could look up game theory and all that type of stuff, right? It's the idea of complex dynamic systems, right? This is why they can't predict the weather for weeks on end. You have a satellite, how come they can't tell you what the weather is going to be like 2 or 3 weeks from now?
For a week on end, they can't predict the weather for Friday.
Yeah, that's because
they claim that they can predict the climate for decades and centuries from now. So
yeah, that's because if you created the most precise AI machine in the world, it still couldn't measure how the clouds form. Okay, because they form in such a chaotic measure that they form in almost a probabilistic sphere, right? There's so many minute changes, right? And you have to study things like chaos theory, right? But of course, that's not you can't use that. Only within a certain margin can you use it for predictable for predictable for predictability in general.
To technique itself. For if men were truly free, technique would not be possible. Technique thus must and will prevail over the human person. Technique is the vampire that lives off the blood of the living. Serving technique, we have become unaware and unconscious of our own actions. Every human functions in a blurry haze. Even our physical bodies must be adapted to new technical demands each day, evolving to the will of technique. Man is forced to submit himself to the will of technique itself. And the more technique evolves, the more extreme it becomes. All are driven to go towards this extreme goal, ideologically indoctrinated by technique itself, under the guise of illusory liberties, individuality, and the farce of freedom. It's all done by technique to ensure its own sense of survival. Man can no longer step outside or escape from such a society, physically or spiritually, since there is nowhere now to escape to. All has become the same monistic, technical civilization. Man does not get to decide his own destiny. All is foretold by technique. Only through it can man find the future. And technique's future is final. Man may love the mystery of the mystical and unknown, but this sense of sacrilegiousness technique shatters. Technique nihilistically respects and worships nothing. It attacks and brings to light all that is unknown, turning everything into itself. It denies the mysteries of man a priori. Thus the shift where man thus makes technique sacred itself. Technique to man is now the essential mystery. To go back to Marx and the proletariat, is technique then not the sacred God that brings the proletariat their salvation? Marx said technique would free the proletariat, but how it will do so remains the mystery. For bourgeois technicians, it is the same, sacrificing and devoting their lives to its development. Technique is nothing short of sacred.
Yeah, so I think that's more precise, right? We live in a technical cult, right? that it's technique that's actually, and we looked at that earlier when some Jewish guy wrote a book about technology and religion, how technology is the new religion or something like that. So he wrote a book called Tech Agnosticism or something, some stupid shit like that. We reviewed it here, right? But there's
Yeah,
people already beginning to develop this sort of idea. But yeah,
but technology is not one religion; it's a whole group of religions. So it's like a Hinduism. So it's not even one religion; it's a whole bunch of religions, and they compete with each other.
yeah. I call it techno Buddhism. I mean, because there is no god of technology within the technical sphere. Nothing is sacred, as he said. So it links up with Buddhism quite well, especially with the Kala chakra, which suggests there's no difference between the sacred and the profane. Right there, you'll see the technical complex and its firm. I mean, in its firmest pronouncement about its sort of pseudo spiritual aspect. But yeah, we really do or we really should take a little musical break.
Yep.
Waiting to premiere some songs, and then I'll move to ellul. And yeah, blessings, Hank. Play some music for you guys that I've been that I've recorded, and there's a couple of them here that I think are important for you guys to hear. This one I premiered on Truther Cop.
By the time the flags rotted off of their antennas, they were questioning who the real threat is. Big brotherly love is the 21st century's plague. No matter how bloody the glove, question evidence displayed. Don't forget what 2 + 2 equals. Don't let them upgrade your math, no matter what they have as proof of evil. Remember when they went after the Jewish people? You don't recognize the same black mask as see-through? Attack of the eagle. If they don't fall dead before they reach me, I'll be damned if I don't shoot one in his bald head. Fuck what we're force-fed. All I ever wanted was a warm bed and house that wasn't haunted. I'd rather die for a cause than to die just because we exhausted natural resources, forced into war, restoring wasteful ways, keeping other countries poor. Monkey see, monkey do. I wonder what that fucking monkey saw. Keep rethinking, still frames in your mind. I guarantee they will change with time. Your outline is pixelated, poor resolution. While downtime is simply wasted, you were born execution style. Head first in a trial, I'll second the motion till the jury's bored to death and puts your neck in an ocean. Situation volatile. The naked problem is trying to find the right clown costume to make his father smile. So he bombs while he tries to tell jokes. Ain't a false alarm, can't you smell the smoke? You're in the line of fire where they buy and sell votes. Her sense of liberty doesn't ring true, stupid. That's why the bell broke. Trenchcoat mafiosos propel rocks at recruitment officers and rebel against cops till they hurtle infinite circles in small cell blocks. Turtle upon turtle till they're all shell-shocked. This so-called president got elected in a courtroom with war efforts of pops. Inherited a fortune, we talk, so the veterans of war assume the revolution stopped. Hey Bobby, the masters are back. They're back. And they're up to no good, just like the old days. They play dead when you stood over their graves. Bobby. They play dead when you stood over their graves. Don't you know? Hey Bobby, them bastards are back. They're back. And it's our turn to stand over their graves. Don't you know? I'ma do it right this time, right this time. I'ma wait until their skin decays. You can't roam a lost land as a last existing dinosaur. There's no escaping ass kickings in these times of war. Replacing apples with hospitals where doctors are hostile. Killing 2 pterodactyls with 1 fossil. I got you. If they don't fall dead before they reach me, I'll be damned if I don't shoot one in his bald head. Fuck what we're force-fed. All I ever wanted was a warm bed and house that wasn't haunted. You can thumb through novels to have your fingerprints match descriptions of thinking criminals committing innocent acts of compassion. Tired civilians crawling with pistols. We fire $1 million warning missiles. Force the issues in the back of your head where eyes roll. Brainwash yourself out of that mind control. Or act a fool like you're told, but we won't see no justice till that bitch removes so blindfold. This ain't a love it or leave it, it's a change it or lose it. I will sing the anthem of a nation who never faces the music, chasing an elusive caveman in spaceships that makes trips to the futures at a name brand. Faking progress, but we ain't advanced enough to change the posture of our ape stance. They got the key to the city, still they prefer the break-in entry, ducking weed. I'm shedding light inside the shadow box to make it empty. Bobby, the masters are back. They're back. And they're up to no good, just like the old days. They play dead when you stood over their graves. Bobby. They play dead when you stood over their graves. Don't you know? Hey Bobby, them bastards are back. They're back. And it's our turn to stand over their graves. Don't you know? I'ma do it right this time. Right this time. I'ma wait until their skin decays. Attack of the eagles. If they don't fall dead before they reach me, I'll be damned if I don't shoot one in his bald head. Fuck what we're force fed. All I ever wanted was a warm bed. There's nothing scarier than the human stories I tell. Ghosts chilling accounts with my tongue frozen to bedposts. The catharsis is of carcasses whenever threats are close. Shows a heartlessness that doesn't register in stethoscopes. Sell your hopes for a homeland security chart till your sense of self's are broken. No man's pure in the heart. Preventive detention for the folks who never left home. Tensions have grown 24/7 red zone. Scare tactics got you under control. The fear factor of a color code. The uppers know they can't hold you down without having ankles attached. It's all the same. Nah, balls and chains and ankles don't match. So drag your torso back to the off-road. We may have lost the fashion battle, but we ain't lost the wardrobe. Go window shopping for your next 3 meals. When we start the revolution, all you probably do is steal. Hey Bobby, the masters are back. They're back. And they're up to no good, just like the old days. They play dead when you stood over their grave. Bobby. They play dead when you stood over their grave. Don't you know? Hey Bobby, the bastards are back. They're back. And it's our turn to stand over their grave. Don't you know? I'ma do it right this time. Cause I'ma wait, 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 I'ma wait,
Okay, and here's another one. Flying Lotus. Yeah, I played this on NPC the game yesterday, and they were feeling it for sure. I mean, yeah, let's see what you guys think. Blessings. I mean, Fast Lane. And actually, you know what I mean? Shout out to Alchemos. Very interesting idea that he brought forward in this video. You know what I mean? About water being hit with sound and emitting light. I never knew that was possible. I mean, definitely feel like looking into that. Right? Blessings.
Champagne wishes and caviar dreams, a team that's getting cream. With shells and fish scales for triple beams, I gleam. Living a life for rally, packing 50 calories, rocking lizard valleys while we do a drug deal in a dark alley. Up in casinos, just me and my Dino Primo, pushing Bimos, then Pauly and Reno with 2 Latinos. Nas, he runs the whole staff, we count math, the steam bass. We've seen half a Millie Jackson out there on the Queens Ave. 3 major players getting papers by the layers, and those that betray us on the block, they rock like Amadeus. Fakers get used to shoot targets, soon as the darkest. Front on the drug market. Barney's get rolled up in the carpet. Those are cheaters try to beat us. We got hookers with heaters that'll straight poppin', but more shells in your top than Adidas to leaders. Looking straight Tommy and our Giorgio Armani's. You wanna harm me and all you got to come get through a whole army. The CeeLo rollers, money folders, sippin' bowler, holding that payola, slinging the coke without the cola. Me and Black don't fake jacks, but we might sling one. It ain't no shame in our game, we do our thing, son.
Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure free. Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure free.
Yo, I got guns from Italy, smoke trees considerably. Mid-state and grain it seems as well. My niggas be the ghetto misery. Shootouts in liquor stores, a perpendicular angle of the clout war. Police searching up my Lexo for who's petrol. My tech blow straight off the roof to test your respect over. Joe don't respect me, it got me handcuffed to rough life. I just be up nights, breathing with scuff nights. Pour my beers, pour my peoples under the stairs. DJs I got their names in my swears. Papa push down like it's my first child. Liquor shots, holiday style. Rockin' steel sweaters while it be down. 24 carats, counting cabbage like the Arabs. The marriage of me and the mic is just like magic. Elegant performance, bubble legs full insurance. Guzzling Guinness, shooting, catching cases concurrent. It's Nas, 700 wise, King Solomon side. We on the rise, me and G, ghetto wise guys. The Luciano, Frankie Yale, Bugsy Siegel. Green papers with eagles from a trade that's illegal.
Hey yo, our lifestyle's exquisite. Yo, like a blizzard.
Esquire attire standing on ground with one pivot.
Two players rocking silk, blazers with diamonds like glaciers.
Lands with name brand seats reclining like a spaceship.
Bodies on ice,
Living tripe, rolling fixed up dice.
gambling grants,
Handling stamp moves and shites. My bank rolls, got the cops coming in plain clothes.
trying to arraign a game cause of a fame. That's how the game goes. Right out the slammer with the fame and glamour. Cooking up grams with armor, hammer, supplying scramblers in Alabama.
Rub out faces and leave no traces. My aces got mad body cases, preserve spaces at the horse races. Serving us gone beef fleeco, dimes with Manifico. Putting in cut in South Rico. Deep for foes, shopping sprees with my fleet for clothes and Caribbean sweets. Deep ripping beats with
Hey
flows.
yo, we went from standing on blocks without socks on the rocks to picking up stock and broke docks with blocks. They got poppy seed fields with $1 million bills, packing on the blue steel. We keep it real inside the battlefield.
Yeah, so here's a toast to the funds and things. Gun smoke syringe, graveyards was buried with kings.
Living the fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream. Living the fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, we'll have a lot more music here. But yeah, that was a little. We'll play some more music soon in like an hour. But I want to spend a little hour, if I can, focusing on ellul. So we'll get into some ellul, and if you're wondering about the sort of flow of what we're getting into today on the stream, go ahead and read the description. But blessings. We're on almost a page 100 now. Okay, we're at the end of page 99 in the Wilkinson translation of the paragraph at the end of the page. It reads, even as author as well disposed toward the machines as Mumford recognizes that there's a tendency to utilize all inventions, whether there's a need for them or not. It says, quote, our grandparents used sheet iron for walls, although they knew that iron is a good conductor of heat. The introduction of anesthetics led to the performance of superfluous operations. To say that it could be otherwise is simply to make an abstraction of man. Another example is the police. The police. The pow. All right. One time for the one time. Another example is the police. Or the police have perfected to an unheard of degree technical methods, both of research and action. Everyone is delighted with this development because it would seem to guarantee an increasingly efficient protection against criminals. Okay. And here ellul predicts not only mass surveillance, but pre-crime. Pre-crime. He says, let us put aside, and this is in 64, by the way, that he's predicting this. He says, let us put aside for the moment the problem of police corruption and concentrate on the technical apparatus, which I have noted is becoming extremely precise. Will this apparatus be applied only to criminals? Okay, he says we know that this is not the case. Okay, severe technical apparatus, once it's going to develop, right, it has to be applied everywhere, right? So the same interrogation methods are going to be applied, right, to both criminal and non-criminal, right, as a form of sort of pre-crime screening, right? Because obviously, without such methods, it'll be argued, right, that the police will be in extreme danger performing their duties, right? And to hold people who are trying to save society of the criminal element, right? Okay, to put them in, you know, direct danger of people who have criminal vices, you know, that will simply be considered unacceptable. I mean, let's be honest, right? All right. So he says, right, that the criminal apparatus will be applied to not only to criminals, but also to non-criminals, right? We know that, okay, he says, will this apparatus be applied only to criminals? He says, we know that is not the case. We are tempted to react by saying that it is a state which applies this technical apparatus without discrimination, but there is an error of perspectives here. The instrument tends to be applied everywhere it can be applied. It functions without discrimination because it exists without discrimination. The technique of the police, which are developing at an extremely rapid tempo, have as a necessary end the transformation of the entire nation into a concentration camp. Right? Look at the Xinjiang province. Right? Open air prison. Everybody's actions being surveilled. Right? Okay. All right. Smart cities. This is so perverse decision on the part of some party of the government to be sure of apprehended criminals. It is necessary that everyone be supervised. Okay, ellul is simply predicting that the need for mass propaganda and the technical advances in policing is going to bring about the need for mass surveillance in the future. Right? Okay. And of course, the increased mobility of the, you know, guerrilla fighter, right? Who is sometimes seen as a T word. I don't even know if we're allowed to say it, right? For educational purposes, we're saying terrorist, right? Sometimes they're seen as that, right? Or sometimes they're seen as a freedom fighter, right? With the increased mobility, right? And the technical advances, right? They have forced the need for mass surveillance, right? And of course, this was already going underway, right? Okay. During ellul's time, okay, you're already developing things like report on the authoritarian personality and all that type of stuff, right? So yeah, he says it is necessary to know exactly what every citizen is up to know his relations, his amusements, etc. The state is increasingly in a position to know these things. This does not imply a reign of terror or arbitrary arrests. The best technique is one which makes itself felt the least, which represents the least burden. Okay? Every citizen must be thoroughly known to the police and must live under conditions of discreet surveillance. All this results from the perfection of technical methods. The police cannot attain technical perfection unless they have total control. And as Ernst von Bramstedt has remarked,
This total control has both an objective and subjective side. Subjectively, control satisfies the desire for power and certain sadistic tendencies, but the subjective aspect is not a dominant one. If it is not the major aspect, the expression of what is to come. In reality, the objective aspect of control, more and more, that is to say, the pure technique, which creates a milieu, an atmosphere, an environment, and even a model of behavior in social relations, dominates more and more. The police must move in the direct anticipation of forestalling crime. Okay, huge points being made. Okay, of course, it was not until, right, and I remember, right, during, you know, September 11th, right, where they had the Patriot Act and they started monitoring American citizens, right, they also started having everyone have cell phones, right? So just like when they created the CIA, they created the internet, right? When they created mass surveillance tools, right? They also had everyone carry cell phones, right? So this is obviously a Trojan horse, right? So that they can conduct more corporate espionage, more police surveillance. I mean, and you know, people obviously live with it, right? Because you need it to live, right? You'll make more money, and it'll be easier to connect and network with people. And if you're not networking with people, you're not going to make a bunch of money. You know, so having a cell phone and having social media, right, today is considered socially responsible, right? Even though you're giving tons of companies, okay, it's taken for granted that you're giving tons of companies and governments the ability to monitor your behavior. Okay, some of the most intimate details about your life, right? Okay, we now know this for a fact. Okay, that this is taking place on a mass scale. Okay, but ellul predicted that it would be happening, right? Based on the technology that they had in 1964. Okay, he already knew, right? And look at you know, 1984 that was written in 1948. Right? Okay, that talks about the same type of stuff, right? Okay, children spying on their parents, right? You remember that in, you know, mommy, you should be wearing your mask. I mean, this was happening. I mean, so, you know, the social protocols being enforced by children on their parents, right? This is a reality that was talked about in the book 1984, right? Predictive, right? Very interesting stuff, right? But, you know, obviously we are not living under some type of totalitarian state today, but we are living under a technological form of slavery that most people don't notice and take for granted, right? Okay. And yeah, let's go on. Says the police must move in the direction of anticipating and forestalling crime. And of course, we don't give medical advice or legal advice on this show about how to deal with the government or how to deal with social protocols. We simply point out the technical means and the um, ways because we're trying to educate ourselves on the technical means that are being used, right? And whatever technical means exist have to be employed. Why? Because those methods will be used by bad actors, right? So they have to be taken in control of in advance by those, right, who allow people to use these systems, right? Okay, and obviously some of the major advances within technology have been because of military. Okay, obviously war and commerce we mentioned earlier, right? Seem to be used as excuses for technical advance. Okay, going on. He says eventually intervention will be useless. The state of affairs can come about in two ways. First, by constant surveillance to the end that noxious intentions be known in advance and the police be able to act before the premeditated crime takes place. Second, by the climate of social conformity, okay, which we have mentioned. The goal presupposes the paternal surveillance of every citizen, and in addition, the closest possible tie in with all other techniques administrative, organizational, psychological. And the technique of police control has value only if the police are in close contact with trade unions and the schools. In particular, it is allied with propaganda. Wherever the phenomenon is observed, the connection exists. Propaganda itself cannot be efficient unless it brings into play the whole state organization, and particularly the police power. Conversely, police power is a genuine technique only when supplemented by propaganda, which plays a leading role in the psychological environment necessary to the completeness of the police power. But propaganda must also teach acceptance of what the police power is and what it can do. It must take the police power palatable, justify its actions, and give it its psychological structure among the masses of the people. Okay, all this is equally true for the dictatorial regimes in which police and propaganda concentrate on terror, and for democratic regimes in which motion pictures, for example, show the good offices of the police. I mean, it's crazy how much cop movies they have in the U.S., right? Okay, it's like cop and military movies.
That's your top export to the world. Cops and military.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And now private security firms. I mean, private intelligence, private security, private telecom agencies that specialize in cyber security. Okay, democratic regimes, which the motion pictures, for example, show the good offices of the police, procure it the friendly feeling of the public, the vicious circle mentioned by Ernst Cohn Bramstead. Past terror accentuates present propaganda, and present propaganda paves the way for future terror. Isn't that a nice little ring to it there? That almost sounds like something directly from 1984. Let me read that again. Past terror accentuates present propaganda, and present propaganda paves the way for future terror. Ooh, deep. Now Ellul strikes us with a very incredible statement. Okay, he says, is as true of democratic as of dictatorial regimes. Now he says, if the term terror is replaced by efficiency. Uh-oh. Okay. The term terror is replaced by efficiency. And obviously everybody blames capitalism, right? That's part of the game. Um, yeah, 225. Did I drop the link again? Let me actually pin this link. Yeah, give me a second. Pin this link for you guys. And don't think we'll have that many people joining, right? I will be here for at least 6 hours, right? When this recording hits the 6 hour mark, I will play a recording, excuse me, okay, of a nice conversation I had the other day with NPC the game. Excellent show we did. And I don't think that they got many views there. So, just as we're all being suppressed here, but well deserved. That show gets a little more views here, I mean, right? And I'm also fasting today. Right, exactly. How fast is fasting? I mean, but yeah. I mean, yeah, so, about 6 hours into this, I'm pretty sure my brain will, I'll experience brain death and so on and so forth. I mean, so then the last few hours of this, I'll go and pray and, maybe, read some Quran or go spend some time with my family, and then we'll be back on Saturday, right? But before that, we have a lot to talk about, guys. We have a lot to talk about before then. I mean, and I'm sure you guys will very much enjoy the conversation we had with NPC the game about the panelverse. We talked about the panelverse and different things, but yeah, blessings, man. Yeah. So let me move back to the text here. Right, we're gonna spend some more time reading this. We're on a page 101. And it's good that today we can record and maybe get through more of the text since we don't have a lot of engagement this morning. Right? So it'll give us an opportunity, so that we can start at a fresh place. On Saturday, hopefully we'll have the video. But in no hurry. It says the type of police organization is not arbitrary aspect. It is maintained by every authoritarian government where every citizen is regarded as a suspect, ignorant of his own capabilities. It is a tendency in the United States, and we are beginning to see the first elements of it in France. The administration of French police was oriented in 1951. Interesting. Okay, toward the organization of the system, quote unquote, in depth. This took place, for example, at the level of record office. Certain elements of this are simple and well known: fingerprint files, record of firearms, application of statistical methods which allow the police to obtain in a minimum of time the most varied kind of information. Okay, to know from day to day. The current state of criminality in all its forms. Other elements are somewhat more complicated and new. For example, a punch card mechanical index system has been installed by the criminal division. Okay, so he's pointing out that the majority of the functions of police are record keeping. So the majority of functions of the police are about obtaining records, right? And collecting information on people, right? So naturally, the idea of information, mass surveillance, of propaganda, and psychological techniques, all of this comes into line just as it did with propaganda, within the technical complex, within the pre-crime idea, right? Cultivating a sensibility among the citizens, right, where they could be informed about the power and the methodology, right, that the police use, right, in order to govern, right, certain aspects, right, of information gathering, right? They're able to obtain records on people, right? And that's what's interesting, right? So so
Yeah, that
here,
yeah,
yeah,
that's exactly why I nicknamed a lot of panelists gossips officer. That's exactly why I gave them the nickname. Because the police does specialize in record keeping. They also um good at kidnapping, but the primary purpose is record keeping for the lawyers and stuff. Exactly, Joe.
yeah, blessings to Joe Cool. Thank you for watching. Um yeah, it says the most it says this system offers 400 possible combinations and permits investigations to begin with any element of crime, hour of commission, nature of the crime, objects stolen, weapons used, etc. The combination obviously does not give the solution, but a series of approximations. The most important item in this catalog of police techniques is the creation of so-called quote unquote suspect files. Okay, suspect files. Okay. Okay, we're reading Jacques Ellul's Technological Society from 1964. Right, and he's predicting several elements that have ramped up in terms of mass surveillance pre-crime, right, and psychological techniques employed by the police to gain information from the citizens, right? Okay, it says suspect files, which show whether the police ever suspected any individual for any reason or at any time whatsoever, even though no legal document or procedure ever existed against him. From the press conference of M. Baylant, prefect of police, 1951, this means that any citizen who once in his life had anything to do with the police, even for non-criminal reasons, is put under observation, a fact which ought to affect, speaking conservatively, half the adult male population. Half the adult male population. Okay, it is obvious that these lists are only a point of departure because it will be tempting, as well as necessary, to complete the files with all observations which may have been collected. Okay. It says, finally, the technical conception of police supposes the institution of concentration camps, not in their dramatic aspects, but in administrative aspects. The Nazis' use of concentration camps has warped our perspectives. The concentration camp is based on two ideas, which derive directly from technical conception of the police. Okay, preventive detention, which completes prevention and re-education. Okay, preventive detention and re-education. It is not because the use of these terms has not responded to reality that we feel it necessary to refuse to see in the concentration camp a very advanced form of the system. nor it is because the so-called methods of re-education have, on the whole, been methods of destruction that we feel must consider such a concept of re-education an odious joke. The further we advance, the more will the police be considered responsible for the re-education of the social misfits. He warns. Okay, look at the movie Clockwork Orange, right? Where, there's an interesting relationship between the parents, right, who sort of see the son as performing a role within the society. And when the son becomes a social misfit, right, then the school counselors are able to subject him to the police, right? Okay, so that he's disowned by his sort of surrogate father, which is really the school counselor, and transformed into an obedient member of society from the inside out.
What we're doing a little bit differently is that we're just turning the counselors into police rather than sending them to the police themselves. So that's doing a little bit differently in this universe.
Right. But in that, it's pretty weird how the kids in the movie, they're shown to totally belong to the state. I mean, and and it's even made and stretched to a comical aspect when the kid comes back home and he sees that his parents have got a new guy living with them that's acting as the son. When he's taken away. Anyways, um okay, we are experiencing at present the justification of this development. It is not true that the perfection of police power is a result of the state's Machiavellianism or some transitory influence. The whole structure of society implies it, of necessity. The more we mobilize the forces of nature, the more must we mobilize men, the more do we require order, which today represents the highest value. To deny this is to deny the whole course of modern times. This order has nothing spontaneous in it, says ellul. It is rather a patient accretion of thousand technical details, and each of us derives a feeling of security from every one of the improvements which make this order more efficient and future safer. Order receives our complete approval. Even when we are hostile to the police, we are, by a strange contradiction, partisans of order. In the blossoming of modern discoveries of our own power, a vertigo has taken hold of us, which makes us feel this need to an extreme degree. After all, it is the police who are charged, from the external point of view, with ensuring this order, which covers organization and morals. How then can we possibly deny the police indispensable improvements in their methods? Okay, he says we in France are still in the preparatory phase of this development. But the organization of police power has been pushed very far in Canada and New Zealand. To take two examples, technical necessity imposes the national concentration camp, which I must point out does not involve the suffering usually associated with it. Let us take another example, a new machine. of great productive power put into circulation releases a great quantity of work. It replaces many workers. This is an inevitable consequence of technique. In the crude order of things, these workers are simply thrown out of work. Capitalism is blamed for this state of affairs, and we are told that technique itself is not responsible for the technological unemployment, and that the establishment of socialism would set things right. The capitalist replies, quote, technological unemployment always dies out of itself. For example, it creates new activities, which will in the long run create employment for qualified workers, unquote. This appears to be a dreadful prospect because it implies a readaptation in time and a more or less lengthy period of unemployment. But what does socialism propose? That the quote unquote liberated worker will be used somewhere else in some other capacity. In the Soviet Union, the worker is either adapted to a new skill by means of vocational training or he is sent to another part of the country. Okay, in the beverage plan, BEVERIDGE plan, the worker is employed wherever the state opens a plant of any sort. The socialist solution involves readaptation in space, he says. But the solution to completely alien but this solution appears to be completely alien to human nature. Okay, this is the last sort of paragraph I'll read here of ellul. Right, we focused on ellul for almost 3 hours here, but we'll move on and move to the Tao Te Ching. Right, and I'll play some music. Okay, as I said, I don't want to go too long today, maybe 6 hours, right? It'll be a 9-hour recording featuring a 3-hour recording at the end of NPC the Game. And his show, that was excellent. Okay, we're on the last paragraph of ellul here, right? He says, man is not a mere package to be moved about, an object to be molded and applied wherever there's a need. The two forms of readaptation, the only ones possible, are both inhumane. The new work code promulgated in the East German Democratic Republic in November 1960 shows this inhumanity in operation in the socialist camp. And none of these adaptations can be separated from the machine, which replaces human labor. They are its necessary and inevitable consequence, of course. The idealists will speak of the reduction of the work week, but this reduction can only be effected when equivalent technical improvements are produced in all fields of work. According to Colin Clark, it seems that this reduction too must, quote, sealing out, unquote, before long. And this consideration passes over into the area of economics. All right. So interesting reflections about the economy and about police there, right? Okay. Yeah, we have a guest. Blessings, Joe Cool. Thank you for joining us.
Am I hearing two voices up here?
I'm here.
Oh, that was Hank. All right. I was saying last you said, I thought you were two people. Was the police part over? I jumped up here.
No, you can. No, it's not over.
Right.
We got the police expert here.
Oh, good. I did hear another voice then, because you're not talking about TML.
Correct.
All right. The guy who's reading.
Yeah, it's interesting what he's saying about the police, and I think he's right, about the psychological techniques, about, the indiscriminate application of techniques that are used by the police on people that didn't commit any crimes.
Right.
And why so everybody complains about it. They say, well, the police should be reformed, but the idea is that once these psychological techniques
are developed, right, they have to be kept in line so they're not misused. So they have to be applied to the public at large. So he's saying that to complain about, you know, all of these other ideas, you know, in relation to, you know, why the police are becoming militarized and why they're using pre-crime, you know,
Right.
and he actually predicts all this shit. He says, you know, the pre-crime is going to come about because, you know, because the need for, because you have mass psychology and you
Yeah.
have the idea of you know of this of the whole mass surveillance. I mean, so he's just saying that it's going to be a necessary consequence because once you have propaganda in place, and he's
Yeah.
saying that these three things are necessary, that you have the state, develop its apparatus among
Yep.
these
That's
technological
happening.
lines. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
happening right now.
Yeah, yeah, and then they filter in. They essentially use propaganda and the media to condition the public,
That they
right?
really need them to make you fearful, I think is
Oh yeah,
what that part means. Yeah. They use conditioning and the media and propaganda to tell you that you really need them because your society is going to hell and you would die unless we did what we do. That'd be important part of it.
oh yeah. They got to release stuff like they got to have Bruce Willis. You got to have The Purge.
Yeah.
You got to have all this stuff to scare the shit out of people.
Yeah.
And all of these are propaganda techniques that work on a mass scale. And if people can sit around and say, "Oh, well, these are just this is just people coming up with creative ideas and stuff." No, it's not. These are mass scale psychological techniques. They study the way
Yes, it's
people are going to
logical.
react,
It's
to the
very
stim.
logical. Yes.
Yeah, they study how people are going to react to the stimulus, and
Yes.
therefore the purposes of re-education. So
Yes.
I mean,
And
so
clearly
that's
it's
what's obvious.
effective, right? But just by looking around at all the sheep, all the people who disengage critical thinking for whatever reason, they turn it off like Trumpers or maybe ever or left wing, right? When you can turn off critical thinking when it's necessary, um, uh, they've gotten so many people to turn off their critical thinking. Like for instance, you're a kid, your grandmama tell you it's wrong to hit an old lady who hasn't hurt anybody. One, but they can flip that switch and do the propaganda shit and get a regular guy, someone who I think's a good guy, and if he's been a cop long enough, he thinks it's okay to bust an old lady's window and snatch her out and taser. And they can make a regular guy turn a regular guy into a monstrous machine.
Here's the odd thing. We're doing the same exact thing, except we're turning the critical thinking back on.
Dig it. I think I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yes,
Yeah.
we're using the same tactics, except that's our goal is to get this critical thinking switch back on. I dig it.
Yeah, it's like Malcolm X said that that in order for reform to work, he said that the white people have to be re-educated. and
Mm-hmm.
and um and um and he said, and they asked him, what do you mean by re-education? And he said, the same way that the government of America taught the American people, right,
Yeah. Yeah.
during the First World War, right,
Yes.
they taught them to love the Japanese and hate the Russians. But then in the
Yes.
Second World War, they told
Yes.
them to
Hate
love
the
the Russians
Japanese.
and to hate the Japanese.
Yes.
And he said just in a short amount of time, they flipped the sentiments of both of these countries.
I don't want to get
And
too
among
political,
a
but
whole,
right
yeah,
now, we've historically been anti-Russian, since certainly since I was a kid, probably, and we just flipped. If suddenly it's looking like Russia's our friends and allies now. At least it's going in that direction. It's going to flip again. I think
yeah,
just on I think I watch this political nonsense. I think that that Russia and Trump have been buddies forever. I remember before he was president, he was building the Trump Plaza over there and all of that, and he had to halt it because he was about to become president. But they've never lost that relationship. And then with the shit I saw in Oval Office the other day when he was like, "Don't you say nothing bad about Russia," you know, I'm assuming that flip is occurring again. But I don't want
Yeah,
to get
I mean,
political and into the Trump shit.
yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, we read all this shit. I mean, about in the Art of the Deal when he went to Moscow by the Soviet ambassador Yuri Dubinin, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Oh, you're right.
obviously,
I was going to go into that shit. His first wife, Ivana, I think, was his first chick. She was fucking with the Russian oligarchs and the Russian intelligence. You know, you could certainly draw something there. Yeah.
yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of infiltration there. Also, his connections to Israel.
Yes.
I mean,
In his first term, he made the capital. He put it in so and so, which no one have ever dared to do. That shows you where he was at with his thinking. He is totally down with
yeah,
whatever it takes to turn Gaza into a strip mall and take that land. The same way he's trying to take the land over there in Ukraine. He don't give a fuck about their security. He wants minerals. That's what he does. I'm a businessman. What do I get out the deal? It's fucking scary that people don't see that, and their critical thinking skills and abilities are disengaged for some reason.
yeah. I mean, he got major funding from Israel, from
Yeah.
the Adelsons. I mean, Estee Lauder, who's got ties to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also Lex Wexner. I mean, and also Lev Lviv. I mean, the Russian oligarch. I mean, says that they got a lot of ties to Alpha Bank.
Yeah, that's it. When Trump went through that shit and he couldn't get a loan from anyone else, the Russians were getting him a loan. That one huge banking system in Russia, they got banks other places. I think he had to use one bank. I think it was a Russian bank in Ukraine. Yeah, they was the only one who would bankroll him for years when he was going through his problems. But back to the police, yeah. But all of this is the same shit. The philosophy
It's the same shit, yeah, because
to the police.
Yeah, because it's about propaganda
and mind control. Apparently, machine labs, that shit's effective, and it scared me. I'm old, and I'm never shocked and surprised. But I battle these motherfuckers every day, and every day I realize, fuck, like Hank said, their methods are effective, and I think I co-opt them. And I'm trying to unbrainwash people and shit. Like the re-education shit, you said something. I think you said Malcolm X said, "Unless white folks are re-educated," but it seems impossible because you say that and they be like, "Yeah, well, yeah, there's no harm in that." But when you actually start making structured plans, whatever you label them, Black Lives Matter, DEI, reparations, when you put a name on it that carries race, suddenly it will die 100%. White motherfuckers will not participate in any retraining, not willingly. And black motherfuckers at this point need to be retrained too. We think whites are superior just as much as they do. It's fucked up how screwed up everybody became. You have fucking half the mass shooters are fucking Hispanic and shit with Nazi symbols on their guns and writing Nazi propaganda shit about how Trump was right about it. But like, dude, you're Mexican. How'd you fall for it? This is effective. And it's not black and white. I don't want to belittle
it's effective, but it's not absolute. So even though you get a bunch of people, a lot of people fall through the sieve. So that's
right. All right, I hear you. There's hope. I dig it, Hank. I like the message. But how do I put a big crack in the bottom of that sieve? I need them falling out faster. If it's a thing.
Video games.
Video games. I was thinking of videos. When you said video games, I thought you was just gonna say videos. That would be effective. That's what they use. The media and all of that. that's 100%. That must be an effective route there. And why video games? Hank, I didn't mean to
Oh
overlook
yeah,
that
so
response.
by video games, it's because it's like it's what's it called? It's it's ontology in action. Video games is ontology in action, so pretty much it will rewire people really
Yeah,
fast.
it makes
Um,
sense.
it will outcompete the classrooms. If the government had to compete with video games, they would lose when it comes
I
to
like it. I like it. And government may even know because when the drone technology came out, they got young video game fucks. So they may be aware that you can reprogram motherfuckers with video games because they took one who they thought programming was these niggas already killing motherfuckers in Call of Duty. They won't have a problem sitting in this room, and they were right. They're enthusiastically dropping bombs on motherfuckers. Video games, in some ways, enabled that. So if they can in video games can enable some teenager to drop a bomb on a motherfucker, it can make a motherfucker critically think and understand that we're all God's children. I don't even know if you niggas believe in God up here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, both the machine lights and I are theists.
Very good. All right. In some way, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's interesting because it's not just the police that are doing surveillance on people anymore. It's also private companies. So this is another stage of surveillance, where security companies, they essentially, they can have as much power as police. They don't have the state behind them, right? But quickly it's becoming a thing where, and I don't think that Ellul could have foreseen this, but definitely Gibson saw it, right? And in William Gibson's novels, he talks about pseudo governmental agencies, that are basically global corporations, private corporations. I mean,
Oh,
hackers and stuff.
yes. And I don't want this conversation to keep going back to Trump, but he seems to be following that philosophy of the globalists and the new shit. For instance, he's teaming with every billionaire. He's hiring lobbyists. I should say hiring, giving appointing with cabinet positions, lobbyists, the people who traditionally you should hate. He's using teenagers to do the Doge shit, making computer programs. He is embracing all of this shit you talk about.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be effective in some degrees because Elon Musk, he has that Trump shit to him where people just worship you and you can fucking LeBron James because he's good at basketball and people worship him. If he says something about the political climate in Yugoslavia, people will believe him. Trump is associating himself with legends like Musk
Yeah, I
and
remember. I remember
Kennedy.
when when LeBron James was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. Did you ever see that? They had a news story where like they rolled up on him and they're like, what do you got there? And he's like, it's it's nothing. It's
Who was reading it?
autobiography. It's autobiography of Malcolm X.
Who was reading that?
This is LeBron James. I mean,
LeBron was reading it. This
yeah,
is
and
cool.
it was a super cringe moment,
Right.
and
It looked planned and shit.
it looked totally
Staged.
planned, and then he gave like what looked like a sixth grader's book report version
Right.
of
Right.
like, you know what I mean,
Right.
and it sounded really bad. I'm trying to see if I can
Like he
find
was
it.
out of his depth doing a
Yeah, this will
recap
be
of the
funny if I can
autobiography
find
of
this.
Malcolm X, which should be everyone's dream because it adds so much in that fucking book.
Yeah, I was gonna read a letter that he wrote to an Egyptian newspaper.
Oh, I had to be.
Yeah. Look at this. Oh
Oh, you
man,
found it.
it's here. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, this is so funny, man.
LeBron James reading the autobiography.
Yeah, this
of
is
Robert
pretty
Maxey.
funny, man.
He said he got a clue.
Yeah, this is super cringe.
Thank you, man.
I don't know if I could play this, but yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. Fuck it. But yeah, this is super cringe.
I feel.
You know, see, this is the type of propaganda. I mean, that we're talking about.
Taylor, you want to follow up? Yeah. So you're holding the autobiography of Malcolm X along with Alex Haley. I don't know how far you are into the book, but what's your biggest takeaway so far?
I kind of just started a couple days ago.
Couple days ago.
I've read a lot of notes over the years. It's my first time actually reading this from start to finish.
Oh man, that's super.
He sounds
cringe.
fearful already.
Yeah, this is super cringe.
He's not enthusiastic. It's fearful, right? You know, I don't know. If you like the book, you read a book, you like a book. He's like you. I was telling my girl, these niggas talking about police, I may have to get on here because they'll read some shit and it might go to 17th century philosophy in a heartbeat. But you guys passion. Right, even when it got the police, you can feel your passion, my man. You know, yeah, I've been meaning to read it for a while. This is the first time, and you didn't tell me shit about the book, yo. You didn't say it moved me. You know what was really great after he came from fucking Egypt? You know, where his mentality changed, or what he did this shit in the beginning of the anger. None of that shit hit you. None of that shit hit you. It was just would you dump this back?
Yeah, it sounds like an ad.
Yeah, I mean,
like
Ellul is a bad motherfucker. Like one of the things that Ellul said in one of these documentaries, he literally said that he was talking to his friend who's a surgeon, and the dude told him that the only reason that they have so many fresh organs to do transplants with is because of traffic accidents.
Yeah, they call them. I had a scooter accident, and I got to the hospital and found out they call them donor cycles. They say that's where you get all your donor parts. They call them donor cycles. Yes, traffic accidents. And don't forget, I don't know if this is relevant, but poor people will sell their shit where it's legal. You know, if they don't have the money, you know, some waitress is gonna sell a fucking kidney. That's also a thing what brokers use. Kidney brokers and body part brokers. And then they promise them an X amount of money. They'll tell them 50 grand. And then when it's over, they might give them 4 or 5 after they've given them a kidney and say, well, we had to pay this much for this and that much for that. And they're, you know, it's still a lot of money because they're in fucking Guatemala somewhere, but it's fucked up.
Yeah, and if you said like there was like a drug or some type of poison going around killing like 30,000 people a year,
yeah,
you know, people would say we've got to put an end to this, right? But obviously, you know, nobody's going to do anything about the car. It's too convenient, you know. So this is the thing: is that convenience outweighs even death.
Yes.
You know,
So
give me convenience or give me death. I mean, literally,
convenience
the dead Kennedys.
and safety. Convenience and safety. I got to remember that. You will break your neck and do shit outside of your character and even morals for convenience and safety. I got to remember that.
Which are false sense of security. I mean, it's a false sense of security.
Security is a better word than safety. Yes, it's security and convenience, and it's false. No one can do that shit. You know that. I don't know. Some people might believe that if some guy is breaking into my house with an axe, I call the police and hide in the closet for 13 minutes. Or some people believe I'm going to have a shotgun for the occasion. I don't understand the former.
Well, I go further. I'll say convenience and safety is a dichotomy, which is why you can't get away from either.
They're tied.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they have privacy and security as a dichotomy. You know what I mean?
Privacy. No, explain that more. Privacy and security. Probably because I'm a cop watcher. I think privacy, I think of public-private. But privacy and security. Oh, you mean like rich folks and shit like that?
No, like they say on the internet, you know, that you know, like you have to give more information to companies, right, to make yourself more secure.
I get it.
You know, so you don't have privacy if you want security. You know what I mean? So this is the weird part. You mean that you have to constantly bargain the two. Right. I mean, so that's just one small example, but you know, obviously it works.
Well, that's a false economy because I'm more secure blocking my ads And I'm also more private blocking my ads because I have less downloads. So less data means less errors, less exploits. So
Right.
It's a false dichotomy.
Right. I hear you. Yes, you can tell a motherfucker that, like now, God, I hate to keep doing this Trump shit, but I'm about to do it again. The Elon Musk shit, Doge, where they're going in and cutting all these programs. Their big argument, the left, the Democrats' big argument is your privacy. He can see your private shit. Don't you want it secure? That is their huge argument. It's a dumb argument to me.
Yeah, because they're handing it over to, because they're handing it over to companies to do it.
Hold on.
So that's the main thing.
Hey, I'm abandoning you guys for a minute to help one of my friends. I'll be back.
Yeah, blessings.
We welcome that. Thank you for helping your friend.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He looks out for me all the time. All right, later.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna go to some music here, and yeah, the link is pinned. You know, me and Hank have been here.
Inevitability police correspondent Joe Cool.
Exactly. Go check out his channel. It's very poppin' channel where he does police audits and very he films the police. I mean, and all that type of stuff. So yeah, very interesting content there. I mean, that we've looked at, very engaging. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna move to some music, and then we'll move to the Dao De Ching. I mean, so here's some music for you guys. I mean, for a little 5-minute music break. I mean, and we'll be back. Blessings. I mean, yeah, here's Joe Cool's channel. I mean, go check him out. I mean, blessings. Yeah. We'll play some music, maybe as an affinity for some of this type of stuff here. Blessings. I mean, Ill Bill. And how about Big Pun? I mean, yeah, blessings. Thank you guys.
America held hostage, day 182, a special report.
That's right. On any beat we sell. Don't put your money on bail. Put it on full scale. Haha, never fail. KRS, I'd rather have 100,000 true heads by me than 1 million of your fake fanatics behind me. I keep it grimy, chase me, you will never find me. I'll take you out in 2 or 3 minutes, you can time me. You the dopest MC, I'll leave that ass sizzling. I'm giving more rhythm than gang rapes in prison. You small time, you ain't a pro. Yeah, you kick the raw rhyme, but you're showing your flow, that's all mine. Oh silly me, if I call on my lyric ability, I'll bring it right straight to your door, free delivery. Get with me, now I spit rap, I represent peace and knowledge, but I will contradict that. Click a click clap. You don't want to battle me, you want to scatter away. I battle Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, let me check the schedule again. Saturday. I think you ought to follow your squad, they ran that away. These rappers we played out, spaced out, no format. Now why would you place your money on that? I drop more bars than sing, ching. Real teachers teach real things. I bring knowledge and skill. You should try to get with it. Challenging knowledge only means that you're ignorant. With the sword of justice, your throat, I'm sticking it. Gossip and scandal, I don't put my lips in it. Grow up, I'm moving like a U-Haul truck. You all stuck, cause you all suck. Forget the cup hops, your luck stops. I bring it to your buttocks with enough glocks.
Yo, my squad is on it like Elijah Muhammad, but I'm God retarded, ain't no righteousness, and there's harder violence. Hard as diamond, but I'm in the rough. Listen up, if you ever see me with the feds, you can better send the cuffs. Ain't no snitching nuts, bitching nuts, unofficial nuts. Everything we outside, you wish it was. Official thugs in the drug profession, drug connections, drug addictions. Still seeing the judge for drug possession. The 4 Ds, all these is more V's to either get big or leave and let live. We the best there is, TS. Ain't nobody else, we Bobby Duff. Cause we all the way on top of the shelf. I'm locking your wealth with the master keys. Freeze, don't try to breeze. I'ma squeeze and blast the back of your knees. Just pass the cheese. Please don't test the toaster. My check will roast your body faster than Ferrari's test the roaster. You're getting closer to death. Reapers got a hold of your breath. You're going straight to hell unless you sell your soul for your flesh. You was posing the threat, now you frozen the bed. Minute ago, you was popping shit, holding your dick. Now what's the problem? You ain't nothing like you said on your album. I thought you was wildin', busting your guns and running the island. You wasn't violent. You was silent, trying to get college credits. How pathetic. Didn't take it out of the kinesthetics. I'm Dianetics, combined with lyrics. Mama churners is my insurance. Kill my appearance, I'm a shining spirit. You gotta fear it, cause every last gem is poison. You gotta cheer it. You can't win, you better join them. I'm head anointing niggas like the holy gospel. I'm the only father local to smoke it with fire blowing nostril. Watch for the toast when you see it. You better draw yours. Born laws, Corinne the giant. It's all yours.
Went from welfare to Bel Air, and hell yeah, I hold heat with a license to kill like police. So don't sleep. The sun shines brighter than any star. Rap terrorists, bomb mics in the name of Allah. Showing AG is who we are. Forever terror. All I need is 26 letters and 16 bars. I'll be bomb dropping verses that be so deaf. Searching for those who co-slept till there's no left. Curious how we still around. Mysterious like a dope fiend clean. Never touching the ground. And you knew it when you heard us. I'm fluid with this. MCs wanna serve us. DJs are mad nervous, but can't hurt us. They get the dick. I beat GD for life. Roll with DI-TC, short for D-I-G-G-I-N, double it, add the crates, now they loving it, no need to cover it, let it shine like the sun do, now who reflect like us, none do, but still come through, humble, even when I play with it, convey it in a way that sounds so dope, you wanna quote and learn to say it, underdog for life, ain't commercial enough to be the favorite, I'm trife, I bite when you bark, so save it, he has to be a masterpiece, imitation, cause he ain't bout it, plus he ain't true, showing they the same too, since we first came through, niggas yelling, y'all supposed to rock and blow the spot. I said we aim to. If we don't climax, we can't blame you. Told Shorty riding shotgun, ain't that true? It must have hit her off guard, she wasn't ready. Mine was occupied on getting sweaty. We lay it heavy.
Shit. Eat out, roll down, no down. Check it out, yo. The year 2000 begins a new age for the cop killers. You know what I'm saying? The saga of the ill will continues. The flavor of non-fiction, y'all. Get with it. Check it out, check it out. Check out this new ill bill gimmick that's splendid. Sit down with other shit and see if you're down with this. It's about strictly trying to kill a cop. Once you get the hang of it, after you blast one, you steal his Glock. First of all, you need a fat bag of dust plus the biscuit. Any local store sells the shit, friend. Purchase a Millie. Not that bitch Millie Jackson silly stunt. I'm talking about the 9mm gun. Pick up the gas, scratch the serial numbers off. No fingerprints, surgical ones on my gloves of choice. All of these other cop killers be thinking guns are toys. And when these cats get caught, they snitch on naughty boys. I kill a cop on a solo mission without a pair of gloves. Shot him in the face with a stolen biscuit. Then wipe my fingerprints off real careful. If you don't think you ready, get dogs, just let the song prepare you. That's how you kill a cop. 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 Let's all kill a cop and get locked up. That's how you kill a cop. 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 Let's all kill a cop and get locked up. Yeah. The second paragraph might make you laugh when the cat try to kill a cop and catch a plunge up in the ass. That's when you know you gotta take the gun from him, cause you about to get stuck next and you hyped up, so fuck running. And now the real fun begins, son. You kill these 10 cops, the best part, you walk away with 10 guns. Now you're the one that's taking gas from pigs. Imagine one gang consisting of the Bloods, Crips, and Latin Kings. That's when you start to realize what the police is. Government funded gang banging thugs, that's what the beast is. They say I'm evil, I'm the most righteous. Run up the precincts with assault rifles, kill police and throw Bibles. Walked out the precinct leaving no survivors. Captains decapitated, wigs splattered across the precinct driveway. The watch was slipped up his body, jerk and gyrate, shoot him 10 more times, then I murk off on the highway. That's how you kill a cop. 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 Let's all kill a cop and get locked up. What? That's how you kill a cop. 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 Let's all kill a cop and get locked up. Yeah. Last but not least, Ill Bill like to say peace to all the cop killers from
from the tri-state to the Middle East. Now give me some dust when I kick the bucket. Pistol to no pistol when high, I'm the wrong one to be fucked with. So everybody put their gun up in the air, cock it back and lick a shot like you just don't care. So pump up the volume, screaming out fuck cops, I'm out, peace to my pops, I'm off to the dust spots. Yeah, ill bills in the house. Yeah, Cortex in the house. Yo, peace to my motherfucking fan non-fiction. Yo, I'm out. Yo, Necko, turn that shit off, man. Turn that fucking shit off.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna move on to the Tao Te Ching out here. Change this out here. And I appreciate you guys joining us. And yeah, we've been rocking out today. We haven't had that many viewers because we really changed our time. But we're bringing the same amount of content for the people here. I mean, we don't really care about the viewers or subscribers or what the level of engagement is, as long as we bring forth a coherent series of presentations. We're now done over 50 hours of discussions on the Tao Te Ching. I mean, so, you know, yesterday we brought forth a interesting segment. You know what I mean? Very interesting segment on the Tao Te Ching and the relation to certain ideas, right? And also introduction to Why the Future Doesn't Need Us by Bill Joy, right? So we have more music for you guys, definitely. I mean, and hopefully we have more discussions, you know. But we'll see. You know, so far we're thankful to have Hanko Flamio on the panel and engagement that we've had today. You mean blessings. But yeah, here we're moving on to the Tao Te Ching. And you know, it's one of my favorite texts, as you guys have seen. And let me find my copy of the Tao Te Ching. Give me a second, guys. Blessings. Wonder where I put this. You know, Tao Te Ching, Phillip J. Ivanhoe translation. Specific translation I'm looking for. You know, I have several translations that we have here. And yeah, here we go. We're now on the book 2, right? Okay, book 2, right? So now he's going to be talking more about society. Okay, we gave a interesting implication about the individual. Okay, natural simplicity, societal customs, knowledge, applying names to things, right? Okay, and titles. Okay, he has a sort of rugged form of individualism, which is not really a egoistic enterprise, right? Because it's part of natural simplicity and sincerity going in harmony with each other, right? But it's not relying on knowledge or the division of labor within the society to define goodness, right? It's using an inherent form of simplicity, right? So it's not focusing on these symbolic forms, which are forms of division. It's focusing on making virtue whole, and especially on this enigmatic virtue, right? Which we also defined as simplicity, you know what I mean, subtlety, right? Okay, which is like the water or the plant,
or the female, right, that can serve as a vessel yet not exhaust its capacity, right? So this is the main idea that he's working with. I mean, and yeah, he understands that, you know, um, truth and goodness are linked, right? But they're not that people who are aware of them, right? There's an inverse relationship between the awareness and the application of their standards and their actual performance. Okay, because when these things are at high performance, they're not sought after, right? It's sort of this paradoxical way of looking at things, right? So he talks about inherent forms of goodness, inherent forms of power, right? Inherent forms of truth that don't have to be sought after or imposed through human society, through the trappings of human desire, like seeking knowledge, right? And he talks about sort of yearning for sort of natural simplicity, right? And he says that, war is not for the sake of fighting, right? Nor is gaining knowledge for the sake of learning, right? Or else you'd never be done because knowledge is infinite, right? Okay, so this is the thing, that they're vessels that are used for something else, right? But as vessels themselves, they're inexhaustible. They have infinite capacity. Okay? But yeah. Let's go to the text. Okay. It says, those of the highest virtue do not strive for virtue, and so they have it. Okay. Okay, it's just as simple as that. Virtue and goodness, they're not based on externalized standards and not based on seeking after those things. Right? The self-improvement of those things relies on those people who are not aware of them seeking them out. They have to be constantly refreshed, constantly renewed. The faith and the commitment. Right? So they require sincerity. Right? So they cannot be based on externalized standards. Okay. Let me go on. So those of the lowest virtue never stray from virtue. So they lack it. Okay, they're constantly setting up externalized standards, putting limitations on that which has no limitations. Okay, those of the highest virtue practice non-action and never act for ulterior motives, he says. Those of the lowest virtue act and always have some ulterior motive, he says. Okay. The highest benevolence act, but without ulterior motives. Those of highest righteousness act, but with ulterior motives. Right? They require that goodness be returned. Right? Okay, why? Okay, because virtue is based on the internal capacity to do what's right. Whereas righteousness is based on do unto others. Right? It requires someone else as a partner to fulfill the standard. Right? It's just as simple as that. Now he says, those of the highest righteousness act but with ulterior motives, right? Okay, so let me read that again. Those of the lowest virtue act always have some ulterior motive. Those of the highest benevolence act, but without ulterior motive. Those of the highest righteousness act, but with ulterior motives. Okay, those who are ritually correct act, but if others do not respond, they roll up their sleeves and resort to force. And so, when the way is lost, there is virtue. Right? Okay. Okay, meaning that when people don't live in natural simplicity and sincerity, right, then they need virtue to tend to themselves, to improve themselves. Right? But when people can't improve themselves, okay, then we have to have externalized standards of goodness. Okay, when virtue was lost, there was benevolence. Okay, now when benevolence was lost, there was righteousness. That means when you can't get people to do things for others, okay, because they want to be good to each other, right? Then you need people that are upright. Now, when righteousness is lost, there has to be ritual, right? Then you need discipline, you need order, you need police. Okay, when people can't even trust each other, right? There's no community, there's no sincerity. Then you have to enforce the order in the society. Okay? There's no righteousness even among the people. Right? You can't even find an upright or honest person. Okay, now you got to enforce order. He says the rights are the wearing thin of loyalty and trust. Oh, yeah. The beginning of chaos. The ability to predict what is to come is an embellishment of the way and the beginning of ignorance. Okay? You don't know what's going to happen next. Right? If you can't trust natural simplicity and have faith in others, right, then you're at the whim of the herd. Right? Okay, this
Well,
is what.
yeah, you're not necessarily at the whim of the herd yet because there's still patterns. There's still patterns. Things don't happen completely at random. So when there's patterns, there's science, and with science, you can do tech.
Yes, we can do the tech. But yeah, he's kind of going into this idea of faith in the future, the ability to predict what is to come as an embellishment of the way, and the beginning of ignorance. This is why the most accomplished reside in the thick and not what is thin. I mean, they reside in the most substantial and not in mere embellishment. So they cast off the one and take up the other, he says. Okay, so that's just one chapter there, 38. Okay, there's a lot of explanations there. Now these next few chapters are pretty deep. Give me 1 second here, folks. Blessings. Yeah, so yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, the entire thing is about technical you know, you know, some of what Hank is saying is true. You know, but in terms of, you know, the sort of disciplinary order, you know, he's saying that that is sort of part of a mere ritual, right? And you see that a little bit, right? When people don't have discernment, right? Then you have to just subject them to, you know, well, you know, these are people with lab coats, and you know, these are people with you know, the batons, and you know, either gonna listen to them or you know, some combination of drugs and you know, physical discipline, you know, will be inflicted on you. You know what I mean? So this is the thing, is like when you can't trust people, right? And see, he's pointing out this danger, right? That communities at large that have to rely on techniques and rituals, right? Now, we came to a discussion about whether rituals are techniques, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry about that. I told my wife to call me, and accidentally I told her I forgot that I was doing this show. You know what I mean? So I gotta ask her, can you call later? But yeah.
Is she banned from your panels?
No. But eventually we will get her on the panel because you know, she actually has a device now that she could use. It's not just her phone. You know, but yeah, I think in about 2.5 hours, you know, 11 it's 11 a.m. where I'm at. Okay, so yeah, we've read one chapter of the Tao. I mean, so yeah. And as I said, these next few chapters are pretty heavy. So we'll be moving on. It says 39. In the past, among those who attained the one were these. Heaven attained the one and became pure. Talk about monism, right? Okay. Earth attained the one and became settled. Right now, what is this self-contained aspect? Right? Is this about being a coherent, self-completed, negentropic whole system, complete unto itself? Right? Becoming an entity. Otherwise, right? That these are completeness, right? That they symbolize completeness, right? They symbolize the coherence, that is sort of primordial. Right? It says, in the past, among those who attained the one were these: heaven attained the one and became pure, earth attained the one and became settled, the spirits attained the one and became numinous, the valley attained the one and became full. Interesting. Okay, the myriad creatures attained the one and flourished. Barons and kings attained the one and became mainstays of the state. All this came about through the one. Now, this is interesting because the rulers and heaven, okay, and earth, the rulers, earth, heaven, and all of those systems, right, attain to this thing called the one, right? So spirits, valleys, right, all sorts of entities, right, became complete through it, right? So I think that means that they attain actual, concreteness, in the sense that they become coherent systems, right, that don't have to rely on anything outside of themselves, right?
Can you do me a favor? Remove and re-add me to stage. Something's wrong with the avatar cache on StreamYard. So
Really, it's showing up fine on my end.
it's showing the wrong avatar
Oh, okay.
on YouTube. It shows here in StreamYard, but showing the wrong avatar on YouTube. So
Yeah, so you want to, just leave and come back, man. But yeah, I'll remove you if you want. Is that what you want? Yeah, blessings. Yeah, so let's see if he can figure that one out. It says, all of this came about through the one. If heaven lacked what made it pure, it might rip apart. Okay. If earth lacked what made it settled, it might open up. Okay, so he's saying there's a delicate balance to all things, right? Something that actually now there's all sorts of arguments for fine tuning, right? That seem, very successful. Okay, in looking at the extreme irregularities that are responsible for producing things like life and consciousness and all those types of things. It says if the spirits lacked what made them numinous, they might cease their activity. If the valley lacked what made it full, it might run dry. The myriad creatures lacked what made them flourish, they might become extinct. If barons and kings lacked what made them honored and lofty, they might fall. And so what is honored has its root in what is base. What is lofty has its foundation in what is lowly. That is why barons and kings refer to themselves as the orphan, the desolate, the forlorn. See, back in the day, it was a bad deal to try to, lead people or rule over people. I mean, the more power you had, the more responsibility you had. Right? Whereas today, there's an inverse relationship between power and responsibility.
right? And the reason for that is because of the power structure. You know, people don't think that, or not everybody believes, right, that the people in charge are the people primarily responsible for the changes within the system. Okay, there's a growing concern about that. I mean, which we spent the first sort of 3 hours of the show talking about. Right? But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, back in the day, right, you used to hear a lot of these letters from kings and, you know, like Marcus Aurelius and stuff like that, where they're sort of just downers, right? They're like, you know, one should focus on like death and like fate. Like, right? They're sort of like, you know, depressed. A lot of them. And but yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, it would be helpful to have the hexagram notes being read. Yeah. Yeah, blessings. Philosopher 7632. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Godspeed, folks. You know, I appreciate you guys. I mean, we got 12 viewers. You know, that's possibly the lowest amount of viewers I've ever had. I mean, oh well. I mean, blessings. I mean, I really appreciate you guys.
You may have 12 viewers, but we managed to get Joe Cool on as well, so
Yeah,
every
so maybe
influence has nothing to do with our views, apparently.
exactly. Exactly. That's a good point. You know, when we bring out the subjects. I mean, and yeah, we'll have more music here in a minute, and you know, in about 15 minutes or so. But yeah, we're moving on with the Tao Te Ching. I mean, we're almost halfway through um the Phillip Ivanhoe translation here, right? And he says the greatest of praises without praise. Do not desire what jingles like jade. Whoa, that's kind of like a rhyme. Say Busta Rhymes, right? But what rumbles like rocks, he says. Okay, okay, he says turning back is how the way moves. Okay, we talked about this many times. Okay, see, notice this other idea that he just had in 38. He said the ability to predict what is to come is an embellishment of the way, the beginning of ignorance. Now look, in chapter 40, he says turning back is how the way moves. Okay? Weakness is how the way operates. The world and all its creatures arise from what is there. What is there arises from what is not there. Okay, brilliant passage. Okay, saying that, you know, it's not, you know, movement that creates stillness, right? But it's stillness that creates movement. Okay, you know, things are not being pulled from an external locus of energy, but they're being pushed and colliding and merging with each other, right? Within one coherent system. Okay, and it's all coming from nothingness, right?
So there's this idea, and actually, physics has really observed this, that mostly there's one coherent substance that encompasses all things, and it seems to be space, but it's actually, infinitely full. It's like we're swimming around in this stuff, super stuff. I mean, and of course, we're showing up as expressions between that, right? But yeah, yeah, so they're finding out that, increasingly, that things come from nothing. As odd as that may seem, where we previously assumed there was nothing, there's actually things, right? But all things have a beginning. So it prods you to think further about it, right? Anyways. Let's go back to the text here. Okay. We don't want to get too philosophical.
Words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Words to tell me, how are you even using words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists? Where do the words exist? Right? Like,
So-
they don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings of what they're talking.
I like how Hank tried to butt in there. It's like in the clip, which is pretty funny. Like, how does Hank hang up? Like, end up everywhere? It's hilarious. I mean,
It's called speed,
exactly.
not the drug.
Speed and automatism.
Yep.
A mixture of speed and automatism. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, how do you use words? I think Ebitard is feeling the Tao. He's going beyond the words to explain words. You know what I mean? To get to the philosophical. Well, he could. He couldn't say at that time when he was insulting me. He actually insulted me for being a philosopher. Which is ludicrous. Never have I
Nerd!
super cringe to claim that you're a philosopher today. I mean, that's not a profession. I mean, that's why we've always hammered against philosophy. I mean, we actually disprove philosophy on our channel by using cynicism. I mean, so it's funny that our that Ebitard, but yeah, they claim that philosophy is useless. We wish it was useless. Sadly, it's not. Right? It's created a heap of garbage. Right? But according to Ebitard, philosophy is useless. Right? Look at this.
Tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Oh, okay. That should be easy. Stephen Wolfram created Mathematica. There you go.
There you go. It could take 3 seconds.
Oh my God. Live
Doesn't
truth
even take
bring,
that
folks.
long. We could probably count on one hand right now philosophers that did stuff. So pretty much any programmer counts as a philosopher that does stuff. So if you name 5 programs, you got 5 philosophers right there. Because all they're doing is moving memory around.
Yeah, we'll be releasing more on the Cockboy crew soon. I mean, but yeah, you can't use words. Oh yeah, and philosophy. It's don't focus on philosophy. That's what's so funny is that they're actually gatekeeping the topic while accusing me of being the thing that I actually spend time exposing. So it's a fantastic exercise in lunacy. If you actually, you know, examine it. I mean, because they're actually saying, because they're actually convincing their audience that philosophy is useless, which is a much graver damage than I guess just attacking me because it seemed like they're stupefying their audience. They're making it cool to be stupid. I mean,
I think you can describe me as a gatekeep baiter. Gatekeep baiter.
yeah,
That tends to me
gatekeep baiter.
Yeah, because I think last time I was on
Yeah,
Total
yeah, we
Border
took a
Cell,
review. Yeah,
he mod spooked me when I was
yeah,
on his show.
that episode that I said they took away, where you went on there and
Yeah, King Steven recorded for us. Thank you, King Steven.
no, but they put it back up where Toilet Bowl Earth called you a monkey even though his wife's black. So yeah, so he should have, what I mean, he actually called Hank a monkey even though his wife is black. She's probably genetically more similar to Hank than to Toilet Bowl Earth. You know what I mean?
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he maybe thought it was funny. He revealed the trick. He showed us the trick. He had a soundboard with the damn fire alarm on it. He had a soundboard. He showed us.
Yeah, and then yeah, I think that was him doing an impression of his wife, but pretty funny stuff. I mean, but yeah, Toilet Bowl Earth. Still waiting for you to pay me a visit. You said you're gonna because remember what he told you, Hank? He said it's gonna end when he beats me up. So this is the thing: is we're waiting for.
This is what ticks me off. I mean, he's watching you right now, and he doesn't come on panel and resolve your differences. That's what's ticking me off. That's what's triggering me.
He wants to attack. He wants to. Well, as he said, he wants to ruin my. He wants to ruin my life, and B, he wants to knock me out, as he said, right? So why not give me as much information as possible, right? So that I can discover or I can make my way to collect my ass whooping, right? So so this is the key thing is that,
Exactly.
why hide from me when you're looking for me? Why hide from me, right? So this is a very, very important question that we gotta wait for the buddy exactly. I mean, so we're waiting to collect news. But yeah, we got so now we're able to review the episode. So look out for that soon. We'll be bringing a review of the episode. I mean, because they put it back up on their channel according to Stephen David. And then I checked to confirm to see if what he's saying is true because Stephen David often just lies. So just like he did in his message, he said that I was coping, saying that they took it off, that I was misrepresenting the truth when I pulled up the screen and showed that the video was unavailable. I mean, so I was not coping or anything like that. See, Stephen David is a known liar, right? So we had to, just in that message, we had to kind of correct his lie. And then we had to confirm whether what he's saying is true or not, because that's how it works when you're dealing with somebody who literally just lied to tell you a piece of information. You have to then double check the piece of information that they gave you. It's a very strenuous task. I mean, right? But yeah, Cockboy
hotline crew. Oh, there goes Hank. Exactly. It's a loop in progress. And anyways, we got the link pinned for people. We're here alone. 16 viewers. Okay, I guess we're not that alone. We're in public view. We're on chapter 41 of the Tao Te Ching. Okay, we'll be bringing you guys some music, some readings in philosophy, some video evidence of some critical themes. Okay, as we move from NBC or nuclear biological and computers, right, to genetics, nano machines, and robotics. A new technological era. Okay, where we're both doubling in our technical enterprise, but also doubling in our risk because we're putting all our eggs in one basket. The system is becoming more interconnected. Okay, and we're not in harmony with the Tao. We're totally moving away from natural systems, right? And remember, in the Tao, it just said, okay, heaven attained the one and became pure. Earth attained the one and became settled. Okay, so the earth has attained the one. Okay, and the barons and kings attained to the one through the spirit, right? Okay. Now, when the scholars hear about the way they assiduously put into practice chapter 41, right? When the average scholar hears about the way, they sometimes uphold it, sometimes forsake it. When the worst scholars hear about the way, they laugh at it. Okay? Okay, so there's the way, there's heaven, there's nature, and then there's a myriad creatures, right? Okay, in the Tao, there's the one. Okay, then there's the two, which is a sacred vessel. Then there's the three that gives birth to the 10,000 things, right? Okay? Just like in Shveta Ketu, there's consciousness that gives birth to light, that divides and gives birth to water, that divides and gives birth to matter, right? Which goes back to the type of vision that we were seeing when we went on the musical break, right? But yeah, it says when the worst scholars hear about the way, they laugh at it. If they did not laugh at it, it would not really be the way. And so the common saying has it, the clearest way seems obscure. Okay, the way ahead seems to lead backwards. The most level way seems uneven. The highest virtue seems like a valley. Great purity seems sullied. Ample virtue seems insufficient. Solid virtue seems unstable. The simple and genuine seems fickle. The great square has no corners. The great vessel takes long to perfect. The great note sounds faint. The great image is without shape. The great way is hidden and without name. Goes back to the opening. Right? Only the way is good and providing and completing. Okay, now this next chapter is kind of a doozy. So we'll open this up. And we'll come back to this one chapter next time, to 42, because it's so important at displaying the metaphysical concepts, right? But we'll take a musical break, and then we'll move to Why the Future Doesn't Need Us by Bill Joy. Okay? But yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking with us here. Okay. But chapter 42, he says, the way produces the one. Okay, so this is obviously the one is unique, it's complete unto itself, right? It's first, right? So there has to be a first, right? Okay. Now, obviously, what is truly wise does not draw a plan to create, but it creates what creates, right? Does not create in duality. Okay, but it works with what's already there. Okay, it also works with what is not there to accentuate what is there, right? Okay. So, I mean, it obviously creates a living spirit that has the capacity to produce what is good, right? And here in the Tao it says the way produces the one produces two. Okay, which is the mirror. Okay, it's obviously reflection, intelligence, right? Two produces three. Okay, so three produces the precious vessel, right? The mother of 10,000 things, right? Okay, three produces the myriad creatures. The myriad creatures shoulder yin and embrace yang, and by blending these key vital energies, they attain harmony, right? This is the one chapter that actually mentions these two concepts, right? Okay. People most despise being orphaned, desolate, or forlorn. Yet barons and kings take these as their personal appellations, and so sometimes diminishing a thing adds to it, sometimes adding to a thing diminishes it. What others teach, I also teach. The violent and overbearing will not die a natural death. I take this as the father of my teachings, he says. Okay. So there's a Lao Tzu for today. Okay. So he talks about a diminishing value of success and about using things, right, to attain an end. Okay. Thank you for joining us here. Blessings. See, slowly the numbers are going up. It is what it is. I think more people are noticing. Saturday we'll be here the same time, okay? We'll be here in the morning time. So Saturday morning, we'll be doing another stream on ellul and Taoism. Okay? And looking at Bill Joy. And next time, I think we'll actually open up the video and we might do it today too. We still have a significant amount of time. We have almost 2 hours left, right, of material here where I'll be bringing forward. And I'm fasting today, so I already have a scratchy throat. I'm talking a lot. Can't take a sip of water. I mean, so I'm extremely parched. Okay, I'm going to take a little musical break. I mean, blessings, guys. All right, here's some music for you guys. Blessings. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, I was totally weirded out by that trailer, Death of a Unicorn. Really weird stuff, folks. Kind of stuff are they promoting for the kids? It's really kind of strange. Anyways, we're moving forward here to look at Bill Joy, right? Why the future doesn't need us, right? Let me see if I could pull this up. Interesting. There's actually a video by Jay Dyer. Okay, I think he's a supporter of technocracy myself, right? Because he supports things like Bitcoin, right? So we've obviously talked about our differences with some of those orthos, right, for silently supporting technocracy, Zionism, and other projects, right, and claiming that they support some sort of general Christian teaching, right, which seems to oppose all of those things. As we've talked about with our friends Unseen Warfare and others, we'll be bringing you guys more analysis on that type of situation, right? But I'm pretty sure we could analyze TED Talks. Pretty sure we're allowed to analyze TED Talks, right? So I think we've already seen this before on the show. So we must have analyzed this already on the show. I may play just a small portion of this, see where we can get with it, right? We may analyze this over time, right, on the show, right? Bring little clips of it, right? And then also bring forward the portions of reading from Why the Future Doesn't Need Us, right? But I want to end with tying back in the statement from Kaczynski, because I think it's a rather potent statement to end the show with, right? So yeah. So we'll do that. But yeah, here's some of what he says here. Let's see what he says.
Global poverty. And what I found was quite surprising. We started looking at things like death rates in the 20th century, how they'd been improved. And very simple things turned out, you'd think maybe antibiotics made more difference than clean water, but it's actually the opposite. And so very simple things, off-the-shelf technologies that we could find easily on the then early web would clearly make a huge difference to that problem. But I also, in looking at more powerful technologies and nanotechnology and genetic engineering and other new emerging kind of digital technologies, became very
Right. So this is the complex that, you know, you could look at the technologists, right? And, you know, I mean, they make a big hubbub about AI, but the problem is that most people don't really know what artificial intelligence is. And people that are waiting for consciousness to emerge from the machine, right, are really sort of looking in the wrong place. You know, first of all, they don't have a defined idea of what consciousness is, right? So we've been over this many times, right? But on another end, right, it seems rather clear, right, that they seem to be looking at other advances, right? And the primary advances that they're looking at is things like virtual reality, right? Cryptocurrency, you know, other technological advances, right? Such as neural implants. Okay. Earlier I saw this. Let me pull this up. Okay, now they're actually promoting exactly the same thing that Kurzweil was talking about when we opened up our you know, our thing here. It says it's here. Cortical Labs just launched the first commercial biological computer, human neurons directly integrated into silicon chips, programmable and adaptive living computation, synthetic biological intelligence. And it says silicon meets neuron. Okay, so silicon chips in your brain, extensions. Okay. Biological computer. Okay, human neurons integrated into silicon chips, all right? It's here. It says, all right? Crazy stuff, folks. Okay. But yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's talk about it. Exactly.
very concerned about the potential for abuse. If you think about it in history, a long, long time ago, we dealt with the problem of an individual abusing another individual. We came with something, the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. That's a kind of a one-on-one thing. We organized into cities. We had many people, and to keep the many from tyrannizing the one, we came up with concepts like individual liberty. And then to have to deal with large groups, say at the nation state level, and we had to have.
Yeah, to keep the many from tyrannizing the one, we came up with ideas like individual liberty. First of all, who's we? Right? Then second of all, right, they said the freedom was a problem. That's what they said. You know, the tyranny of the majority, you know, that was about freedom being abused. I mean, it's so weird how I said that.
We came up with concepts like individual liberty. And then many will not kill. That's a kind of a one-on-one thing. We organized into cities. We had many people, and to keep the many from tyrannizing the one, we came up with concepts like individual liberty.
To keep the many from tyrannizing the one. No, that was a consequence of liberty. They were trying to limit liberty, right? You know, so they knew that liberty causes factions, right? So yeah, he's not exactly a political theorist, but we'll have to forgive him about that, you know. But let's move on.
And then to have to deal with large groups, say at the nation state level, and we had to have mutual non-aggression, or through a series of conflicts, we eventually came to a rough international bargain to largely keep the peace. But now we have a new situation, really what people call an asymmetric situation, where technology is so powerful that it extends beyond a nation state. It's not the nation states that have potential access to mass destruction, but individuals. And this is a consequence of the fact that these new technologies tend to be digital. We saw genome sequences, but in that it extends beyond a nation state. It's not the nation states that have potential access to mass destruction, but individuals. And this is a consequence of
What a weird way to phrase that, right? Right. I mean, the states invented, control, and obviously to an extent, they seem to govern over, technical advances, or they seem to give money to certain forms of technical enterprise. Right. But the main thing is this: is that why is he putting so much emphasis on the individual? Right? He doesn't seem to understand that all of this progress and individualism seems to subordinate the individual to the mass technical complex, as much as it seems to offer him conveniences, that seem to, make his life a lot more comfortable than it was in previous time. No one is going to argue that, right? But the fact is that compromise is brought to him by taking away his freedom and his power, right? And I don't know why he's so in the dark about. He wants to act like individuals have this destructive capacity. I mean, when the technical advances seem to improve, as we saw, they seem to improve the power of the individual, but also the police forces, right? So the police agencies gain more power, right? Obviously, this Fed type of dude, he's not going to acknowledge that type of power, right? But he's going to blame individuals. But that kind of seems like where they're at, right?
The fact that these new technologies tend to be digital. We saw genome sequences. You can download the gene sequences of pathogens off the internet if you want to. And clearly, someone recently, I saw in a science magazine, they said, well, the 1918 flu is too dangerous to FedEx around. If people want to use it in their labs for working, it might break in FedEx. Deniable. So individuals and small groups super empowered by access to these kind of.
We'll have to skip the jabberoonie stuff, but yeah, what's funny is that he's pointing out certain of the new dangers in terms of technology, right, that have come about on a mass scale, because of global communications, right? So because there's an ease of people moving about and that sort of thing. So this is obviously, a hitherto unforeseen consequence, right? That new measures have to be taken and put in place. I mean, and obvious, guarding from, pathogens. I mean,
self-replicating technologies, whether it be biological or other, are clearly a danger in our world. And the danger is that they can cause roughly what's a pandemic. And we really don't have experience with pandemics. And we're also not very good as a society at acting to things we don't have.
Whoa.
Direct and sort of gut level experience with. So it's not our nature. It's not in our nature to pre-act. And in this case,
I think what he means to say is that, and of course, he's talking about global issues, global problems,
right? That all of a sudden we have global issues and global problems, right? So yeah.
More piling on more technology doesn't solve the problem because it only superempowers people more. So the solution has to be, as people like Russell and Einstein and others imagined in a conversation that existed in a much stronger form, I think, early in the 20th century, that the solution had to be not just the head but the heart, public policy and moral progress.
So Russell was a proponent of moral progress. I mean, if you read Russell's scientific outlook, he recommends basically scientific totalitarianism, right? Yeah, which is shocking that he would put it that way, right? That Russell is some kind of priest of moral responsibility. That seems shocking. I mean, but yeah.
The bargain that gives us civilization is a bargain to not use power. We get our individual rights by society protecting us from others, not doing everything they can do, but largely doing only what is legal. And so to limit the danger of these new things, we have to limit ultimately the ability of individuals to have access essentially to pandemic power. And we also have to have sensible defense because
we have to limit individuals' capacity to have power because we want to use technology on a mass scale, right? So he's just putting it right forward in front of you, right? Okay.
No, a limitation is going to prevent a crazy person from doing something. But and the troubling thing is that it's much easier to do something bad than to defend against all possible bad things. So the offensive uses really have an asymmetric advantage. So these are the kind of thoughts I was thinking in 1999 and 2000, and my friends told me.
Okay. So there's the last point we'll get to, is that the negative uses are going to far outweigh the bad uses, right? Because one could much more easily fail than to organize the appropriate use of something on a mass scale, right? Or to weaponize the bad use of something, right? So, he's hit on a major point, right, about technology, right? Okay, we'll move to the text here. And we'll analyze this in short portions here, in about 4 sections, as we read this text. Okay. Thank you guys for joining us. Okay, the link is pinned. We're going to be on for about an hour and a half more looking at some key insights here. Right? And I greatly appreciate you guys being here with us. And let me see how much we may get through here. Yeah, there's quite a bit here. So yeah, this should be read in about 4 parts. And we'll read a lot of it today. Okay. So if we could get through about 7 pages or so, that would be phenomenal. If not, that seems ambitious, but we'll see what we can do. And we're pretty late in the fast here, so I'm feeling a little bit tired at this point. But it's not too bad. I mean, but yeah, a cup of coffee, some other things would very, very much be nice right now. But yeah, we'll wait a few more hours.
we have until 6 p.m. Until the fast will be concluded. Let me come back in with my camera. Blessings, Hank. You hold it down for a second. Thank you.
Yeah, I must apologize. Something Comcastic happened, and I had to unplug the modem for I think 3 minutes straight before it came on and reset itself. So
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Yeah, but no worries, my friend. Yeah, but I'm gonna come back in. Just give me 1 second here. Blessings.
Alright, so I might entertain the chat for a couple minutes. Okay, that's fine. It's time to have guided meditation. Um.
Yeah, it just said it just added a new feature as I refreshed the page. So it said introducing scenes. So
Yeah, I saw that already.
yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Scenes. Demo scene. I don't know. What is this?
I never used the feature, and I'm probably gonna use OBS more because due to just the security, web security, the websites can't record desktop audio on my system. Well, maybe it could be subverted, but I had to do more research. But I think I'm gonna use OBS to do the game streaming since I couldn't get the audio out of the game's desktop app. So.
Yeah, we're here, and yeah, blessings. We're gonna open this up in terms of Bill Joy, and we're looking at robot overlords, and we looked at this guy Danny Hillis yesterday, and we're gonna be reading a work by him called "Close to Singularity." He's a founder of the Long Now Foundation, and a futurist, and one of the top researchers into artificial intelligence, right? In the past, right? But yeah, he's talking to him, and he's thinking about Kurzweil and Moravik and Kaczynski, right? He said, while talking and thinking about Kurzweil, Kaczynski, Moravik, okay, all these thinkers that talked about, the capability of machines, okay, to basically enslave humans, right? And to become a separate order from humanity, right? Now, Kurzweil, as we saw, put that in its most fantastical and utopian format, right? But some of these other thinkers, they had some other ideas about it, right? But yeah, he says I suddenly remembered a novel I read almost 20 years ago, The White Plague by Herbert, in which a molecular biologist is driven insane by a senseless murder of his family. To seek revenge, he constructs and disseminates a new kind of highly contagious plague that kills widely but selectively. We're reading Bill Joy, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. We're hearing some of his reflections of what he's talking about. He says, we're lucky Kaczynski was a mathematician and not a biologist. I was also reminded of the Borg of Star Trek, a hive of partly biological, partly robotic creatures with a strong destructive streak, right? Okay, obviously the Borg strives to transform humans into machines, whereas a humanistic society seeks to use machines to amplify the human need for exploration, right? And it tends to make machine-made intelligence that strives to be like humans, right? Like Noonien Soong, right? But instead, okay, the Borg, right, seek to assimilate, right? Okay, assimilation, right? And it says, you know, the Borg actually says that your culture and your technology will be assimilated. Right, so it actually uses the word assimilation. I mean, to describe its goal, right? So yeah, I think Bill Joy is on to something about the Borg and the way they're looking at it, right? And we talked about it. We talked about how these ideas of technological monism, you know, there's only one YouTube video that's explaining the very popular work by ellul, by the way, promoted by Aldous Huxley and Terence McKenna and all these popular names, right? But still, there's no YouTube videos talking about the concept of technological monism. How strange is that? How strange is that? Okay, for it to be such a just blotted out subject, right? Yet they could make movies about it, talking about it as a science fiction conspiracy, and they could make billions of dollars, right? Okay, but nobody's ever heard of the subject in terms of philosophy. You could just thousands of things about matrix and simulation theory and all this stuff, but nothing about technological monism. Very strange. I mean, this concept, right? That you could create an artificial world, right? That where humans are used as the resource, right? Instead of humans gathering resources for the needs of the system, right? Which some people think is the present system that we're living in. It's not true, right? Okay, we're living in the former and not the latter, right? Anyways, whoa, let me not make my laptop fall off the desk here. Okay, let me actually push this back a little bit.
Yeah, unless it's a like a rugged Dell Latitude or Panasonic top, but it's not probably gonna hurt it.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, but oh snap, we got not laws and name isn't important. Some new characters in the chat. Blessings to Voy. Thank you. Yeah, and not laws says if Hank assimilated me, I would down a fedora. Blessings. I mean, and we got name isn't important. Perforated eardrum for 5 years. Since last year, a headache every day. Damn. I think maybe I might have something like that. I have constant migraines that I get. I mean, and hopefully I don't get one today. That's why I got to get off the computer after I hit the 6-hour mark. I got to actually pressure myself to get off of here because I'm getting a scratchy throat. You know, it's not a good idea to be in front of a screen when you're fasting. I mean,
I have an idea. So how about instead of going over a 6-hour mark, we cut at the 5-hour mark. That way.
Well, that's a little too short. I'm sure I could squeeze out another hour and a half, especially because I still have to talk about ecophagy, and he's going to get into the subject, and it's going to get into some stuff. But yeah, you know, yeah, the nano machines eating the earth, transforming it into a gray goo. You know, forming a artificial ecology, so to speak, right? So, you know, there's all sorts of things that, you know, we're going to talk about ecophagy, ecocide, and technocide. Okay, 3 terms. The third one that I just simply made up. But, I mean, the other 2 are terms that are used by, experts. Right, they've been used by experts not to describe a science fiction scenario, but to describe the unpredictability, right, of certain technologies that they're developing, and then questioning whether those technologies should be developed. See, that's the key part. That's why we're here, folks. I mean, everybody's going to sit on their hands, right? But we could at least question, right, why these technologies are going to be developed. So then we can go and pose the question, should we develop such technologies? And if we can put that problem into the mass conscience, then we could maybe get to people saying, well, we need to relinquish certain forms of technology on a mass scale. We're very far from that. Okay, we're very far from that in our present age, right? But I think eventually we could work our way there with certain types of re-education, as to quote ellul and Malcolm X and the other people that we were saying, right? So we're at the very rudimentary stages of that here. We're on 17 viewers deep on a public platform. We might as well be in the park with a megaphone, totally ramshackle, form of but where is this conversation being had? Well, I really have to question myself, right? It's not being had eloquently in many places. It seems to be the problem, right? So yeah, so we have our friend here, blessings, boy.
What is up,
Hey,
Mohammed? What's up,
going on?
man?
Hey,
Yeah,
what's
you
going on?
were talking about the ethics of development, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, this is the first time I seen Boy with his camera on panel. First time.
That's the first time for everything, Hank. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I mean that's a very interesting topic. That's why I joined. The ethics of evolution, of techniques, the technocratic development, right? The ethics of that, like that might come up in some of these startups, but I think that topic is quickly skipped. They quickly get past that topic these days, if even it is a topic to begin with. So that's why I think it's very interesting that you touched on it.
Yeah, because who decides, when new technologies are developed, whether, their effect on society as a whole is going to be good or bad? Who decides that? It's a very important ethical concern and question that doesn't seem to have a concrete answer. And that's part of the, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when I think of a startup, let's say, right, because that's where most of development lies these days, right? People starting to think of a new app or a new software, new hardware, whatever. And so these are called startups now, because it's not even a company; it's a startup, because they want to dissolve into the oneness of the whole thing that is the world. It's so disgusting. Where was I going with this? Yeah, the ethics of it all, right? I mean, I think the whole civilization as a whole has passed that station. We're just holding on to these last latches on the fringes of the internet, together with Mohammed and Hank. Where is morality? Can we find it somewhere? Is there something that makes sense anywhere? It's hard to find it.
Yeah, and I think we have to look for it not only in humanity but in nature. And I think the things that we've forsaken, that we've lived in an age, right? And I think the modern age, right, they've exhausted I say there's four sort of gins that encapsulate the human spirit. I mean, and you can summarize them in these Greek conceptions. I mean, and I think the four main ones are ethos, you know, which is the ethical realm, you know, logos, which is the realm of reason, right? And also the symbolic realm, you know, and there's also eros, which is the artistic capacity of man, and there's also thumos, which is the ability of man to seek honor. I mean, and
So
this
Mechanos is not a part of that.
Mechanos, I think, is a modern architectonic form that has become alive, you know, that has given life. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, through the
Yeah.
predominance of technique. And I think Ellul is right. The predominance of technique is very sudden. I mean, it just, I mean, sort of, you know, rose up. But yeah, but I think these two forms about, you know, art and science. And I think the modern world is a combination of art and science. They maximize the human capacity for those things. I mean, and they,
I
yeah,
think the origins of the etymology of both of those definitions lie in the same word. I think it's Latin or in Greek. I'm not sure. It's been a long time ago since I've seen that. But you can see it in some languages. You can still see it, like kunst and techniek. You know,
yeah,
they have very much. That's actually sort of like an anagram of each other. And
yeah, art and technique, right? You know,
yeah, and then you know it is not so obvious in English, but in many other languages it is. Like, and that's so weird about English that they made science and a seance. Like that's almost the same. When it's actually
Yeah, and that's
ski
why
and
I
ski.
say like what is an iPhone? Like an iPhone is a merger of functionality and aesthetics.
Yeah.
You know, meaning that the thing does what it looks like. I mean, which is a weird concept, right? But its functionality is based on its visual appearance. I mean,
Yeah,
and its aesthetic, you know, expression. I
yeah,
mean,
a 2D expression. Yeah.
yeah. So I think that it's you know, and I think that that guy had some ideas about that. I'm not too familiar with his thoughts, but the guy Steve Jobs actually talked about stuff like that. You know, in his little meetings and stuff, he actually said like, "Oh, we need technology to become user friendly," and like you know, he would make these types of proclamations. That are you know interesting. You know, at the very least, but yeah, it takes the piss out of this idea that you know that people should be able to develop, that we should have a do-it-yourself model, right, where people can develop and build their own machines, and right, and I think that is a much superior model. I mean, to have to have you know, give the individual people the capacity to build their own machines and see what they come up with.
So technically, it does exist, but
have you ever seen like the creativity of a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, like even a 4-year-old? If you would teach these people machines like from a young age, you would come up with the most magnificent results. You know that
Right.
that we dream of and that we can think of, and even beyond that we can think of. You know, and it's so easy. You know, it's not like you should print this into everybody's brain or stomp this into everybody, but make it available for those who want to go there. You know, because
so technically it does exist, but it's esoteric. So like we have breadboards, but we can't buy them from Walmart. So technically this exists. The tools are available, but they're not readily available. They're stuck in a warehouse near you, but it's not on the shelf at Walmart. So.
Well, that too, but I mean, I think you can buy a piano, like something that resembles a piano at Walmart for like 20 bucks or even less. I don't know.
It's more than that, but yes, like this.
Yeah.
Yes, you can buy something like
If
this
you
at
want to,
Walmart.
if you want to teach the basics of music to a child, it is available, for just this little investment. And instead of letting your child watch the TV all day, you can just, set them up with the piano and let them have a go at it, or even try to teach them how to learn to play the piano, and or whatever, or how to think, be a philosopher, how to write, or I don't know, how to swing the ropes from rope to rope like a fucking Tarzan.
Yeah.
Because we need Tarzan too, dude.
So the thing is we need a good paradigm. So your government school claims that's teaching your children how to think, but really they tell them what to think because that's easier.
Yeah.
So it's actually it needs some work. It's not quite as simple as we would think it is.
Some work,
not impossible.
Some work, you say. Well, it would be a shame to get rid of all the infrastructure as it is, because the infrastructure is pretty tight and neat, as I know it, and as we are used to in the Western world, right? It would be a shame to destroy that all, but still we need to get rid of the system altogether,
Yeah, and that goes to a greater ethical dimension of the problem, which is that since the system is interconnected, how would you ethically refuse certain parts of the system? Who exactly would make such a determination? I mean, so that comes to the entire crux of the issue, right? Which is that, obviously you have people like Kurzweil that are saying that, stuff like nanotechnology is just inevitable, right? Well, that means that, that we'll have to accept the dangers that go along with something like that, right? Which, in this text, he really goes out to outline, and we'll get to the most absurd version of that, which is ecophagy, right? And or ecocide or technocide, right? And I'll actually pull that up before we start this to entice people into the weirdness of what this is. So let me see if I could pull this up. Ecophagy. Okay, I have it open here. Ecophagy is term coined by Robert Freitas that means the consumption of an ecosystem. It derives from Greek oikos, quote, household, phagene, to eat. Okay. Freitas used the term to describe a scenario involving molecular nanotechnology gone awry. In this situation called Grey Goose scenario, out of control self-replicating nanorobots consume the entire ecosystem, resulting in global ecophagy.
Well, it pretty much sounds like a virus trying to conquer the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now this is what's interesting, and I'm going to steal this use of the term, right? So that's why I'm presenting it here now, to tell people how I'm going to be stealing this use of the term. Okay. It says the word ecophagy is now applied more generally in reference to any event. Well, whoop-de-doo. Okay. Or even better, yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. All right. To quote Bruce Willis at the end of Die Hard, right? Nuclear war, right? The spread of monoculture. Ooh, I like that one.
How I learned to love the bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, the spread of monoculture is a great one. You know, that you can use global ecophagy as, the decline of cultural refinement through the development of a monoculture. I mean, that's very Confucian, shall we say? Massive species extinctions. Okay, that one's kind of weak. I mean, they're just going to argue that that's always happened. I mean, so yeah, that might fundamentally alter the planet, right? Okay, so yeah, unrelenting growth of human population, the steady transformation of the natural world by human beings. Okay, obviously, some of those are a stretch, but I've heard people like Joe Rogan, essentially describe, the whole process of, humans being on Earth as being a corrosive mold. Very misanthropic view by some of the scientists and other people that were like some type of fungus or mold. I mean,
Well, this misanthropic view has caught on,
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
you meet so many people that say, "Oh, there's too many people around."
Yeah. Yeah, no, this one is great
And I
because
get it because I live in one of the most densely populated countries in the world, so I get it.
Yeah.
But even here, it's doable. Even here, it's doable.
Right.
Yeah. Not lying.
Excuse me. Very dry throat. But yeah, it says perhaps the earliest recognized best known danger of molecular nanotechnology is a risk that self-replicating nanobots capable of functioning autonomously, which they want to achieve that, by the way, right? In the natural environment could quickly convert the natural environment, e.g. biomass, into replicas of themselves, nanomass. Okay, so we got to steal that nanomass. Just a
That's like such a contradictory term, right?
that is the black goo. I mean, essentially
Nanomass?
that. Yeah,
Like
that
it-
essentially. Yeah, everybody is seeing. If you'll talk to people who seem to be schizo, right? They'll talk a lot about this black goo, right? They'll see visions of this black goo. I mean, so yeah.
but like the definition of nano is like it's beyond mini, and beyond mini is micro. Beyond micro is what is it? Micro. And then there's
really?
and then there's nano, and beyond nano there's nothing. So but mass is like totally the opposite. Like mass is like gigantic, right? So it's a nano mass. Like that's so.
I know it's such a weird word.
Like it's such a broad term.
Nanomass.
Yeah, you gotta steal that. You gotta steal that.
Nanomass.
DJ Nanomass.
A little bit. A little bit.
But a lot of it.
A lot of a little bit. A lot of a little. Yeah, exactly. On a global basis, a scenario usually referred to as gray goo problem. Uh-oh. We don't want don't get don't get any of that on you. Unfortunate name, gray goo. I mean, they could have picked a different color. Let's just go with black goo. That's less jizzy. I mean, right.
That's racist.
Yeah, maybe that's racist. Yeah, that's gonna be construed as race. Yeah, they had to go with gray because you don't want it to be white. You don't want it to be black. Well, what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to make it gray. But
it's just my avatar. I'm not representing the pink ones here. Okay.
Yeah. Not our wording, not our choice of wording. They said it, not us. No homo. Okay. The gray goo. Wait, why don't I have? Wait, what happened to my banner? What a bunch of horse shit.
Comcastic.
Yeah,
Kill the idols.
Yeah, like
That
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? I came back in and they didn't put my banner back up. Oh well. I mean, oh well, folks. I guess it makes us look smaller because of how giant the banner is. So yeah, that's not that good. I kind of feel smaller now that there's a banner. But yeah, the banner, it says things. I'll have to update at some point. But yeah, gray goo problem.
Dude, the drones are not easy to kill though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
but I'm gonna but I'm gonna go ahead and call it global ecophagy instead of no homo, the gray goo problem, because that could mean many things in the global homo age. I mean, let's go to this term. Oh, well, I'm not even gonna click on the term gray goo. Please don't search that, folks. Let's go to ecocide.
Yeah, just ecocide. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go to ecocide. That's a nice family friendly term. Ecocide.
That's a way friendlier term. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? We don't want to get any of that on us. You know what I mean? Let's run the clip, folks. Yeah.
Can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
What?
We'll look out for that by follow that up by saying, don't get any of that gray goo on you. All right, but we'll move on. Ecocide. You know what I mean?
I feel like I've just been good, dude.
Yeah, ecocide or technocide. See, we made up this last term. Ecocide doesn't make any sense. I mean, that means that human beings, okay, the beings that are made out of the clay of the earth are gonna destroy it somehow. That doesn't seem possible. You mean maybe because the earth has a direct connection to heaven. I mean, but if you look at, yeah, it's got angels on speed dial. I mean, but yeah, we might destroy ourselves because of our technical capacity. So technocide may be a better term. Of course, we can't say the actual term. We have to say self-harm because of the TOS restrictions. I mean, right? But ecocide, oikos. Okay, or that's where the term ecology comes from. Okay, we explained that yesterday on the show, right? But that it means more than ecology, but it also means environment and family and other things, right? So large scale groupings, really, that are natural, right? So it's a very complex term. Oikos. See, here it's translated as home, which is pretty stupid, honestly. Go click on oikos. It's a very complex idea. I mean, so why in this article they're translating it as home, but you could literally type in oikos and go to the page, and it'll give a much more complex definition of the very same word. I mean, see, it says Greek word for family unity, right? Two distinct concepts: the family and the family's house, unit of society in Greek city-states. Okay, so it's literally talking about a household. Okay, okay, in relation to the economy. Okay, so it's got a lot of weight behind that word. I mean, ecology, right? Which is interesting, right? But it said cadre, okay? Is the destruction of the environment by humans. Ecocide threatens all human population or dependent on natural resources for maintaining ecosystems. It's weird that they just created a term and it has a Wikipedia page. Um, common causes of ecocide. See, they're just pretending it's. See, this is hyperstition in real time. They're just running with it. What the fuck? I've never seen anything like this, folks. They are
No,
running with it.
I mean,
They're like,
and full throttle, you know.
yeah, like they're like, it's in a damn UN conference. Like, what are you, a conspiracist? You don't believe in ecocide? Like, yeah, I mean,
The
whoa.
world, it's killing it. The Earth is killing itself.
Yeah, yeah, you know, I mean, oh, look at this. Ecocide is a common theme in fiction in many films and book sets. Post-ecocide world, including James Cameron Avatar films. Blade Runner. I've actually never seen Blade Runner. Maybe I should go watch that. Mad Max. Wall-E. Interstellar. Soylent Green. Okay.
Running Man, too. Right.
Yeah. Interesting. And obviously the opposite of that is proposed by Kurzweil in the one of the most craziest psyops of all time, I think, is his whole idea that the good nanobots are gonna stop global warming. I mean, whoa. I mean, that has Tikkun Olam written all over it. I mean, for sure. I mean, but yeah.
Nasara Gazara, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you could throw everything in there, pretty much. Including replicators. Matter replicators. I mean, good lord. Because he literally says you combine 3D printing with nano machines and just be able to create anything you want. I mean,
it's like knock knock. Who is there? Hi, I'm here from the government. I'm here to help you. What would you like me to be? And then, sir, I would like you to be a cookie, and they would actually turn into a cookie, and you would eat.
Yeah. Yeah, or this guy, absolute buffoonery of this guy Elon Musk, who just said that they're going to create robots to do all the work, so the average citizen will have an infinite amount of wealth.
That's just the Venus Project. That's just the Venus Project again.
Yeah, how exactly will that? Yeah, that's
robot nannies.
That makes no sense. I mean,
yeah, robot nannies from the Venus Project. So.
Because you can't have your own children, that's that's why they need a nanny to take care of seed that you disposed of somewhere in a torso, and it's just gonna make babies of you, of your seed, Hank.
Well, I can have my own children, but if I acquire the resource, that would be breaking the law.
Oh. Well, they're going to make new laws. You know how that works. And they're just going to get rid of you. And they're just going to go along with your clones because they are the best clones. They're functional, dude. Finally.
I'm pressing exit out.
Yeah. So yeah, so keep that in mind, folks, as we read this this stuff here, as he's talking about the Borg and all these things. He says part of the answer certainly lies in our attitude towards the new and our bias towards instant familiarity and unquestioning acceptance.
Yeah.
Accustomed to living in almost routine scientific breakthroughs, we have yet to come to terms with the fact that the most compelling 21st century technologies, robotics and genetic engineering, nanotechnology, pose a different threat than the technologies that have come before. Specifically, robots, engineered organisms, and nanobots share a dangerous amplifying factor. They can self-replicate. Okay. So they're moving towards a dangerous scale, okay, where, you know, not only machines will be used to program other machines, right, but, you know, machines will have the capacity to self-replicate, as I discussed in many of our previous.
Well,
We've been
machines.
programming machines with other machines for at least the last 40 years.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I would say it's close to 65 at this point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually, you know what's interesting is that you know, I was reading Mumford earlier before the show started, and he was actually saying that, you know, his whole idea of civilization, he said the idea of the mega machine is not invented, you know, with the idea of modern society, but it's been there since ancient civilization. You know, that they had the idea that you could organize human society in such a way as to magnify the technical aspect of society, right? And certain great civilizations actually had a quite masterful, you know, technical aspect to their organization. You know, you look at the Aztecs and, you know, the Egyptians and different people. They had extreme order. I mean,
Yeah.
and organization.
Just make optimal use of the forces of nature. Right? And the forces of nature became part of the culture.
Yeah, and the human forces. And that's the key part that Mumford highlights, you know, is that they were exploiting the key use of the human effort within the society. You know, they created like a circuit.
So
between-
actually, the first human resources.
Yeah, exactly. And right, so, you know, he talks about this idea of the mega machine. I mean, here, let me actually try to see if I could find the part that I was reading earlier. He says that he said in a word, what modern economists lately termed the machine age had its origin not in the 18th century but at the outset of civilization. Okay, so we'll get back to that. But he's talking about people who were building the pyramids. They knew well how to, you know, exploit the technical capacities of individuals and all that sort of thing, and use them towards a greater goal or purpose.
I think that there were way less human minds or minds altogether, whether they were human or other minds, back in the day. And so therefore, every and any mind had more consciousness to begin with. So when there's more minds in the world, there's less consciousness for every mind to perceive. I don't know if I'm right, but is there?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very material way of thinking, right? It might be just like it might be a nonsensical idea.
Well, I don't know. You know, where do ideas come from? You know, there is a phenomenon that once people think of things in one area, they seem to discover it in other places.
Yeah,
and so
without any communication in between. Right?
yeah. So that's happened all over the place, and it's definitely happened in the technological age where they're able to communicate it over long distances, right? So it's interesting. I mean, to say the least. I mean, but yeah, is consciousness sort of like a, you know, like there's a greater pool of consciousness that we're all drawing from, you know, universal mind. You know, nobody actually really knows. I mean, you know, how consciousness operates. So for us to then, and that's what we were discussing earlier, is that these technologists, right, they talk about thinking machines, right, and they skip the problem of defining consciousness, right? So, you know, they've totally avoided that question. You know, like Kurzweil totally avoids that question. He says it's not a scientific question, yet he's
I think maybe the world was like a way simpler place back then, and there was no border between thinking and
being
and being, or it's like
yeah.
I think that's why people like Orwell and all the other people that it's a Russian's name, Solzhenitsyn, they were able to write out these great novels, right, about the future, because they could see what's coming. Like if you're gonna start, they could see the slippery slope or the gliding scale that society was treading, right? Nothing was level anymore. Everything was on a scale and everything was on a gliding scale. And they could see where this was going. We cannot see this anymore.
So here's the thing you have to understand. The top 1% of people are not most people. That's the thing. That's the thing people get confused on when they read history. The top 1% of people are not most people. So those are special cases.
Yeah, but I think that the people that were writing those novels back in the day were like very close to the 1% or part of the 1%. So they could see, and they had the clarity of mind and the time of day to think about those things. Everybody else was just working their asses off and had no, pretty much like it is nowadays. And then they were just working their asses off back in the day, and now they are distracted, by the media.
The easiest way to predict the future is to cause it yourself. So,
yeah. Do you think that's how the Bible was written?
I don't know enough to say either way yet.
Yeah, so it's interesting. What what Mumford says, and obviously what's funny is that Mumford actually disagrees with the Ellul, as we're seeing. In our readings, he actually seems to very much disagree with them. And I want to bring back up the video that we were looking at where Mumford explains life in the city. Because I don't think I really got like very much into that, first time we had that.
I never heard about such a thing, but I always grew up in this like semi-urban village, local community, right? And people wanted to migrate towards the city, and I was like, no, Amsterdam of all places, right? I mean, everybody knows Amsterdam in this tiny little country of ours. But I was, no, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go to the city. It never was attractive to me. To live in to go in the city, yes, for reasons, but to live in the city, no, thank you. No. It's just not my thing. No.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, yeah, my ex-wife, she wanted to move to Chicago. And yeah, I really didn't want to move to Chicago, definitely. I mean, but yeah, interesting. I mean, and it's not just that. I actually felt very uncomfortable being in the city. I felt like a commotion, like my thoughts were moving super fast. Like I found myself going to Lake Michigan a lot and just staring at the lake.
As a remedy.
Remedy. Yeah, sort of as a remedy for the noise. I mean, and I thought it was very peaceful, there in particular. And Yeah, and after a while, I thought, why am I spending all this time in this big city and I'm just staring at a fucking lake and just drinking? Like this city is fucking depressing.
Well, it is. Yeah. But then again, these are the cities nowadays, and that's just because of all the pollution. If there wasn't that many people around and not that much technology around, you would enjoy it. Just like you would enjoy it. I mean, I walked around in like 10 years ago, 15 years ago in Slovenia, in a big city, in their capital. You can just park there, in the city and just not even pay $1 an hour to park there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Dr. Skrbina is actually Slovenian.
Right? And
yeah, that's funny. We're reading from his anthology right now. But
yeah. The first time I heard you speak his name, I was like, that sounds quite Slovenian.
Yeah, he's like 6'5". He's huge, and you can compare him to other white people. He doesn't look like them at all. He's like red. He's got like red skin. But yeah, it's funny, man. He did an interview with Adam Green. Who has a whole Slavic theme. Yeah, and you could tell how different Adam Green looks than Dr. Skrbina. He doesn't look like a Slav at all. Which is pretty funny.
But does he claim to be? Does Adam Green claim to be?
Well, he has the whole theme, with the Vikings and all this. So it's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious.
They are Slovenian people are very much like Polish and German people. And they're very technical.
That's the thing, is that my wife is Polish, and she even looks very different from other white people. You know what I mean? Like reddish blonde hair. So kind of very different. Like certain like freckles and stuff. Like this is the type of stuff like they look physically different, and their skin color looks different. It's not just that; it's like they look redder.
Yeah, it's like Eastern European look kind of brown, like the guy in my avatar. They look pretty brown.
Pretty is not the word, but kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the word, not the appropriate word.
But yeah, if you have sex with a dead tree, no, I'm just joking, guys. Guy's so fucking annoying. But
can't increase consent.
Yeah.
You had to ask Andrew Wilson that.
Definitely. But yeah, he's gonna get into the. Okay, I'm not gonna say the words. The black goo. But yeah, it says 21st century technologies, robotics, genetic engineering, nanotechnology pose a different threat, right? And he says, what's the threat that they pose? He says they can self-replicate. Right. So I talked about from Weiner, the two things was that, machines programming other machines and machines self-replicating the same way that genes do. And so they're talking about all sorts that these things are going to be in the bloodstream repairing the genes that Kurzweil was talking about, right? So he said each of these oh wait, I got to go back up a paragraph.
And I think the result of that, of that plan is the gooey strains,
the gooey
ooey that they find in the veins, the gooey ooey strains that they find
from the Power Rangers movie,
of
human
beings, after they've been after they've been jabbed. That's just the start of it. It's
the Jabberwockies. We'll call them Jabberwockies. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, but
they did reproduce use, and they did, and it all they did was clog the system. Well, that's the first step, right? Clog the system.
Yeah, it says wait. He's comparing it to computer viruses. So he says, while replication in a computer or a computer network can be a nuisance, at worst, it disables a machine or takes down a network or network service. Uncontrolled self-replication in these newer technologies runs a much greater risk, a risk of substantial damage in the physical world. Okay, and he says that yeah, okay, so he addresses how he says that genetic engineering is going to provide treatments, outright cures, and he's saying this is according to Kurzweil. And we heard some of his great cures. He said life extension. He actually said people are just going to like live forever, basically. I mean, because the nanobots are going to be simultaneously repairing your genes, right? So, yeah. So he says this vision of near immortality that Kurzweil sees in his robot dreams drives us forward. Genetic engineering may soon provide treatments, if not cures, for most diseases. Nanotechnology and nanomedicine can address yet more ills. Together, they could significantly extend our average lifespan, improve our quality of lives. Yet in each of these technologies, a sequence of small, individually sensible advances leads to an accumulation of great power and concomitantly great danger. Yeah, no kidding. What was different from the 20th century? Certainly the technologies underlying the weapon of mass destruction, WMD, nuclear, biological, chemical, were powerful. And the weapons, an enormous threat, but the building of nuclear weapons required, at least for a time, access to both rare, indeed effectively unavailable raw materials and highly protected information. Biological and chemical weapons programs also tended to require large-scale activities. The 21st century technologies, genetics, nanotechnology, robotics, are so powerful that they could spawn a whole new class of accidents and abuses. Most dangerously, for the first time, these accidents and abuses are widely within the reach of individuals or small groups. Okay, he seems to stress that, but I think that's honestly a non-point.
I think it is a good point because you don't need a global conspiracy to get it done. You just need maybe a couple wealthy people or a whole little group of smart people.
Right, yeah, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, definitely. It says
I would say it's just one rich guy or still a little group of smart people. So like Batman can get stuff done and cover it up and do his vigilante stuff.
yeah. Yeah, now he says that the large facilities or raw materials for the NBC will not be required for the GNR complex. So he says we have the ability of not just weapons of mass destruction, but knowledge-enabled mass destruction. KMD, he says. Okay, this destructiveness hugely amplified by the power of self-replication. Okay, I think it is no exaggeration to say we are on the cusp of further perfection of extreme evil. An evil whose possibilities spreads well beyond that which weapons of mass destruction bequeathed. That's always a fun word, bequeathed. to the nation states, onto a surprising and terrible empowerment of extreme individuals. Nothing about the way I got involved with computers suggested to me I was going to be facing these kind of issues. Yeah. So he should have been worried a lot sooner. Right. And maybe he's wondering now if he contributed to the problem. Right. Okay. So he's sort of raising the alarm. This is the funny part. He says, my life has been driven by a deep need to ask questions and find answers. Yeah, all the scientists always say this. Even when now their inventions pose an existential risk to humankind, they still say, oh, we're just asking deep questions. We're just curious. Well, curiouser and curiouser. When I was 3, he said I was already reading, so my father took me to elementary school where I sat on the principal's lap and read him a story. I started school early, later skipped a grade, escaped into books. I was incredibly motivated to learn. I asked lots of questions, often driving adults to distraction. As a teenager, I was very interested in science and technology. I wanted to be a ham radio operator, but didn't have the money to buy the equipment. Ham radio was the internet of its time. Very addictive and quite solitary. Money issues aside, my mother put her foot down. I was not to be a ham. I was antisocial enough already, he says. Oh, here it's getting weird. He starts talking about.
I remember those days, dude. Like that was like the late 70s, early 80s, right? Yeah, we had those things. Yeah, and we connected the antenna to the how do you call this, to the rail drain of the instead of making an antenna, we just connected it to the drain of the roof.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that would be a way larger antenna, and so we received like way more. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
That's pretty smart. Bounce the signal off of that. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, he says I may not have had many close friends. Oh man, but I was awash in ideas. That's a modern condition, really. You know, modern society makes it possible to live alone. Okay, we talked about that. I mean, and he says, by high school, I had discovered the great science fiction writers. I remembered Heinlein. Okay, Heinlein was, I don't know if you guys know this, but he was in the OTO. Very interesting guy that was very satanic in his leanings, right? And actually put a lot of satanic symbolism inside of his novels, right?
It's easy to go there at a young age, you know.
Yeah.
That's why they try to get to everybody at such a young age.
I did a look OTO. They're all pretty old there.
Yeah, but he's definitely points to, along with Edward Bulwer Lytton, and others, the occult origins of science fiction. I mean, but yeah, Asimov, I, Robot, Three Laws of Robotics. I was enchanted by the descriptions of space travel, he says. I wanted to have a telescope to look at the stars. Since I had no money to buy or make one, I checked books on telescope making out of the library and read about making them instead. I soared in my imagination. Thursday nights, my parents went bowling, and we kids stayed at home. It was a night of Gene Roddenberry's original Star Trek. Oh, yeah, baby. And the program made a big impression on me. Yeah, it's made a huge impression on me, that program. I love that show. Personally. For my money, I think it's one of the greatest series ever developed. Especially the Next Generation. Okay, there's few shows that I actually recommend. I mean, yeah, that is definitely one of them. The series Lost is one of them. Okay, lots of allusions to philosophers and scientists in the series Lost that are highly significant, and they're talking about the Kabbalah in the show Lost. Certain end time scenarios. I mean, and Twilight Zone is another show I recommend. X-Files is another show I recommend. But other than those sort of 4 shows, I haven't really watched a lot of other serialized programs other than animes. But yeah, Star Trek, right? The program made a big impression on me. He says I came to to accept its notions that humans had a future in space. Very interesting ideas in Star Trek. First of all, it assumes that mankind is a world government. Okay, it assumes that the military and the space exploration and the scientific arm of the society are both one and the same. And so it's very, very interesting program, right? Okay, came to accept its notion that humans had a future in space, Western style. The big heroes and adventures, Roddenberry's vision of the centuries to come, was one of strong moral values embodied in codes like the Prime Directive, to not interfere in the development of less technologically advanced civilizations. Very interesting credo. You might offset their evolutionary process, right? Okay, that civilizations that don't develop their moral capacity along with their technical capacity may destroy themselves. That's the premise. Very odd that such a supporter of technological evolution, okay, including some of the most, astonishing advances in every field, right? A promoter of these things would highlight such a unique danger of existential risk based on technical capacity as well. Very strange. Very, very strange. It's odd shit, guys. If you guys don't think it's weird, you're asleep. If that doesn't knock you in the fucking socks, knock your socks off. I really don't know what will, folks. Well, I got something.
That doesn't, but I do know what knocked my socks off.
I'm just merely here trying to hold on, to my socks.
Yeah, I got something even more fucking crazy than that one. But yeah, he says that this idea of the Prime Directive had an incredible appeal to him. Ethical humans, not robots, dominated this future. I took Roddenberry's dream as part of my own. Ha! Fantastical. Visions.
If there's a prime directive, does that imply that there's a subprime directive?
It does imply that. It does.
Yeah, it's probably like don't give them McDonald's or something. Right? Might alter their genes.
don't put water on tribbles.
Yeah. So he
Okay.
says, yeah, so he says he excelled in mathematics in high school and went to the University of Michigan as an undergraduate engineering student. Okay, he took the advanced curriculum of the mathematics majors. Solving math problems was an exciting challenge. But when I discovered computers, I found something much more interesting: a machine into which you could program that attempted to solve a problem, after which the machine quickly checked the solution. The computer had a clear notion of a correct and incorrect, true and false. Were my ideas correct? The machine could tell me. This was very seductive. I was lucky enough to get a job programming early supercomputers and discovered the amazing power of large machines to numerically simulate advanced designs. And he says, when I went to graduate school at UC Berkeley in the mid 1970s, I I started staying up late, often all night, inventing new worlds inside the machines, solving problems, writing codes that argued so strongly to be written.
Exactly. That's which is why I have such a loose definition of universe, so I can keep track of those things. I think a computer can be called a universe in some context. But Mark Reed disagrees with me because he has his notion, he has his. His ontology just doesn't even work. But I could talk to him about that later.
Yeah, the ontological soup, if you will. Primordial soupage. And of course, we have the noose juice.
Well, that makes a toxic mix altogether, dude. Primordial gooch and news juice. I don't know.
The noose juice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So where do we go from there? You know, it's just nothing but distinction or destruction. Where do we go?
Oh, yeah. What did Hank say at the beginning? Parallel something, and oh man, we got to run that tape back. There's some gems in this bitch.
We got Hank live in the building, so and he's got a great memory, as we all know. So
No, he's not gonna remember. Yeah, no,
Yes,
he was dropping.
I do remember. So pretty much, I think what's that? I said hyper parallel.
Yeah, hyper. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. See, but yeah, man, you guys got to go back. We don't remember what we said. These are one timers, motherfuckers.
No,
it was hyper parallel though.
Yeah, we're doing live truthering, folks. You guys don't know, man. Use words to explain the words.
Yeah,
All right.
hyper parallel, and I compare techies to Dark Jedi.
Sometimes you guys abuse words though, and I oppose to that. You know, I don't condone that. Sometimes you guys just abuse words, as do I.
Then they can sue us. The words can sue us if they think they're abused.
They do.
Then anywhere I live, they can send a suit.
The words make me do it. The words make me do it.
The words. But yeah,
all these words make me do it.
Exactly. But yeah, this guy's talking about his past working in machines. He says, in the agony and the ecstasy, Irving Stone's biographical novel of Michelangelo. Weird. Stone described, man, they should make a movie of that. The fuck are they doing? Vividly, how Michelangelo released the statues from the stone, quote, breaking the marble spell, unquote, carving the images in his mind. In my most ecstatic moments, the software and the computer emerged in the same way. Okay, now he's getting a little frivolous. He's like comparing himself to Michelangelo. It's a little humble brag there. I mean, and not so much even humble at all. I mean, that's just a straight up just a. I mean,
A humble brag is hard to do, dude. A humble brag is hard to do. It's like
yeah, exactly. But yeah, he says, in my most ecstatic moments, the software and the computer merged in the same way. Okay, this is getting a little weird. But
not really. Pretty much,
yeah,
the
not
software
really. Yeah.
is a pattern on the computer, so it's of course it's merged. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah. But I mean, in the sense that it may also just be the creative element. You know, it often seems when you write a poem or make something, it's like, where did this come from? I mean, so there's that ghostly feeling. I mean,
well, it feels like it's in the air, right? Like it's in
right.
the ether. Actually, in the thin air. It's in the
Right.
ether.
Yeah, so I think he's describing that with Michelangelo. So no need to,
And I think that many poets and many artists have come to this conclusion that once they came up with an idea, they encountered it within a couple of weeks, before they actually made it into one of their creations, like let's say a poem or a statue, and they find it like a new creation somewhere, and it actually totally assembles the idea that the artist thought of. It's a very common thing.
Yeah, I have this, Machine Lives episode 2 as proof of concept many years ago. I mean, so yeah, that's
What's
me.
that?
It's the second episode where I just sit there at a table and explain basically all the ideas for the show. At that time, I was telling my friend that we're recording for a YouTube show called The Machine Lies, and he didn't know what the fuck was happening. I mean, I just set up a camera and I just started talking. I mean, yeah. So that was like maybe 5 years.
Freestyling.
Yeah, 5 years ago, maybe. But yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, this guy, man, he's talking about Michelangelo and about releasing the images from the statues and all this kind of crazy abstract stuff. And he's talking about creating technology in this way, which is a little alarming, because it's you sense a loss of agency there in a little bit. But it says, after a few years at Berkeley, I started to send out some of the software I'd written, an instructional Pascal system. I don't know what that means. Unix utilities. Don't know what that means.
I do know what that means. With the Unix system administrator, it's pretty much a piece of software in the library used to do something simple like extract data. Like I was using something called, what was it? What the hell?
Yeah,
it's like open still. Yeah,
it's like an application.
It's like an application, but simpler and smaller. I was using part of the FF called. Let me scroll up real quick. For that, what was it doing? SF extract. I use SFW. We're called SWF extract to pull a flash object out of a file.
Oh, so our extraction. So is file extraction programs, are those utilities, Unix utilities?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, interesting. So if you're getting an idea of what Bill Joy does now, he's actually writing the programs for these extraction software. So It's quite complex, I guess, what
Yeah,
he's doing.
extraction, conversion, compilation, transcoding. Those would be utilities functions.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that, Hank. But yeah, he says a text editor called VI.
Yeah, it's called VI. That's the name of it.
Not
Yeah.
AI, but VI. Yeah.
VI, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Yeah. So he says, he says, which is still to my surprise widely used more than 20 years later. To others who had similar small PDP-11 and VAX mini computers, I won't say the word because of the TOS, but
Yeah, they'll confuse the context. On
exactly
purpose.
right. Yep. So it says, yeah.
And I know about Bill Joy because he was a old school Unix programmer and he wrote much of the Java libraries. So
Oh yeah, JavaScript is what he's very famous for.
no, not JavaScript. The other
Oh, yeah.
Java.
Oh, okay.
He's different guy that did JavaScript. He did the old style Java that looks like C but uses a bytecode. So not JavaScript. That's a different one. And that's technically called EMCA script, which we have JavaScript and ActionScript. He's not involved in either of those.
Interesting. Yeah, so he says these adventures in software eventually turned into Berkeley version of the Unix operating system, which became a personal quote unquote success disaster. So many people wanted it that I never finished my PhD. Instead, I got a job working for DARPA. Ooh, Fed boy. You know, we got the feds. We got the feds in the house, man.
Dude, no, not the vets. You got the vets in the villa, not in the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Villa.
Yeah, we got the fed daddy. And he actually mentions Stephen Wolfram later, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And he says that the physicist Stephen Wolfram and Haslacher introduced him to chaos theory and nonlinear systems in the 1980s. But yeah, he says that Berkeley Unix, DARPA putting Berkeley Unix on the internet and fixing it to be reliable and run large research applications well. This was all great fun, very rewarding, and frankly, I saw no robots here or anywhere near. Still, by the early 1980s, I was drowning. The Unix releases were very successful, and my little project of one soon had money and some staff. But the problem at Berkeley was always office space rather than money. There wasn't room for the help the project needed. So when the other founders of Sun Microsystems showed up, I jumped at the chance to join them. At Sun, the long hours continued to early days of the workstation and personal computers, and I enjoyed participation in the creation of advanced microprocessor technologies and internet technologies such as Java and Genie. So yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, he never realized any aspect of the problem when he's working on these large scale systems. And interestingly enough, he just sees his advancement and discovery is in these various fields to just be inevitable consequence of his training, right? And so on and so forth. So, we've came full circle here. And we're almost reaching the 6 hour mark. I'm growing delirious from having spoken for 6 hours.
to an audience of less than 20 people, really, the whole time. So
it's only because you said that you were fasting that I noticed that you were fasting. But I mean, I've seen way more dizzy and crazy periods of you online than this. You know, it's not. No, I mean,
yeah,
this is only the first or the second day, right? The third day, maybe. Third day.
He's
Yeah,
easy for
something
me
like
to
that.
talk to when he's sober, though. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, blessings, Hank. Well, you guys got some closers for us.
No, I mean, have a good Ramadan, dude. Have a good fasting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll be back on Saturday.
That's
So I
quite a
won't be gone
task.
for too long. Yep.
That's quite a task that you set yourself there. So strength and power.
Yeah, blessings, boy.
Blessings.
and I'll be playing video games probably later today or tomorrow. I have to work on a few more pieces of software where I can get that working properly. And I'm talking to all kinds of developers, and I guess that I don't even know what to call it. I guess the shadow world, where you pretty much developing stuff that's easily accessible but not advertised. I don't know what to call it yet. But I'm talking all kinds of those guys because they're pretty normal people, most of them.
Crazy. Sounds busy.
Yep.
Wild stuff, Hank. Well, thank you so much for sticking around here, brother. Blessings, man.
Yes, and thank you, Comcast, for not being very Comcasting today.
Exactly. All right. Yeah, to all you people here, you know what I mean? I'll play a little music for you guys. Okay, and enjoy a little more time with you guys before I play the NPC the game panel. Please enjoy this music. I mean, especially my friends Voy and Hank. I mean, prayers for you guys. Blessings.
That sucker ain't blind, man. Ain't nobody that here been blind. Picture him calling the main character. I'm mad. And when the cat stepped on his toe, he said, "Goddamn, man, building shook." But all of a sudden, I said, "Hey, man, you know the man was just joking." Bullshit, too late now.
I'm chilling with Mad Lib on a Mad Lib invasion, and can't shit stop this.
Welcome to the
In 1972, my mother was rushed from a James Brown concert in order to give birth to me. My style is black hole, most niggas simply sound like earth to me. If hip-hop were the moon, I'd be the first to bleed. Cyclical sacraments of self for all my peers to read. I recite the hues of night, the spots of light for you to read by. Have you floating on cloud nine without realizing it's my mind sky. And the ground on which you walk is the tongue with which I talk. I speak the seeds that root the trees of suburbia, New York. City streets can never claim me, that's why I never sound like you. All y'all niggas claim the streets as if pass through the woods ain't true. You better walk your path, you better do your math, cause your screw face will only make the Buddha laugh. Even if you know your lessons, you don't know the half. But don't take it from me, son, take a bath. I could recite the grass on a hill and memorize the moon. I know the cloud forms of love by heart and have brought tears through the eye of the storm. My memory banks vaults of autumn forests and Amazon river banks, and I've screamed them into sunsets that echoed in earthquakes. Shadows have been my spotlight as I monologue the night and dialogue with days. Soliloquies of wind and breeze applauded by sun rays. We put language in zoos to observe caged thought and toss peanuts and P-funk at intellect. And motherfuckers think these are metaphors. I speak what I see. All words and worlds are metaphors of me. My life is authored by the moon, footprints written in soil. The fountain pen of Martian men, noveling human toil. And yes, the soil speaks highly of me. When earth seeds root me, poetry, and reforest forever through recitation. Now, maybe I'm too serious, too little here, too matter. Though I'm riddled with the reason of the sun. A stand-up comet with the audience of lungs. This body of laughter, is it with me or at me? You more or less human, though genders mute. And the punchline has this lifeline at its root. I'm a star, this life's the suburbs I commute. Make daily runs between the sun and earthly loot. And raise my children to the height of light and truth.
Triggered when our own reality is poked in the eye. It's being poked in the eye. Yeah, what's up, brother? How's it going, Machine? Good to see you, man.
Yo, what's up?
Well, chilling, man. It's good, man. This you're somebody that perfect timing. This is somebody that actually has been studying this Talcadian drama longer than I have. Maybe not studying, but
you theories. Yeah. A few theories of my own.
I did.
But,
I just felt like I had a wake and bake today and took a big hit of Talcadian Kush. So, yeah. We're doing a session right now, Machine. You know that wake and bake? Shit. I'm gonna be chasing it all day, man.
Chasing that Talcadian high. Never get there.
Talcadian high.
Chasing the Talcadian
like the
high.
first time. No, so what's some
in the sky?
Oh, this shit, that's pretty dope. Look at you, Machine. Fucking flowing. Yeah. So what's your theory about what's really going on with this Talcadian drama, Greek drama?
See, a lot of my theories got thrown in the trash recently. I'm not gonna lie, because Paul and Slave quit streaming. I mean, so
Oh, yeah, he did.
then I had to be
What the
like,
fuck?
wait, what? And that was a real
Yeah.
monkey wrench in my whole, like, because I thought he was a central theme in the drama. All right. Because if you follow Paul and Slave's channel, everything falls into line, right? And when we started, right, Paul and Slave, Flow State, What's Up, Cynthia, okay, Xtos, OTW News, you know what I mean? Lou Bastone, you know what I mean? All of these characters were from Paul and Slave's community in the beginning, right? So, so it's really strange when that community basically falls apart. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. And then the continual bringing in of the Snafu crew, I mean, that also didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, so I had to then readjust the narrative. I mean, so I mean, people learned over time, that what I was saying was true. That Snafu is actually a bigger player. I mean,
you ain't lying, bro. We were on. I was on OTWs last night with
people
Tariq,
were
and you
ready.
brought up that interview. That shit was
people
crazy. He had a
were-
lawyer.
Yeah, people were ready to poo-poo that idea that these people, like, these lower level trolls like Toilet Bowl Earth and Snafu Snaps, because they collude with people like Grace Thorpe and these higher up groups online, right? And these higher ops online, right? I deduce that they're way bigger than people think they are, that they're hiding in plain sight, so to speak. You know what I'm saying, right? As like these disruptors or chaos agents or whatever. I mean, but they actually have higher connections. I mean,
So not just useful idiots.
Oh yeah, yeah. So now it's coming to light that these people actually have some kind of gatekeeping function. I mean, now, so that's kind of becoming clear. It's being brought to light, and it's being brought to light, mainly because of a couple people out here that didn't play the role. You know what I mean? And among those, I could literally name myself, Truther Cop, Hanko Flamio, Jack Talcott, among the few that didn't play the role. Some of us sometimes did play a role. I mean, but the fact is that overall, our own personalities were so strange that they became so disruptive to the panel sphere. I mean, so I think that's the thing, is that, that you can't write an algorithm that describes Jack Talcott or the Machine Lies or Hanko Flamio. I mean,
That's true.
So that's the problem.
Uncontrollable variable.
Yeah, it becomes a problem. Right. Yeah. So, so I've been able to cultivate certain of these people and try to tell them about the optics as I see them. I mean, a few of them listen, like, the ones I mentioned just now, they actually sometimes talk to me and listen to me. I mean, right. There's way others. I mean, there's kind of a small group that I'm assembling on my own. So.
Yeah, man. And it's right. Those people you just mentioned, you guys are the few that's left standing out of that. Not that you guys were not that you're part of a Paul and Slave's community, but all those other like Toilet Bowl, even though he crawled back, he said he wasn't going to come back.
Oh yeah, I made him come out of his hole. Yeah, I made him come out of his hole. And actually, I called it. I said I'm gonna make him. I'm gonna make this dude come out of his hole just for me. I mean,
yeah, I was, dude. It did. I was listening to that whole thing. Like I've been trying to do decox from that. I'm like that guy. Like when you go to the gas station to fill up your car, and you see him, and he's on meth, bro. But yet you're all like, "What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks, in a couple months. How you been? I've been clean, for a couple, for about 6 months. When that motherfucker just hit the pipe. Like 5 hours at least before you were talking to him. He's just coming down a little bit. So yeah, bro, I would watch that whole thing, that Toilet Bowl Earth shit. That was major cope, bro. That was major cope.
Made like 2.5 episodes about me. Came out of hiding. And then he's like, oh my God, the irrefutable shame. Remember, right? When you call me up on a VPN number and then say, it's all going to end when you beat me up. It's like, you're so afraid to call me from a real number. You think I'm going to crawl out of wherever I'm, living and go to, go to Atlanta. And, you're so afraid. I mean,
he's calling from Atlanta, but then the fight, so-called fight, is in Ohio. What the fuck's going on, Doc?
No, that's not even it.
Okay.
He's calling me from Atlanta from a fake number, right? Saying that I'm afraid of him. So this is the irrefutable shame, right? Irrefutable shame, right? All I have is, I have all of my information out there. These people are literal fake people online, playing characters. Now, who knows what kind of improv group they're from? Total.
I hate it, bro. Shit's so stupid. I mean, it's cool skill to learn, but it's cringe. Yeah.
It's cringe. It's cringe to get up there, lie out of your face, about how tough you are, and then hide,
Yeah,
it's super cringe.
And this whole thing about like the victim narrative about like you called my wife the N-word, and like, dude, I've heard this guy like drop N-bombs like it's crazy, and then all the people, his whole Discord was like that. I heard.
Well, he called Hank a monkey that same night. So wait a minute. So Hank's closer to genetics. Like who's your wife closer to genetics to? Hank Aflamio or you? So your wife's like a monkey. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Shit.
Damn.
You smited her honor now. Someone's gonna tell him about this.
No, I'm saving that joke for my attack stream. But I got weeks of attacks. I got weeks of clips that to release. I've been waiting for them to come out of their hole. So it just is what it is.
And he crawled out, huh? Yeah. But the snap shit though, that it was crazy. Machine, like we're listening to, he had this lawyer on that supposedly he met. He was saying, this black dude supposedly he met when he was in prison, and this guy is an advocate for like prison reform.
Yo,
like,
I don't know.
He's calling him by his first name, Matt. No, he didn't even call him Matthew. He kept calling him Matt, like they've been friends for years and shit. It's like, that's your handler, bro. You just, damn, man. He literally works for the government, saying he got a grant from the Trump administration. They're working together. It's like, damn, dog. You're right. Plain sight. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to dismiss them, right? Be like, oh, these guys are just stupid, but there's a method to their retardedness, I guess.
Well, I mean, I got it pretty much mapped out. They collude with higher level content creators in the Discords. I'm talking about like one of these Discords, they had Jay Dyer's producer in there. I mean, and she was, I scrolled up in the Discord, and she was talking about how insane me and my wife were. She was like, LOL, TML and his wife are both insane. All right, so
Why are they talking about you for?
I don't know, like months ago. This was months. I scrolled up months ago, and they were talking about me months ago. I mean,
I know why. Because probably if you play ball, you'd be one of the people you would have on his show.
Exactly.
That's probably why.
Right. So then I basically just exposed them. Said, well, you guys are gatekeeping low level content creators, because they kept calling Neuro Fed, right? That's where he got the name Eurojack. He started taking.
That's where he got it from.
Yeah. So he started taking the name. You know what I mean, right? Because they called it, because they're like, oh, Neurojack's Fed. I'm like, yo, B, how you know that unless you're a Fed? Real talk. Right? How do you know Neuro's a Fed, or how do you know who's a Fed? And anyways, why are you worried about the Feds? I'm just clicking links online. I don't know what you guys are doing. You know what I mean? But if you're really worried about the Feds, I mean,
it ain't like Jay Dyer is like peeling back the Matrix or anything. I mean, he has some. I remember I listened to him like years ago. I like his pop culture stuff.
I mean, he stole all his research. I mean, he works for Gaia TV and Alex Jones. I mean,
Gaia TV. Oh man, you better be careful with that shit. They'll strike your channel in a second. They're supposed to be so conscious and for the community, the spiritual community, but they're like fucking Nazis with this shit. If you use this shit,
I'm pretty sure they already struck my shit, dude. Yeah. I've been having a constant strike on my channel since I started. Dude. Like, I've been getting porn bombs. People pulled up guns on my stream multiple times. I mean, people came threaten me multiple times on my stream. Dude, it's all just, send me private messages. I mean, look up my house, call up my house. I mean, it is what it is.
What do they say in the private messages? They're gonna try to fuck you up or something?
like I got a bunch of private messages with anonymous saying you're not fucking dead yet.
What?
Yeah, real talk, man.
Man, it's not funny actually.
Real talk. No, it's real talk though, man. I ain't afraid of no shit. I mean, I put my whole name out there. I don't give a fuck about nobody.
Fuck,
I'll let it all crash and burn while I tell the truth. I don't give a fuck.
Did YouTube do something? Because there was like a month or two ago where I noticed that you weren't streaming as much, and then now you're back to your numbers, but for a minute there the numbers were a little lower for a second.
My numbers took a hit. Why? It's because I refuse to change the topic. It's simply I refuse to change the topic from motherfucking Jacques Ellul and the Tao Te Ching. Right? So anybody can talk whatever they want, but if they're gonna come to my show, they're gonna have to engage in some high level discussion. And if they don't want to do that, if they're not in the mood for that, if they're too high for that, if they're not in the right mind state, if that's too boring for them, too bad. Have a nice day. Have a nice fucking day. I don't have time to come in here and just lie and chit chat about nonsense, right? All the time.
Yeah, because it's been a slow burn because it's been leading up to this point. So for people who were actually, I don't go on like I used to, but I still listen. Like it's been a slow burn because when I started like last summer, you were on the Uncle Teddy shit, right? Uncle Teddy work, right?
Yeah,
which was leading to his mentor, basically, Ellul. Right to now, so this is actually the good stuff. Like
well, that's the thing is that we've read Carl Schmitt, Thomas Carlyle, Friedrich Nietzsche, Nick Land. We've looked at the ideas of Mencius Moldbug. We've looked at the ideas of the accelerationists. We've looked at Plato, Aristotle. I've covered lots of stuff. I've covered the ideas of Willard Van Norman Quine. We broke down whole works by Kaczynski, Schmidt. Obviously we're going through Ellul right now. So yeah, we went through a lot of works where we literally just broke down the text. We went through Nick Land and just broke down text by the postmodernists. The cyberpunk philosophers, right?
So we just skipped to this segment where I named it "The simulation is glitching and the truth is being emerging." So that's perfect. So can you tell us for us who like who are ADD motherfuckers that need the quick fix hit, dude? What is it about Ellul that can help us like peel back the matrix?
Well, I think Ellul really the main thing that he comes down to is that technology changes the way you think.
Okay.
So I think that is that is the main idea that he's going with. Is that technology sort of changes the it creates a complex that changes the psychological landscape. Right? And technology actually starts to influence culture, economics, and science. Now, these three things actually, people think that technology is guided by these three elements. They think culture guides technological innovation. They think economics guides technological innovation, so on and so forth. Right. They think scientific research guides technological innovation. Ellul's great achievement is to show that it's actually the other way around. That technology is guiding these other things. Right. So that is his great achievement, and the way he argues for it is very forceful. And he shows how different forms of technology affect other forms of technology. So the system sort of improves itself. So it gets out of human control. And this idea of the technological system having autonomy, that idea is the main idea from Ellul. Now you could see it described in other places, right? But Ellul's really the top guy. Like you could look at Gibson and Sophia Stewart, who wrote like the Matrix thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Right? Or other people. You could look at the ideas of the accelerationists, Deleuze and Guattari, of their object-oriented ontology, and other ideas about how technology morphs the psychological landscape. But Ellul, his great achievement is really to express how the system gains autonomy, and that's a big thing. That's what I was debating about with Andrew Wilson. Because he couldn't believe it, right? And most people can't come to believe. I don't really blame him, because most people can't come to believe that the system could be autonomous when human beings created it, right? It's
they're talking about
counterintuitive.
AI and all this shit, but dude, it was even
Oh yeah,
before all
he
that.
thought of that stuff before all that. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
before
way
that,
before AI, before they even created the internet. He was showing how the system could just be autonomous on its own, and yeah, crazy stuff.
That's great, man. And I like the way you broke it down, because it's like you said that, like, you know, the system becomes autonomous, and Coda Boros would be like, oh yeah, this is not to keep bringing it back on him, but it's like, oh yeah, like that's not new news, bro. It is for a lot of people, bro. Like it's new news because they're too scared to look at it. Because I mean, if you're dude, it's wild, bro, to think about that. It's wild because it just sets up everything, your whole reality, the paradigm
it's
shift.
this idea that, you know, that technology is use neutral. Okay, that you know, a technology is good or bad depending on how it's used. Ellul really says that idea is not true. He says it's the other way around. You know, that technology transforms the user, especially when it's on the level of machines, right? So he says on the level of mechanism, it actually transforms the user, and that is one of his key insights that I think is extremely special. And I think it's not a special insight in the way that, you know, Henry David Thoreau had the same insight. You know, when he said, you know, it's not the railroad that rides. I mean, it's not us that ride on the railroad, but it's the railroad that rides on us. Right.
So the StreamYard panel versus paneling us.
Basically. Oh
Basically.
yes, it's changing the way we communicate. Absolutely,
it is. Huh?
Absolutely, you can't deny it. You can't deny it. It's undeniable. You know, the form of communication, the medium of communication changes the way somebody communicates, and it changes what they say, what they think about what's being said. All of that. It's inescapable.
That's true, because the way I used to use my grandma's rotary phone, you know, like 1, 3, 4, you know, the old school phones, and I talked to my friend, you know, that's a private conversation. I talk to them differently than I'm talking to, you know, everyone here on the StreamYard. It has changed us, because I use the StreamYard probably more than I use my fucking phone to talk to people, or Discord, you know, or whatever, you know. That is wild, man.
Yeah, I mean, texting creates a language, and it doesn't just create a mode of communication. It creates a language, and that's what's interesting to understand, right?
What is it leading it to? What are we going, like, into dystopia?
Well, I think the majority of human beings are going to be transformed into machines. They're going to be indistinguishable from machines, right? And that's the future we're headed to. Right. And I think eventually what's going to happen is that there's going to be some type of waking up of the minority of humanity that is not machines, right? Where they will be called to eliminate the machines, right? And then we will live in a primitive future. I mean, that's my greatest prediction of what is possibly going to happen in the next 100 years.
Wow. People are probably they're preparing for that too. They may think it's going to be China or whatever. They're gonna nah, bro. With their living off grid, all this stuff, you know, and you know, packing up their arsenal and being self-sufficient. That is true, man. All the science fiction it lays the groundwork too. The stories, you know, science fiction is a very big component in all this too, huh?
Oh yeah, they're gonna run
all those movies.
AI simulation of the end times, and all the religious people are gonna fall.
Damn.
And that's exactly what's gonna happen. You know, and the people that see through it, they're gonna be not machines. Right? That's gonna be their reward. Man.
Right.
You know,
pure blood.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, and then but then we see this machine. Look at this. And bring it back up.
You've presented the air of it. You've shown the show. The appearance has certainly improved.
I had to reset them real quick so they don't blow a gasket from what you just shared. I gotta bring it back down to reality, lower base.
But there's no heart.
How do you know? How do you know there's no heart?
In my experience, My life experience is true for me, Margot.
But
You've
you cannot
offered me-
say my heart is in this or not.
Okay.
Dude, it's so easy to see, man. I know it's not online, but god damn it, bro. He's a decent person, Jack. The way he treats people. I mean, of course, if you fuck with him, he's gonna be angry. Who wouldn't be? But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Even
like
people. Yeah.
You know, I just don't like the way he runs his show, but I like him. You know?
Yeah. Right. That's true. I never talked to him offline, but that's what I don't like. All the fucking, all the undesirables.
Yeah, and it's the same with Truther Cop, and I understand. I mean, not everybody's gonna have the machine live type of show, and I understand that. I mean, so not everybody has to do what I do. Right?
Right. Same thing with me, man. Do it. We all do it a certain way.
Yeah, and I think your streams are far greater than a lot of the. I mean, I was watching the one on the Panda, and I was watching a few.
Oh,
of
that
them.
was fun.
I mean, it's way better information than most of these. I mean, way more high level. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Because just like how you were talking about what you were sharing about ellul and whatnot in the state of the union, basically the universe. You're passionate. I love it. Like when you start preaching and teaching and sharing, bro, I can tell you're passionate. And that's what I've been picking topics that I'm actually passionate about. And today I was passionate about taking a hit of that Talcadian Kush, relating it to the Matrix. Yeah, you're right on time, my brother.
Too. Yeah, real talk. I've been smoking and watching Talk Cup for a year.
I can only imagine if I was smoking, bro. I'd be fucking super hooked.
Hey, right. Tell you what, you're right. You're always right, Margot. You'll always be right until you're willing to be wrong.
Margot and Tarek have high respect for me.
Okay.
You said they have no respect for you?
No, they're hugely respectful of me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they always treat me like a genius when I come around. They're like, "Oh, the machine lives is here. He's a super genius. So let's see what he
defer.
thinks." Yeah,
Uncle
exactly.
Fatty was saying it too in the chat too.
Yeah.
So on YouTube.
Yeah, well, I appreciate some of these old guys. I really appreciate
it.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! I love how you said that.
Well, that's what's funny. I mean, Toilet Bowl and all these guys. I mean, these guys are like 40 years old. And, attack me on the internet.
hey, man, I'm 47, but I support you.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You guys are old as fuck.
Motherfucker! The white hair is a fucking blessing from God.
I got some,
hair, but I get what you said.
Yeah, I got a few white hairs in my beard now.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I think Toilet Bowl was trying to copy you with trying to get the long hair. Is he Persian or what? What the fuck is he?
He's supposedly Persian, but then he's Orthodox Christian. So I don't know how that works. I think he's supposedly converted in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one of these internet Christians. I mean,
there's a lot of them over here.
Yeah, but
Shout
I would have put it
exposes them.
Yeah, like like Muslims don't really like. See, there's a lot of Iranian Muslims that are here, but most of the Iranians that are here are Jewish because there was a lot of Jews in Iran before the Islamic Revolution.
Really?
Right? Yeah. So I would, he says he had a Muslim daddy. I mean, but I think he might be Jewish, to be honest. I mean, because I can't really see that. I can't really see somebody who's very, very religious. I mean, coming here, and then he claims that, and this is by his whole idea, right? So this is like his villain character, right? He says that his dad. He says that his Muslim dad honor killed his sister and his mom.
No way.
This is what he says. So I think that's a total made up story. But yeah, I mean, that's like a villain Genesis story from like fucking like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Like, come on,
like kill both of them. I mean, one on one is enough of a stretch.
Yeah.
First, he probably would have been more accurate if he would have said, Indian or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a villain story. Yeah, it's a villain story to like make him out to be like this anti-Muslim guy. So his hatred is justified. I mean, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
But it would be a good move for a Zionist to pull, all right, because they hate Muslims anyways, and they could pretend to be a Christian. So I believe he's a crypto Jew. I mean, that's just my estimation of the situation.
It seems like motherfucking like 68% of people here are crypto Jews. either by birth or by fucking conversion, dog. I'm telling you, man. I had to pitch myself one of the before. No. God damn. Yeah, I mean, dude, like I have, I had a good friend Hamid from Iran. Didn't speak a lick of English. Used to work with them, and gave me prayer beads and everything when he would go back. He's a really cool guy, and yeah, I don't see that guy being a fucking Muslim. The way he carries himself. Because even if you're not Muslim anymore, like Marathon Kid, for example, he was raised in a strict Muslim household, but he's not anymore. However, he'll be straight up with you and tell you those principles still are with him. The discipline, the respect for for others and the elders especially.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. You don't lose that. My dad is Muslim too. Even though I was raised Catholic.
Oh, mashallah. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, mashallah. Yeah. But dude, this yeah, I don't want to bring him up, but I have to because hey man, let's keep it 100, bro. Like we can say like we don't have to pick sides or whatever, but like fucking TML's my brother, so his ops is my ops, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
What it is. It is what it is.
We've been going through this for a minute. I mean, actually, the minute you came on, we sort of had that understanding. I don't know why, but I was just like, I was like, yo.
Yeah. And then when he came over to that one time, I was trying to be, I guess, a peacemaker in a sense, but then I was like, I kind of knew that, like, dude, it's beyond that. When you start showing somebody's family's, home and all that shit, no matter what they did, that's pretty fucked, bro. Yeah. So yeah, I can understand how, things get heated and stuff, but yeah. He think he'll come back again?
Who?
Until you make him crawl out of the hole. He went back in the hole.
Well, he's back in full swing right now. So he'll be back. I mean, he stream every time I stream. So he'll be back.
Oh, he snipes you, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So
okay.
You get this. So last time I sniped them one time and I had them watching my stream. So that was incredible. That was a great victory. But but yeah, you know what I mean? I just wait till dude comes out of his hole, then I get the drama content because you get like 30 people or 40 people watching me if it's a debate or if it's drama content, and then only 20 people watching if I'm explaining like ellul or something like that. So I just soak up the views. I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, might as well. I do think the guy's funny and all, but some things are below the belt, bro.
I mean,
shit is below the belt.
I mean, it's all like, like it, sometimes funny. You know what I mean? But in terms of insult comedy, I think I did a much better job, to be honest. I mean, I think I'm a lot funnier than they are, to be honest. And I think I really embarrassed them. That's why they were too afraid to play my attack video. I mean, like I just sat there and just played their attack video and responded to it. They're so afraid of what I gotta say because I'm hitting targets. I mean, I'm hitting big ass targets. So I mean, they can't fucking explain. They can't like
machine lines. You want to do it all. You're like Joe Rogan. It's not good enough for you to be like killing it with the music, killing it with the education. But now you want to be the funny man, huh? No, but I get it because especially like the offline conversations we've had, you are hilarious, bro. You're definitely hilarious, dog. Yeah. So
yeah, I mean,
see it.
I mean, I'm clever. I mean, that's the thing is like these guys are not funny; they're just clever. So that's the thing is like I could be way more clever because I actually have intelligence, and I'm not drinking all the time. And so
yeah, that doesn't help. The other boy, he's really wasted all the time. Right? The other guy, yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah, he actually looked like a red ass plum yesterday. I mean, actually he got put on blast because I had his teeth. I mean, as the
oh, I saw that.
Yeah,
that was like a month ago or so. Yeah, I was like, what's he doing right here?
Yeah, I had his grill. I had his grill as the thing. So I was talking with his grill out.
Right? But why was he? He's all up in your chat though. I remember that was like a music stream, right?
Yeah, later. Oh, that was later. Yeah, that was.
Remember that?
And
he was
actually,
all up in the chat.
They struck that video too, by the way.
Okay.
That's why
They
they
want to be your friend.
Oh yeah, he wanted to be my friend too. Isn't that funny? Remember, see these guys act slippery all day.
I think it's like
This is what I'm
when
talking
people
about.
get attracted to what they can't have.
Oh yeah,
You know, that
yeah,
type of stuff.
yeah. Isn't that funny though? I'm glad he saw that. So I got a witness.
That's all. I was there, bro. That shit was
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
I was like, whose teeth are those? And you're like, this is what's his name? He's in the chat right there. I'm like, oh damn, that's cold blooded.
In the chat, yeah. He showed
That's
up in the
cold
chat.
blooded, though.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Like, dude's in the chat. Yeah, he put on one of those fake rapper grills yesterday. I mean, I could tell he was embarrassed. I could tell he was embarrassed.
Damn.
Yeah,
You start
I
talking
hit
about
him.
the teeth and shit.
I hit him in the heart. I hit him in the heart.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they got and then they try because they try to be funny before. I watched this old archives where the chalk body outline. He's trying to say, well, she lied. Uses his teeth. He uses a thing to clean his teeth. But
That's right. My teeth are perfect. Dude. My teeth are great.
I know.
Like what?
Isn't that like that's a cultural thing, Islamic thing too, right?
I'll
Cleaning
be
your teeth with
cheesing
that thing.
I will be cheesing on these shows, man. Are you kidding me? Man?
I see you. I see you done that before.
Like everybody.
You did it
sees me
today.
cheesing.
You did it today.
I mean, everybody sees me. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody sees me doing it. I mean, so
Yeah, shout out to Resto Chesto. Usually people do that have a grill, but you do it without the grill. You have a real grill that your mama and daddy gave you shit. The real deal.
Yeah,
You don't need that shit. Yeah.
yeah, but I don't know, man. I mean, see, this is the thing. So I had to show because, man, it is what it is. I just show and prove. I mean,
That's it. Absolutely. Show and improve like the gods of the earth we are right here for the Most High.
So you claim.
Right.
I think Margot and Jack, if I may say something, I think what Jack's trying to say is better not to stress on those like bad moments in the past where you're trying to get clarity on like how did I help you or not, and just move on to the main topic maybe where we can move forward and get results.
Yeah, he gives him the thumbs up.
Just we may have had a
Move it
bumpy
along.
past, but let's not bring that up now. All those times I turned on you in the past. I mean, it's fine. Just like EBT in my chat, like, hey,
Right, that's what it was. Because that's what I mean. That's like me who wasn't, still learning about the Paddleverse and shit. I was like, dude, this guy seems cool. But nah, he's not cool. He's not cool.
Thank you, Tarek.
Yep.
I appreciate that, Tarek. I know I shouldn't be looking for problems, but my reluctance, the only obstacle I see that is the company. Because when I talk about the topic, well, the topic includes me. And it includes me as being a man who actually has some value, some wisdom to share. I'm not deceiving anyone. I'm not misleading anyone. I'm actually clumsily, I'm suggesting people turn to Christ, turn to love, let love win. This is what God has shown me in my life. Margot, there's something miraculous happening in the world, but my eyes became opened. And this is what I realized. This has been my prayer often. Thank you, God, for the knowing of life itself. And thank you for what you've allowed me to learn of me and this life we're sharing. I don't know when it's going to happen, but when my son returns to my life, I often thought a little encouragement might be easy to remind him, hey, your dad seems like a good guy. Is there anything stopping you from talking to him? Nope. Just like with Snafu. He's bragging about these connections and the way that he could help me. Hell, he's bragged about communicating with my son.
I see. Stop right there. Me, if I had some shit with my son going on, bro, and that guy was bragging about like how he talked to I would want to kill the guy, bro. That's just me.
Yeah, but that's
And,
the thing is that's the goal of people like him. So
Right.
that's why Jack throws a wrench in the whole thing, because the whole goal is the whole goal of a toilable earth and a snafu type of character is so that they could bait you. So you can be like, I want to kill you.
Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna find you. You mean right? So they could get you wigging out, and they could record you. They could say this guy's unhinged. He talks like he's a philosopher, a peacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
You mean right? And he's not. And that's what's so funny is when I go on my show, I bash philosophy. Right? I bash philosophy. Right? But these guys, they make fun of me for being a philosopher, quote unquote. And then they make fun of philosophy, which makes them look dumb. Right? Because it's like you're not actually just attacking me. You're also poisoning the well. You have to poison the well just to get to that. All right. So that's the thing is like, I mean, it's actually shocking. They're actually gatekeeping in real time. I mean, so that's what's fascinating. I actually recorded this clip yesterday because I thought it was so fucking stupid. Let me show you this.
Okay, let's go. What's up, Alex? Miss Alexander in our pool. Good to see you.
Yeah, this is low key a compliment. If you want to put it that way.
And he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
Okay.
See, that's the thing is like you actually have to be dumber. You have to actually make yourself dumb and then attack me. And call me a philosopher while doing it.
Oh, God. And that's
like,
actually
wow,
giving
dude.
you status. They're giving you status.
I know. Like only like, whoa. I'm like,
and aren't they kind of copying you? Because you say that you bash philosophy, and they're trying to bash philosophy, but
right, exactly.
But they're doing it in a way that's like, remember from Zoolander when Derek and Hansel, they were trying to get on the computer? They look like apes trying to type on the computer, bro. It's like that's what it reminds me of. Yeah, he's all facts. Yeah. And
philosophers laid the groundwork for American civilization and Confucius.
I know.
You know what I mean? The thing I'm talking about, like Plato's Republic, like, oh yeah, they never accomplished anything.
Nothing, bro.
Good Lord. Man.
That's like the whole, like I literally see Confucianism. We talked about this before, literally laid out every time I walk outside the house here in Taiwan.
Right.
Like, it's like, what do you, not only that, but then there's Taoism on top of that. And there's like, dude, there's so much stuff. It's ridiculous, bro. It's like, they wouldn't even be able to speak the way they did if it wasn't for philosophy. So like, what are you talking about?
It's like it's a project to make everyone fucking dumber, dude. Like it's a real-time project. It's a real-time op to make people dumber, dude. To make people fucking dumber, right? And that's what it is.
I mean, I guess that's what your broadcast can show us. That fact that like
so funny
shoot for high standard.
Yeah, I got attacked for reading books.
Yeah.
I got attacked for reading books, dude. We got ourselves a reader. I got attacked for reading books, dude.
Yo, they're like the old slave codes, bro. They used to like right? If you were a slave, they found a book, dude. Ooh, they found a book machine on you. Oh, bro, they're gonna fucking hang your ass.
Is that you mean
niggas reading?
Yeah, they want. Yeah, no, dude, go fix tractors. Go be a forklift operator. I mean, like that's and these are their real jobs, by the way.
I guess we need those people. I guess.
Yeah, of course, but they're replaceable. That's the point.
Yeah, like a machine.
They're fucking replaceable. Yeah, you're not gonna
literally a machine's gonna take their job away.
Yeah, you're not gonna get somebody to write a book or be a philosopher or to fill those roles. You're not gonna get somebody to do that. Right? Yeah. You could line up the next 100 people and they can't fulfill that role. Right? So this is the problem. I mean, is that we used to produce people like that all day. Yeah, society used to be a fucking machine that produces motherfuckers that write books and shit. Now it's a machine that produces people who run fucking machines.
Damn, yeah.
And they're damn proud of it. They're damn proud to be a fucking slave. Right?
Yeah. And then this is their way of kind of like escaping out of that and fooling themselves like they're actually doing something.
Right.
Like highbrow.
Oh my god, dude, they're inventing conspiracy psyops according to them. Like, wow, dude, like it's the most like they're actually just entrapping schizos, tards, and low-level truthers. Literally entrapping them, into a low-level internet game. So
makes people want to stay away from that.
Yeah, they collude with these, and they collude with these people like Wilson and Dyer and Jim Bob. They actually collude with them, and
Which is weird. They wish they have a big following. Those people you mentioned.
Yeah, they can't attack those people. They actually let them on, right? But they attack people like us, all right? So that's the thing.
I get it now. I'm starting to get it now. It's because those higher level folks see you as a threat. So so they get these it's like a proxy war.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
These guys are like
exactly.
in between,
exactly.
huh?
Exactly. Yeah. So they think I don't know
shit.
the game, but I do. It's actually pretty obvious. You're in right that you're running cover for these other people. So.
Yeah, man. And then what do you think about this? Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I should have restreamed this, man. I always think of that too late. It's always like after the shit gets popping, I'm like, fuck, dude. It's like an hour in, this shit was popping. It's
good. It's for the real one. It's exclusive for the 5 people watching.
Or I'll just play it again tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's how I do.
Shout out to the Machine Lines crew, the community. What's going on?
Yeah, I'll play that shit. I'll play that shit on Wednesday night.
Dope.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, shit. Oh, not Talcott. It was somebody else I was gonna mention. Not Flo, not Sarah. Oh, Zach Hubbard. What is your thinking about this whole? Now, how does Zach Hubbard fit into this? Because I watched him like 10 years ago. I used to watch his stuff a lot. What's your thoughts about him?
I mean, I like him. I like him. I don't trust any of the shit where people are making tons of money. I mean, that's just a personal thing. There's nothing against the guy. I mean, know, you're free to make money or whatever. You mean, and I haven't looked into the service. I mean, Hebrew gematria, the machine lies real time equals 333. By the way, so
wow,
I don't know what that is. I mean,
I'll tell you what it means in the terms of chaos magic. That's the highest demon Quran's on.
Oh, summoning CTUHLU. That's what I thought.
Exactly. Yeah, you're in that chamber.
Like the machine line. So you got the banner. I mean, you got HR Geiger. I mean, it is what it is.
That was Geiger. Yeah, they're like, what is that in the background? It's like a gay demon or something. Sorry, I need to stop that voice. But that's how he sounds, though, huh?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he had that on that stream. Yeah, he was like, what is that thing?
It's a gay demon.
Everything was like, he's gay. That's what he could say.
It could be.
Nigga has a wife and shit.
HR Geiger. I mean, the dude. I mean, okay,
he was weird.
I'll call it the dude, right? The Mary behind him. It looks like a dude. I mean, it looks like. It looks like. You know, right? It looks like Kevin. You know, right? It looks like a white dude.
Kevin.
Right?
Oh shit!
I mean, let's be honest. Man. I mean, do you pray to Kevin? I mean, this is really weird. I mean,
not Marathon. So, you got
the trans Mary behind them. I mean, so
the trans. That is right. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. That big.
It looks like a dude. There's nothing feminine about the Mary that's behind him.
Machine. It's a handsome woman.
Yo, what's up, Ragamuffin?
What's up, gentlemen? I thought this was the perfect time to pop on. I saw you both up on here.
Yeah, this is the homie right here. Yeah.
This is the homies right here.
Yeah, for real.
Oh yeah, man, this is legend, man. How you been, bro?
Man,
thanks for coming up.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me up. I'm doing all right, bro. Life is treating me all right. You know, starting a little bit over on some things, and I'm feeling pretty pumped about the rest of this year, creative projects, and I'm doing good, man. How about you?
That's awesome. I'm doing great, man. Chugging along, you know, teaching. My son is, doing his thing, I'm because I'm training the next John Connor in real time over here in Taiwan.
Oh,
So
right,
yeah,
word.
real life John Connor, my son. That's what I'm saying. We're getting ready for this, right? For this machine battle, right?
Oh
Machine.
yeah.
Yeah. So my son, my little son Benjamin. This is like what this channel is basically for. It's from my son as a log, from his daddy, like and all his eccentric uncles and aunties are on the channel here. Yeah.
Very cool.
So anyway, that's what I'm.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
where that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, may Allah give him prosperity and health, man. For real.
I appreciate that, man.
Yep.
That means a lot, man. Because there's a lot of nasty bugs out here, bro. Ever since they had the Raccoon City 19 out here, man. A lot of these kids, I'm a teacher, so dude, some of these kids they get sick for months nowadays. It's wild.
Really?
Bro.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's got to keep healthy. You seem ragamuffin that you would be into the holistic thing.
I am actually, and after getting, I want to drop something real quick, just because I think you all should both check it out if you haven't. I think I've mentioned this to TML. I have not mentioned this to you, NPC, but there is a fantastic documentary out that is actually part of the reason why I am making some additional changes. So yeah, I am very holistic, and I try to be as much as I possibly can, and natural, all natural, organic, of the earth, living prana. That's my thing. And so Christspiracy is one of the most amazing documentaries I've ever seen in my life, and I recommend everybody go watch it. You got to go to the website. It's free. You just got to put your email in. They'll give you a thing for a 48-hour to watch it, and then if you want to watch it again, you got to pay it forward or whatever, or use a different email address. But yeah, it's fantastic. And the two gentlemen that put it together have done previous stuff on Netflix, but Netflix would not allow this. They did, I think Knives Over Forks is one they did.
Yeah,
they
I might
did
be able to just screen record it. Right? Real
Oh
talk.
yeah. Oh my gosh. I would
Yeah.
love to have a party some night with all y'all.
Yeah, we should
and
do
just
that.
Do it. Man, I'm telling you what, you ain't even going to believe what happens in this thing. These two dudes go over to the Middle East and they expose the whole animal marketplace. And while they're doing this, their shit gets fucked with. People come in and ransack it. They show it. Nobody took anything though. They just got fucked with. They threw all their stuff out. They took their tapes. They found some of their equipment up the road, like miles away, all because they investigated this. And they had somebody, they got this one older guy from the Catholic Church on there from the Vatican. And he said, the church will go to great lengths to stop this. You don't know what you're messing with. And they got told, stop it, because they're exposing the truth. There's things put in the Bible and all these other contextual places that paint this nefarious picture of the creator of the universe, and it's not true. It's just not true. And I think
this is it right here, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Yep. And I
Yeah.
think if everybody starts to practice a little more stillness in their own heart space, they can find out how loving and amazing God is for themselves without having to have somebody tell them, or literature or whatever it is, because people have gotten so mixed up on, justification for so many things, man, so much wickedness. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
So this is eye-opening to me. Because I've been bothered by the idea of killing things since I was younger. And I mean, this is just me speaking about me, but I shot a bird with a BB gun when I was younger, and I swore after that I'd never do it again. I'd never pick up a firearm, never do that again. It's just not in my nature to want to kill things. So
I heard a similar story like that. That's pretty profound, man. That's all it took, right?
Well, it took the event years ago, and then sort of walking through all the wrestling with doctrine and religion for years to figure out what it is that I thought I knew or believed in. I am pretty focused now and centered on oneness, and on that conceptual idea. And so I want to treat everybody with just respect, and regardless of how they treat me, like I'm getting to the place where I'm getting more resilient, and I don't give a fuck what people think about me. Like TML, like you were just saying, bro, like, yeah, it's real talk, bro, because when you're out there enough in it, eventually you just stop being like, man, why am I going to give attention to this nonsense? Like, and anybody that brings it my way, I'm just going to alchemize the shit out of it and use it for good.
There you go.
Magical.
Yeah. Magical, man.
Yeah.
That's, I like that you said alchemize it. That's like the new version of making lemons, making lemonade out of
lemons. Yes, sir.
Alchemize it. That's more
right.
high powered. Yeah. Yeah. The great Look Within, he's helping me out a lot, reminding me about the whole holistic high-powered nature of all the herbs and the plants here are to serve us, bro. To keep us,
Absolutely.
keep us, and in a sense, like kind of like bringing it back to what TML was saying, the plants are actually taking us. They need us too.
Yep.
To experience them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the botany
Yeah.
of desire. You know what I mean? The plants are cultivating humans. Absolutely.
Right. Right. Shadow Buddha with the look within with the comment. It's understandable to not want to kill, but at certain times you not only have the right but the responsibility to defend life of yourself and the innocent. That's true. What do you guys think about that? I hear him.
I've wrestled with that. I saw that comment too. Yeah, that's a profound statement. You know what? Years ago, I would have said, yeah. If it comes down to it, I'll do what I got to do. But now,
right,
I am gonna take. I don't know what the situation would call for, and you know what? It's one thing to be like, man, I'll just step aside and take a moment of silence and figure this out. You can't always do that in a real heavy situation. However, I am well aware, and I think you two gentlemen are too. What you put out there is going to have to come back to you. And the Bible's pretty clear, right? You pick up the sword, you're going to die by the sword. So one way you can look at it is, if I don't do this, then this is going to happen to me or whatever, but maybe it was supposed to happen because we're not in control of everything that goes on here. And when we try to exact control and take it into our, with ourselves like that, we're putting ourselves above the creator and saying, I had to do this because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what do you mean you had to do this? When you could have spoken, you could have thought, you could have waited. There are other options in the metaphysical world. There are other options. I didn't used to think there were, but that's where I'm at these days. Like, it's a tough thing. I can't say what I would do in a real heated situation involving family and friends and like what needs to happen or not happen. But I'm just saying that's my main frame right now. I don't want to participate in that. And I feel like there's another way. And I
see you.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
This is you on default, we're saying. That's all I said.
Yeah.
This is you on default, like how you act, right? Now, like you said, other functions of your ability might present itself when needed. However, this is how you run 90% of the time, we'll say, or 93%.
Kind of like the Bruce Lee personification. He knew how to fight a motherfucker if he had to, but that wasn't. He didn't go around trying to flex it. That wasn't the point. The point was, I have the ability if I have to, but I don't want to have to.
Yeah, it's kind of like because he's a devoted father. Like I love my son and my wife. Well, I love my son like so much, and like that's how I can say like, dude, I would kill in a second. But then I don't even like to even think like that because it's heavy, man. It's a very heavy heavy thing, man.
Yeah, and it's a new type of age.
Yeah.
Like all violence is surrendered up to the state, right? So the state has a monopoly on violence. All right. So the whole idea is that essentially, you have to know that that your violence has to correspond with the violence that's already existing within the system, or else the system will use retribution of violence against you if you decide to be violent. Right. So that's the thing. Yeah. So you just have to look at the brute reality, right, of violence in our age, right, and look at that. No, you live in a system, right? You're being surveilled, right, and violence within that system is part of the the collective need to fulfill the justification for violence and retribution within the system. So the thing is that if you understand that that's what's happening, then you'll align yourself with that violence if you want to commit violence intelligently, right? So this is the thing is that, so the people that are involved in using actual violence against people, they can't use direct violence. They have to use some sort of mechanism, right, or third party in order to inflict violence on people, right? So that's the thing is that, that's why somebody will, like dox you and do all that other stuff. Right, because they're afraid of retribution. If they actually act within violence, that the system will use retribution against them. Right, so they're
hoping somebody else will do the dirty work that they want.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just hoping that somebody else hates you more than they do. Right, so right, which isn't likely, right? Because they would have doxed you first, right?
Right.
So that's the thing. Is like, Yeah, so that's what's interesting. Is like you know, so so that's what's interesting. It's not just about righteousness and anger and honor.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Although honor is a greater scale of justification for violence. Most violence, even within the system, happens based on honor. It doesn't happen based off of logic.
Yeah,
Or
we heard about like you were talking about earlier about the fake honor, the allegedly honor killings of that, and all that. And after, and speaking of my Leo friend, Brian the Leo, my best friend, the Marine, he that's his pride. Like he's very prideful in the sense that he feels it's his duty over the years, because I've known him for over like 25 years, to if anyone offends him or other people, he feels like it's his duty to balance the universe. And that's dangerous. That can be dangerous because it's literally got him caught up in some serious shit, like exactly what Machine was saying. Like, you may think you're doing something honorable, for your family, or even like someone smutting your name per se, calling you a faggot or a bitch or whatever. And you engage in that person in a violent way, the state's gonna get you.
Yeah, that's why you have to wonder if the person that's inflicting violence on you is doing it because of personal justification or because of violence within the system. Like, am I dealing with a man or a machine right now? Right? It actually, you actually have to question. Right?
It's playing them, huh?
Yeah,
it's playing them like the real NPC. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and like just all this internal work I've been doing has led me to believe that if I take too much force in any given direction, I'm leaning too much into my ego, and I'm really trying to be more in my first mind. You know what I'm saying? From that spiritual mind coming from on high, instead of what Christopher wants, what Ragamuffin wants. And I think that's what needs to be taken into consideration in these types of moments. Because like the old me would have been like, oh, I'm going to get mine, but the new me says, no, I don't have all the answers for everything that needs to be to make everything perfect, but I know who does. And if I lean into that, I can't go wrong, because I've tasted peace and I love what it feels like. And I prefer that much more at a sitting level than any other type of disruption.
Yeah, that's a very Piscean way of looking at it. We're in the month of Pisces, and some people see the two fish as representing, Jesus and whatnot. And it's like being about like selflessness and surrendering. Because like you said, you've known peace and probably bliss in that peaceful chamber you were in, and it's like, why wouldn't you want to surrender with that? But it's just, for some of us, I guess we're still very wary, because like that system is so, dude, seems to be so destructive and autonomous, as we said earlier, Machine was saying earlier, that we feel that some of us feel like we have to be careful who we surrender to. And I'll give you an example. It's like, I've heard people use this, the Bible. They're saying that, like, the Bible was used by some of these bigoted slave masters to subjugate and control their black slaves, to keep them passive and turn the other cheek when they were being subjugated and, and tortured and stuff, whatnot. But yet so many of those quote unquote slaves surrendered themselves to the word of God and to Jesus. So what is your take on that when people who say stuff like that, Ragamuffin? Like, about how the Bible can be used to pacify people.
Well, it has been, and it is at times, and that's a good point, because when the U.S. government went and snatched people from their home and forced them into slavery and gave them this doctrine, I bet there was probably a mixed bag. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I bet there's a mixed bag of people that did revolt and were like, fuck it, I ain't going with you. I don't give, let's go. And
Nat Turner's one of them.
Yeah, there's probably some of that, and then there's some of just the people that just went along. But the ones that actually did taste peace from getting to know God, I think that there's those of them that already had that into practice in their life. And then whether they were introduced to concepts in the Bible or not, they put the two together to the best of their understanding, I think, of what they were already. I just think that there was still peace in pockets in all of it.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. And it's up to us. I've had so many Christians get mad at me for saying what I'm about to say, but just to solely depend on literature is spiritual laziness. And people want
Yeah.
to do it. They want to like, no, I read the book. I read the book. I know what it is. It's like, no, dumbass, you have to go inside and find out for yourself what is truth. You have to
Right.
find
What it
your own
means to you.
self-knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the practice, and then there's the excuse me, there's the theory, which is reading, and then there's the practice, actually implementing it into your life.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, if you want to, if you want to look at the Bible, there's three, interesting, ideas that it basically assimilated, right? So the Bible itself, was, actually successful in various forms of cultural assimilation, right? So if you want to think about how the Bible can be used to control society, all you have to do is look at, the actual time, where you have, in the first century, three different forms of society, right, that are synthesized through the biblical text, right? One is the Hellenized Jews, right? The second community, right, is the Roman population, or the Roman state, right? And the third group is the Christians themselves, right, or the church, right? Now, if you look at the writing of Paul, he clearly distinguishes between these three groups of people, right? And he does so in a very, very interesting fashion. Okay, he actually says in one verse in Corinthians that to be as one, who follows the law, we became as one under the law. To be with one who doesn't follow the law, we became as one who's not under the law. Okay, he says to a Jew, we became like a Jew. To a Roman, we became like the Romans. Right? So he's talking about, how he can subdue these various forms of cultural institutions, right, and religious institutions, right? And he can sort of surpass both the synagogue as an institution and the Roman state as an institution. Now, he mentions both of them, right? And that's why in the Christian idea, you have the foundations of the doctrine of the separation of church and state, right? So going all the way to the 1100s, right? From the first century to the 1100s, you have this strong idea of a separation between church and state. St. Thomas Aquinas in the 1100s, he says that these two should function as parallel institutions, just as faith and reason function as parallel institutions in the human spirit, right? Or the human soul, right? So this whole idea, right, came to fruition in the whole idea of democracy, where once the church fell away as an institution, they had to develop the state, right, and the autocratic government. So so it's a very, very interesting notion. So at the one end, the Bible has a separation of church and state. On the other end, so this is all culminating, in the writings of Paul, right? But yeah, so he wanted to say that Christianity is the project of merging, right, the religion of the Jews, right, and actually, universalizing it and making it also a religion of the Gentiles, right? So he said the Jews and the Gentiles, right, which is everybody, right? He said they're going to be merged, right, into one through the Christian message, right? So he and he wrote this in Greek, right? He's a Jew writing in Greek, right? So it's fascinating.
I mean, that's the when you say the Jewish Hellenistic, the Hellenistic is the Greek part component, right?
Oh yeah, like
That's what
Philo
you
of
mean by that.
Alexandria, he said that Logos was the firstborn son of God, right? But by Logos, he did not mean Jesus. He meant the creative reason, right? And for him, he was sort of a Middle Platonist, right? And he didn't even know how to speak Hebrew, so he was very, very culturally assimilated into the Roman society at the time.
It's like what Ragamuffin was saying about some of those people in America during the 1800s, Black Americans. They were like, they may not have known the Christianity and all that, but they just had a knowing of it from whatever other culture or programming they have. of their own. Yeah, it's. I mean, they're all speaking the same language. Would you say that the Jews were kind of like the priest class of all this? When
Well,
we
it
say
depends on what you mean because there was different sects of Jews. You have the Essenes, you
Right.
have the Pharisees, the Sadducees. You have a lot of them. Actually, I didn't know this. I've been getting my mind blown lately by just looking back into history. And okay, check this out. Apparently, most of the Jews that worship Yahweh, if you look in their other contextual content, like the Talmud and stuff, they reference Yahweh as not the creator God, but as an intermediator between the main God and and what they need to do. So they think that the creator source is just off on vacation somewhere, and Yahweh is the one dealing with them down here.
The manager.
Yahweh is the one that wants the sacrifices,
Yeah.
and wants all of that. So
Okay.
it gets
Now,
really interesting.
Can we go even back farther? Because I've heard the claim that these Jews were actually learned from the Egyptian priests or the Cushites and stuff like that. Is there a connection there?
That's a good question. I'm not sure on that, but there is a really interesting connection between the Essenes and the canon that's in Ethiopia of the Bible, as well as the Rastafarians. There's a connection, and I think that's really fascinating.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I see that you seem like you're very that you got that. I feel that vibe with you, Rastafarianism.
That's me. Yeah, that's where the namesake comes from. Ragamuffin. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny you say that because I've been under the shout out to Marathon Canada. I've been under the Marathon Continues Nipsey Hussle chamber the last couple of days, looking at different things about him and his brother Black Sam. They're what do they call that? A Trarian, which is very close to the Ethiopians, right? They have an interesting. They're pretty old Christians, right? The
that's
Ethiopians,
cool.
yeah.
I didn't know that about Nipsey, and it's funny you brought him up because I didn't really know who he was or much about him until my homie talking about it. I have a homie that I used to keep up with named G7, and this homie calls himself that because he's been shot like 7 times and survived. But he used to gang bang with Nipsey Hussle and Snoop, and comes from the Oakland area, and he knew him very well.
Yeah, he was definitely someone that Marathon Cat can say it better than me, but I'll say it because I'm here. That he was a Rolling 60 Crip, one of the most notorious gangs in South Central Los Angeles. However, he was very versed in like spirituality and metaphysics and stuff. People say Nipsey's an interesting dude, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a question. Maybe Machine can hit this, or you Rag can hit this too. Yeah, because we've been talking about Freud a lot lately in the Discord. Yeah, he said, good point, but there's more than just the ego. The id and the super ego are also interdependent with ego as well as complete cycle of mind. Yeah. What do you think about those terms? The id and the super ego, all that?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Nag Hammadi, the library in the Gnostic text, right? They actually have book 10 of Plato's Republic. Right, and if you look at the verse, it talks about a lion, a man, and a multi-tentacle beast. Right, so the multi-tentacle
there you go, right
beast,
there. Break it down, Machine.
Yeah, the multi-tentacle beast represents desires, right? That are that are essentially behind the man, right?
Okay, motivations,
right? Well, the motivations are in front of him. That's a lion.
Okay.
The lion's in front of him. The man who's the reason, he's sandwiched between the lion and the multi-tentacle beast. I mean, right? So he shows this 3-part soul, the tripartite soul, right? That's actually what the Freudian psychology, if I had to guess, is actually based on. I mean, it's about logos guiding these other two, which is thumos and eros, right? So, which is the passion and the desire, right?
Yeah.
Reason guides passion and desire, right?
So the id would be the which one? What part of the beast?
I think the thumos would be the one that cares about society. I mean, right?
Okay.
So that would be the super ego. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
and then yeah. So then the other two would be, you know, the desires would be the passion. That would be the lower self. I mean, so you know, and I think it's more of you know, the unconscious, right? The subconscious and the conscious mind. You mean? I mean, that's more of the tripartite soul. You mean? You know,
It makes sense. It would already be
yeah,
there.
yeah, because the tentacle beast doesn't really think about what it's doing. You know what I mean?
It just doesn't, huh?
Yeah, yeah, and the beast is sort of led by passion. You know what I mean? So it's not led by desire, but it's led by a love of one's own. Right?
Yeah.
So it wants to actually defend the pride. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, so it doesn't. So it'll forsake reason and desire, you know, for like the family and the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like a warrior. It's the warrior.
Yeah.
Chamber right there, man.
Yeah, and I think
who's your king?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Damn. There's definitely a difference when fuck it, glazing or whatever. There's definitely a difference in like even when I talk, but especially like I said, bro, with Machine, when you're talking about, and even Ragamuffin, when you guys are talking about what you're really passionate about, we can really see it, man. We can see it like literally see the words almost. Knowledge, what do they say that? The logo seen? When someone's passionate about what they're talking about. You know, even if not to say you're talking about bullshit, but like, thank God you guys aren't. You're on some high level righteousness, you know. But like, when someone's talking about whatever they're passionate about, it just lights up, and you can like literally see the words manifest. They're painting the picture, you know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just thankful for you brothers because man, it ain't been easy out here.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I feel like you're alone sometimes, bro. That's why I was playing. I don't know if you heard earlier. I was playing that Under the Bridge.
Oh,
by the Red Hot, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Good
man.
one.
Yeah, and you know, and this broadcast is called Panel versus Addict, but I mean we're an addict to many things, and sometimes all you got is that he called it the city. Anthony Kiedis in the narrative, he's talking about the city is with him wherever he goes, right? And Machine, you were saying, now check this out to bring it full circle again, like that feeling that you're never alone. In a bad way, it could be that autonomy of the system, right? The sentient, it's almost the sentientness of the system. That's why it comes, you know. I wouldn't say necessarily that's a good thing. Would you, Machine?
I mean, you know, I think it's not, you know, because I think it's a cop out to sort of blame the system. I mean, yeah, but
well, it's not blame it, but it is what it is, though. Huh?
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, to sort of assign to say that it's doing it because you know it's a bad system, or that it's because of the people that are doing it. No, it's just because of the system itself. I mean, so I mean, it's gonna do what it does to a certain extent. I mean, and I mean, a city is gonna do what a city's gonna do. I mean,
Your body is too on autopilot. All the functions it does. Thank
yeah,
God.
like
You know,
I know
on
how
phone.
like how my body goes on autopilot right when I enter a city too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's specific shit where like, you know, like I don't know, like I don't know if you guys have this, but like my thoughts all of a sudden start to move faster the minute I get in contact with a city, right?
Yeah, man.
It's like some weird
everyone's
shit.
thoughts are going through you.
Yeah.
Like and going out. Like, yeah. This is why I think more and more people have social anxiety and stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, the tech's designed to hit the ego and drain the ego and force us into the ego. And so that's a thing. Also, our different levels of consciousness separate us, because if we're really doing our own work, that's naturally going to produce people falling off of your life. But that's okay, because the more authentic you get, the more authentic you are, and the more you step into your authenticity, the right people will show up in your life. And I couldn't have found a TML or an NPC if I went looking. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just showed up when you showed up.
Yeah.
And here we
Yeah, I
are
love
to
it.
tell the tale.
Happy for that. And it's
Yes,
good
sir.
too, because if we're gonna be cycling through people's thoughts and stuff, you better be, you better surround yourself with good, good things for you, rather than look, because I've done that, bro. So that's what I think I'm sick of. When folks like me say I'm sick of the panelverse, well, it's because I'm hanging out in the fucking ghetto of it. I'm not hanging around the right people, in the sense that where if we are exchanging thoughts verbally and non-verbally, like they're flowing through us right now, it's gonna be okay, rather than all this other. So I feel what you're saying, Ragamuffin. I'm happy it all makes sense while we're hanging together right now.
Oh, absolutely, man. And I mean, and it's just staying consistent as the people. We're not humans doing. We're human beings, right? So we have to be in a state of being at all time, and the best we can. And when we keep that vibrational state of being, just trying to be the best version of us, not being shaken by the nonsense. Well, we don't give ear to that. And a lot of times, what I've noticed is the more you just project out the good stuff and not the bad, you're gonna just deflect those other energies are only gonna try you so much, and they're gonna get bored. You know what I'm saying? And they're just gonna be like, well, I can't mess with him, so
They have no place to land.
Yeah.
They can't land it or latch on to anything.
Can't
It's like having
Yep.
you can't land it, like you said earlier. It's like having a highly alkalized mindset where the disease can't, have nowhere to function or flourish.
Mm-hmm.
It burns up.
Yep.
Yeah. There's Patrick has a comment. I don't like large groups of people. I can feel people's energy. It drains me when I touch them or touch things that they've touched. Yeah, that's a weird thing too, because here in Taiwan, it's definitely not like America. Because if you like rent a place, or even probably even if you buy a house, sometimes people leave their old furniture in the house. And some people like that shit, but for me, I like to start new.
Yeah, I think there's something about the clearing out of the old to make room for the new. But check this out. Have you guys noticed this? That it seems like when people are dwelling and residing in low vibrational energy as a standard mode of operation for them, they end up getting into their shadow and not aware of it. Like they turn into an Agent Smith, and then a lot of times what'll happen, they'll trigger your shadow, and if you let it out, then you'll get the worst end of it. Like, what'd you say that for? Why are you acting like this? And it's like they're just oblivious to their own bullshit. It's like wild. It's like the best thing you can do is to take a moment and not respond. Like I heard this recently. This is profound. Anger is the mask of fear, and silence is the mask of enlightenment. That's profound.
Yeah, that's very profound. Yeah.
Oh, we got Miss Sherelle, Miss Snowfire up in the chat. Word up.
Yeah, what up, Snow? We're being silent. We're being very enlightened, my friend. What's up, Snow? Good to see you.
Inward and onward.
Always a pleasure. There you go.
Yeah, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh the city.
Ooh. Yep.
It's high powered, man. Yeah.
Well, one of these days, I think I'm gonna actually get the privilege, the pleasure, and the honor of getting to chill with Mr. TML in person on the real, whenever that takes place. Hopefully, sometime soon. I don't know where you are with that at the moment, TML, but I look forward to it, my brother. I look forward to it.
In a month, maybe
about
4/4.
Okay,
we should meet up on 4/4.
Oh yeah, yep, that's what it is.
Yeah. What's the significance on the 4-4?
It's a lot of shit. We can't really get into
Okay.
it here, but yeah, there's a lot of shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna do a thing on Friday if y'all want to possibly join. I'll get back to you both about it, but it's 2 p.m. Eastern Jamaican time. But there's a friend of mine calls himself Aya Faya. If you look his YouTube channel up, it's IYAH, I think FYAH. Aya Faya. I'll link him in a minute. Anyways, he's a very profound gentleman from the UK that lives over in Jamaica, and he's friends with all these different reggae artists and such. And his work right now is he does he cold presses castor oil. He also has like some businesses that he runs, and then he's involved in like health and wellness, but a lot of like spiritual teaching. And he's kind of like a guru of mine, but he is just, oh my God. One of his big things he talks about is the sun that's within inside of you, the SUN that's within inside of you, of the brightness of it. And he's been going ham on some stuff like that recently, but he's doing a thing. He's doing a webinar, live webinar, interactive webinar off of Google Meet this Friday, 2 p.m. So I'm gonna get the deets and find out if it's for people that are already like up on his radar, or if I gotta check my email and look at the deets again. But yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Share that.
Yeah, for sure.
Here and also the Discord, because I want to be part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, even if I can only catch part of it, because I probably have class sometime at that day. But but yeah, I want to see that, because especially if he has like profound things to say, and he also like shows improve by having a healthy lifestyle. That's dope. Yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely, he does, and he's a musician as well. So he's a really cool cat, and I've chatted with him once over Facebook, but we've been talking about keeping in touch and keeping the collab going. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that thing Friday, and I'm gonna link his channel in just a second.
Okay, I'll make you a mod too.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, no problem. Are you in Jamaica right now?
No, I wish. No, I reside in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nap Town.
But it's a trip to me that Jamaica's on the same time that I am. I think that's wild. I'm like, what? They're on Eastern Standard? That's crazy.
That's perfect, man.
Yeah. Oh, it sure is.
Yeah. Miss Alexander, Ashima Alexander, she read my chart and she introduced me to this topical form of astrology where you can ley line your natal chart over in the map of the world, and certain things like match up. Like, it's crazy because like like Taiwan is a big component in my chart when she overlaid it on this So I bet you have Jamaica somewhere on your natal chart.
Well, you know what? I think I do, and it's a weird things that I found out about. So I found out Bob Marley passed away in 81, and I was born in 81.
Okay.
And there's just there's some weird similarities of my upbringing and his, and how both of our dads weren't really active in our lives, and he grew up half white, half black, or whatever you want to say. I don't even subscribe to these terms because it's silliness. But yeah. So he's these two different nationalities, and I grew up as a Caucasian kid with thick, coarse, ethnic hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So neither one of us fit in our group.
Hair like wool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I started.
I feel you on that chamber.
You what?
I feel you on that chamber. I'm Blaxican.
I love it. Yeah, when I started getting into reggae and singing, because I do a variety of music, like hip hop, and I've been working on some instrumental stuff. But like when I started doing reggae, I found this gal down south who's like from Louisiana or whatever, and she's from Jamaica. She heard me sing. She's like, "You sound like a young Bob Marley," and I'm like, "What?" And it's like there's just these little weird things every now and then that it's like I definitely feel there's some type of weird connection. And then I had a spiritual person read me one time. She says, "I feel like Bob Marley's trying to connect with you." Like, she said that. She didn't even know that I like was into any of that. Didn't just said that all of a sudden one time, and I was like, "That's weird." It's like, so I don't know, man. I don't know.
They can see it off you.
There's a vibe with it. There's a vibe, and you know what? I used to search and scour back in the day to find the artist that just did it all for me. What, you know, and I used to be in punk rock and rolls all over the place. And I used to move around in this counterculture movements. And man, praise God that I got out of punk rock before 2020, because I'd have been going ape shit on these people for the inconsistencies. You want to fight the system, but you're going to do all this? What? Oh my God, bro.
Hypocritical.
Yeah. So I came out of that. And that's when I started really developing this. Well, a little bit before that, I started getting into reggae, but it really hit me. And so did conscious hip hop. And I never really got to experience those growing up because I didn't have anyone around me that was into it. And I come to find out I got this inner soulful man that's been needing to come out on the scene. And you know, it all happens when it happens. So
it was there the whole time, huh?
It's there the whole time, just buried underneath all the rubble.
You just had to get out the way, huh?
I had to get out the way, man, and let it out.
Clear it away. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's dope.
But Bob Marley's music has become the most staple for me. And I can't think of a singer-songwriter that had such an impactful sound and what he accomplished quelling violence in Jamaica when he came back. Not everybody knows what all, you know, I talked about it with my mom one time. I got her to watch One Love with me, the movie about his life. And she was like, well, what did he do? What was the big deal? I was like, Mom, you have no idea what this man did. I mean, he brought an entire world. He brought the whole world a culture of music. So much music has came from Jamaica is just amazing. All the different variants of style, from ska, reggae, dance hall, you know, rock steady, all that stuff came from there. And all going on around the time that the Motown stuff was going on over here. So it was like wild.
That's right. That's right. It's very soulful. Yeah.
Yes, it
Especially
is.
the old dance hall. The old dance hall. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I vibe off all that shit, bro. And Marley's music touched me at a soul level. I remember going to see, this is beautiful. I got to share this. I smoked some Maui Wowie. So, okay, I was a little bit short on money. And I had been praying about getting to go see One Love because I'd been so excited about it coming out. And I'm telling you, I heard this inner voice tell me, hey, you're going to get to see the movie. Watch. And that somebody came out of nowhere and blessed me with money to go. And I had enough to go get some snacks, whatever. And I had some Maui Wowie I smoked before I went in. The whole time I'm watching the movie, I went there by myself, just watching the movie. I start weeping and I can hear God talking to me. And he said, I gave you punk rock as an outlet for your anger. And I brought you to reggae to help carry you home. And I'm just like weeping, bro. I'm like, man, this is amazing.
That's beautiful.
Oh, it really is.
Kind of like the punk rock was kind of like your detox. That hardcore wormwood or whatever people use.
Exactly. It was my workout. That was my workout regimen. Yeah, that and skateboarding, bro. Yeah. And
which I love punk. I do love old punk rock and shit. Like, but we need that spiritual the other you know, spiritual element of music. That's where the reggae came in for you, huh?
Absolutely. Well, that and it's before reggae. I got into the ska, like the second wave ska, like the ska punk bands. That they started dabbling with that, and then that got me into looking into old ska, and then it all just kind of came together.
Yeah, that's dope, man.
Yep. So life's been interesting, and here we are.
Yeah. No, I like that story, man. I like that narrative, bro. The origin story. Ragamuffin, because music is someone goes, who are you? Well, you can, a lot of that is the music you grew up with or that you cherish.
That's right. Yeah.
Like for me, people wouldn't know that. Like the people who know, especially that's been following the channel. Like my thing, you know, I'm a hip hop head for sure. I was raised with it. We basically the same age almost, and but I was raised in my household to listen. Like my mom would listen to fucking folk music and country outlaw music.
Oh, wow.
So that's also a big part of me, and among other things too, you know, classical music too, and all that shit. But like, it's wild how music. It's like a time machine, man. Like Machine Lies though. Like Machine. I remember you saying on your interview with Nakajita. Was that his name?
Nakajita.
Nakajita. I said Nakajita. I'm making up shit. My own language. No, but Nakajita, like a Machine. You were talking about like in school. You know, you used to go home in high school and you played that Zelda, right? You'd be like fucking mashing with that Zelda. But then you would listen to hip hop and whatnot. But like, what did it for you? Because music. I mean, we already know, but you're a philosophy like master. But what about music? Like, where's your origin story with the music when it really started to touch you, bro?
I think it was, Wu-Tang Clan.
And I was really
Yeah,
impressed with
there you go.
Asian. Yeah, I was really impressed with Asian
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah.
I mean, so like I used to, you know, like watch kung fu movies, like do all that type of stuff. I mean, so really, I started listening to a lot of, I guess, that type of music, and then the type of ideas, that he was talking about, because, especially the RZA, right? So I actually looked into what he was reading. And then I looked into the interview he was having, and he used Lao Tzu to explain the abbot. So he made a reference to Lao Tzu, chapter 66, to explain why he calls himself the abbot. And all the stuff. So you know, so in that whole idea, and also, I read a lot of books at the time. So the two main books, because I really wanted to learn about political science, and I really wanted to learn about like samurai. Right? So really,
The
I
way
got
of the
into
samurai. Yeah.
yeah. So I got it. Yeah. So really, I got that book really when I was young, and then I watched that movie Ghost Dog: Way of the Samurai,
Oh,
and
that's
then I really
beautiful.
and then I heard the music in
That's a
that
musical,
movie.
They're gonna make a
Yeah.
musical out of that. Yeah.
The music in that movie was so beautiful, especially a song, I think it's called Flying Birds or something like that. Right? I used to
Mhm.
listen to it on repeat.
Mhm.
So he had this one beat that he composed that really stood out to me. And you know, so yeah, so so Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai, so I read the entire book Hagakure,
Mhm.
that's based on,
Yeah.
and very remarkable passages in that book,
Mhm.
especially lines about going beyond reason, and that I was very, very impressed by. And the same thing in Lao Tzu, right? So those type of sources to explain Asian philosophy, I was using. So
Yeah.
so that was like when I was really, really young. This
Mhm.
was like when I was like, in middle school and shit. So
Oh, you weren't even in high school yet. Damn.
yeah.
Man, I found Wu Tang when I was in high school. I thought it was a bunch of Italian guys talking. When they're in the interludes, and then I started listening to once I got over the beat, I started listening to the lyrics, and like you said, I was raised on kung fu movies too. That's probably why I'm here in the Shaolin over here now. Like the programming got me over here, but then the 5% Nation too of the Jizza that got me. And Raekwon and even Ghostface, like I was like, what are they talking about? They're calling each other God and Son.
Yeah,
I
I've
call my
looked
brother
into it.
Son because I call
Oh
my
yeah,
brother Son.
I've looked into a lot of. I looked into obviously, Clarence 13X,
Right.
WD Farad, and also Noble Drew Ali.
Right.
So I actually looked into the origins of all three of those thinkers, and
Mhm.
yeah, fascinating thinkers in their own right. Part of
Yeah.
the African diaspora or whatever, and the idea was that you could use like Islam against like colonialism or whatever.
Exactly.
It's just fucking amazing. Yeah,
We're
mind
talking about.
blowing
Remember, we're
stuff.
talking about Farad. Farad. Remember, we talked about like how did people say he was from Pakistan originally?
Yeah. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
whole idea where they reversed the sort of cosmology of of British Israelism.
Mm-hmm.
And especially especially Noble Drew Ali, who studied Rosicrucian text, like to
Mm-hmm.
D.I. Grant. Right, and actually broke them down. And then reversed engineered their sort of international politics, right, and said that
Yes.
actually, black people discovered America, and it was called El Morocco.
El Morocco, right?
Right. So
that's right.
So he actually totally reversed this whole idea of the secret destiny of America. Of Manly P. Hall. I mean, and I think he did this on purpose. He was actually a genius in many ways. I mean, and he actually taught black people this shit. So yeah, he was a fascinating guy. He wore a turban. It was probably murdered by some of his followers, possibly W.D. Farrell himself. I mean, right? So,
Yeah,
very,
right.
very strange.
Right. And his book's still out there, like the Circle 7 Quran.
Yeah.
That's some high powered stuff,
Yeah, and then W.D. Farrell, he was influenced by Ahmadiyya Islam.
That's right, Ahmadiyya Islam. There you go.
Yeah.
And speaking of music, bro, like in the last year, I've been listening to I don't know, and they're not weddings or anything, but this Pakistani music, like where and it has to be going on, I would think, like more in the rural area where they have these gatherings where all the men are there, and they have in their they're shooting like AKs as this guy's performing I guess traditional Pakistani music, like songs and whatnot, and his voice is just booming, bro, hitting the chakras, and they're using the instruments. They're kind of like similar, like the ones I've seen at the ashrams, the Indian ashrams. It was kind of like an accordion thing, and other musical things.
Well,
Excuse my ignorance.
a lot of those instruments come from northern Pakistan.
Okay. Originally, yeah. But these get-togethers are fucking the energy, bro. It's ridiculous, man. And then they be shooting the weapons in the air.
Yeah, there's even a genetic similarity between people from Poland, people from Scotland, and they use those accordions. They also use them in northern Pakistan. So there had to be some sort of trade, because people don't just have the same instruments.
No,
the same musical.
No, they don't. Yeah.
I mean, right. That's highly strange, right? So
yeah. In that sound that the accordion, the instrument, it reminds me of the hum of the universe or the system or whatever's going on, bro.
Yeah, it really is beautiful.
The ambiance in the background that's constant, huh? I love it. Yeah. That's like Mexican music, bro. They use the accordion too. It goes back to when the Germans came to Mexico, like I think in the 1920s or 30s, to build like engineering, like some infrastructure stuff, and they brought their tubas and their accordions, and that's why you see in the narco music, the banda music, narco music, they use their accordion and all that stuff. Music is just.
I'm gonna send you my track that I did. I did a song a while back called Egyptian Accordion. That's all instrumental. And I found I added a bunch of loopers together and threw it all together, and it basically sounds like an Egyptian accordion. It's just got that vibe. Starts off with some tribal drums, and then it goes into it. And yeah. So I'll shoot that
dope,
over, bro.
Man.
Yeah, yes, sir.
That's dope, man. Yeah. Machine is please send that. I put your mentor in the chat.
Cool.
His channel and his name Eye of Fire, right?
Eye of Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think y'all would like him. Anybody that is looking for into more spirituality and such, I think you guys would like him. He's very well rounded. He's knowledgeable about a lot of things, and there's like a peaceful gentleness to him. So I think that's what drew me to his channel. Yeah,
definitely need more of that. Yeah. Especially here in the Nat Town. I'm over here in Taiwan. Over there in the machine with the Great Lakes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I grew up on the kung fu movies too. And another little thing y'all don't know about me is that back in my more materialistic days, I collected shit from Japan. I had these hand painted sofubi, which is the Japanese word for soft vinyl. So I had these hand painted soft vinyl figurines, kind of like, think of Godzilla, like on the order of that, but they were just people's wacky, weird creations, ranging in all different sizes. Made out of kind of like a soft, pliable vinyl material where if they attach the head and the arms and the legs, they kind of are like a doll catch. So like they push them in there and they don't really come out, but it's all hand painted and airbrushed. And yeah, I was like big into that shit for a while, man. And so I vibe off of that. And when I grew up, I used to go to car shows with my uncle that used to drag race, and he had a 1960 Chevy Impala, hardtop, red and white, with the dice and shit, man. And I got to go to those car shows and heard all that old classic music, doo-wop and early rock and roll, and that's kind of what got me started.
Shit.
That was my shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the good stuff, right? Over there, and then the Motown music.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. That music is powerful too, bro. Like Otis Redding and the doo-wop. You're right. Like just like that song. What's it? As Long as I Got You, where they get Cream from. Wu-Tang got the beat. The RZA got the Cream from that old Motown. I don't know if it was Motown, but it's definitely in that doo-wop era. As Long as I Got You, man. Like that music. And the funny thing is, those songs were very short back in the day, huh?
Oh yeah.
This compared to now, the songs were very short, but they hit hard.
They do, and I think that brings up a good point. That less is more. It doesn't always take a bunch of bells and whistles to get a point across and to put out something that that's just beautiful. And it's not to take away from anything that's more complex, but I've always tried to apply that in recent years. Less is more. Keep it simple.
More. Yeah. No, that's a fact. Like this right here. We'll play this for a second before we pimp out. So, this is Machine.
Oh yeah, Flying Birds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is one of the deepest shits I think he produced. This is his top, and definitely in his top 10 beats.
Yeah, the whole movie was like this surreal. It's like a dream almost, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Jarmusch.
He didn't say much, huh, Ghost Dog? He was a man of few words, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this whole I just listen to this on repeat while I'm studying. And there's extended versions of this, right?
Yeah, I saw it for an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The birds on
I
it.
play that shit all the time. Where I just play that shit for an hour.
Yeah.
I just read some shit. Right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, that movie, it's kind of like, I don't know what came out first, The Professional or Ghost Dog, but it's kind of like the response to that or something. You know what I mean? The whole like assassin with the little girl type shit. Yeah. I think we got this one. Wow. Of course, they played the Jay-Z right after that. There you go.
Oh, he's playing it. Oh, he's the best, man.
Yeah. This is Ragamuffin Vision. There you go.
Yeah, I got one for you guys too.
I like it.
Oh shit.
There you go.
He's killing it.
Yeah.
Yo, we raising our vibration up, and you know that we can't give up. We got the real peace up in the house. We shot the house out. Yeah. I don't know if I could ever throw vocals really up on this. I never really tried, but there's parts of it that's kind of like, yeah.
Let's hear the Bob Marley version. If you're feeling it.
I don't know if we could throw that over something like this. I guess more of like that reggae vibe. But
No, you're okay. I'm getting a reggae vibe.
you like something like out of Babylon, children just want to be free.
There you go.
Out of Babylon, holding on to freedom you see. Raising up a new vibration, giving positivity to the nation. A new way of living life. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Heaven yeah. Yo, you got the straight Middle East Egyptian.
Yeah, this thing came together. So I did an Afro beat called Boogaloo. Well, so yeah, I love this one sound.
Oh, Truthism. Good to see you, bro. Truthsome. Always a pleasure, brother. She got his shit. That machine. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna so since I'm working on new beats, I'm gonna have some good instrumental stuff for you, DML, so feel free to rock on your shows.
Hey, absolutely, bro.
Your boys got you. Yeah.
Hey, it's an honor, bro.
Hey, it's an honor to meet you.
Especially if it's good, man. It'd be hard if it wasn't good. I'd be like, yeah, mate. Nah, this is good though. I love it. I think Machine got some new shades and shit, stutter shades.
Oh yeah.
Comment from Patrick. TML gets hyphy game. I think he was supposed to be going out west with us. Yeah. Going dumb. Oh, this is what I call happy music, like Saturday music. Happy music. You know?
Yeah.
Smile when you listen to it.
I had to leave my lessons.
Good job. Hell yeah. Set up some fucking dancer over there on the other side of the pond. The United Kingdom of superheroes.
Shout out to Chicha Bhatni from Punjab.
There you go. You gotta do the listen machine. See how he does this.
Yeah, we the flow state, feeling the music, and then
mix that.
He's a nephew of Alice Coltrane. It's wild shit.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's heavy.
It's
definitely heavy stuff. He's a nephew of Alice Coltrane.
Oh, he is?
Oh yeah. He's got a song called he's got a song called Auntie's Harp.
Auntie's Harp, yeah.
Auntie's Harp, man. All right.
Yeah.
And Ravi Coltrane. And Ravi Coltrane's pretty deep jazz musician. I don't know if people heard. Very, postmodern elements in jazz. Ravi Coltrane. If people ever heard. Right? The son of John Coltrane's ripping it. Right? People don't even know about jazz. Right? It's still going. Right?
Right.
That's what's up. You guys got a favorite rapper? If you could pick one, or even maybe like a couple, or like a handful.
Tupac.
I mean, yeah,
Mac Dre.
Cool G Rap has to be one of the top. I mean,
Okay,
definitely
okay.
Cool G Rap. There's a few that are Idea. From Idea and Abilities. I mean, I think he's top 3, really, in my
I know
opinion.
you really like what's his name, and I just got turned on recently too. And you had been talking about him for a while, but it's the Mr. Liff.
Yeah, Mr. Liff is
Yeah,
excellent.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Liff is definitely. Yeah. See, there's so many. Mr. Liff, is one of the tightest ones of all time.
I got one that's my top tier that just nobody has the vocal stylings, and so far just the way that this brother's consciousness works. But Mr. Charlie Tuna from Jurassic 5.
Oh yeah, that's a
Chi-Town.
great one, dude.
Yes,
That's
sir.
a great
Yes,
one.
sir.
Dude. You ever hear that Linkin Park remix on Reanimation
No, I have
with
not.
Charlie Tune on it? Oh
No,
my
I
god.
bet that's
dude. We
dope.
can't even play it here to get strike, but I'm gonna send it to you
Oh,
on
shit.
Discord. This shit's
Yeah, so
That's all good.
wild. Dude. Yeah, it's just wild, yeah.
Talib Kweli, I like him a lot from NYC.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you two know. I know TML. I know you know this guy. I don't know if you know him, MPC, but Brother Ali. Brother Ali is fantastic.
Oh yeah, Brother Ali is excellent rapper. Yeah.
Oh
Hey,
my god.
yeah, remember we had him on the show.
You
Yeah, I
guys
thought he was on the show.
The other bro.
Yeah, there's
Brother
a different guy named Brother Ali on the show. yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's a trip, dude. I wish we could connect some of that world over here.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
I know that.
That'd be
that
some
was-
wild shit. Yo, I actually had him. I actually looked him up. I mean,
Mhm.
talking, and he's like talking about Terrence McKenna and stuff. It'd be a trip,
gotta
and
get him
he actually has a show. So yeah,
Yeah,
it'd
he
be
does.
wild
shit.
to get him. It'd be wild to get him on. I mean, he has like a talk show. So yeah, dude, it'd be fucking crazy. We should actually try to reach out to him and try to get him
Let's
on.
do it. Let's speak this
Wild
forth,
shit,
gentlemen.
dude,
What's
honestly.
possible is
K
possible.
Reno, I really want to talk to K Reno. That's one of the top.
Oh, there
I
you
mean,
go. Oh,
10 right
and
now.
at some point, that dude I sent you, TML, and I got to send it to you, MPC, if you don't know this brother, but he is from the Netherlands. No, he's from Sweden, and he's called MC Promo, and he's been doing stuff for quite a while, since the early 2000s. And I found out about him because of the French DJ La Entreloupe, who does a bunch of stuff with the reggae hip hop artists and Kabaka Pyramid and people like that. He was on one of those tracks with Al Barozi, the reggae artist, and I picked up on him, and I'm like, who is this dude? Right. And so he's this white dude from Sweden, and he's fucking phenomenal. And he's all about speaking about the system. And like, people talk about how people talk about Eminem all the time. Eminem this, Eminem that. I'm like, you ain't heard shit. If you think Eminem's the guy that represents, the whole white rapper group, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of black or white people that are much better than Eminem. However, I give him his props in terms of hip hop, where he stands. Yeah,
you got to give
for
him,
sure.
of course,
But not one of my favorites. So
yeah, but
personally,
if you've never heard MC Promo, I'm telling you what, you're in for a treat. I'm gonna link you because he's phenomenal.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, let me put this up real quick. This is a Flying Lotus. When I went to Coachella, that's actually the one and only time I tried ketamine, allegedly. When I went into the tent with the Flying Lotus was performing. He didn't even perform in this song right here. This is when we went to Coachella, 2012. Get it back. The song's called Zodiac Shit. It's pretty good. I'm Adult Swim.
Yeah, I love that song. It's a great song.
Yeah. It's Coachella right there. What? You can see him performing. He was drinking Jack Jameson right out the bottle. My friends from Queens. Jump on Ketamine. Acquitted Aesop Rocky. Yeah. Yeah, man.
That was dope.
Yeah. That was a fun. That was a fun year. They had. That's when Kendrick made his debut in The Weeknd.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Radiohead.
That's one of the greatest albums ever recorded, in my opinion.
The one with Flying Lotus.
Yeah, Cosmogramma.
Yeah.
Incredible album. Incredible album. I've listened to it over 100 times.
Yeah. Damn. And some of the videos too. That one. The one was Erykah Badu in the beginning. You know, loving life as love and laughter.
Yeah,
that
that's
one where
until the quiet comes.
Ooh, that song is it's eerie as hell, bro. I love that song.
That's on some other shit.
Yeah.
That's on some other weird shit. The video was on some other weird ass shit.
Yeah, because his soul was leaving him, huh? He's going to the Bardos.
Yeah,
He's going to the Bardos. Yeah,
driving
that was
away
like
in
in
a hearse. Yeah, this
right.
is trippy as fuck, dude.
Yeah, in Nickerson Gardens, Compton. This life is wild, bro. That's why, like, man, like Machine, you're definitely. I mean, you're a young brother. Hopefully, you can learn some good things from me. But I definitely learned some stuff from you, bro. And like this is like, you know, it is like friendship, brother shit in the sense that I may have not been, you know, like when you see your friend or you know, like really passionate about something, sometimes in order to build with them, you want to learn about it, bro. Even though I knew about philosophy, Machine definitely inspired me to, you know, to reconnect with my love of philosophy, you know, and then also like I said, like I've been on this Pakistan thing too. You know what I mean? Like amazing history and whatnot, and what's going on now is wild, bro. But
oh yeah, you
just on
should
many
go
levels,
look
bro.
up. Yeah, there's a museum that has you know, this Buddha statue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Shadow was telling me about this. Yeah, then they blow it up or something. The Taliban.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's something different. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the
That's
Taliban
Afghanistan. Never mind.
the Taliban's put in there,
Mhm.
right? Essentially to fight the Northern Alliance, right? So they're essentially a controlled opposition group against you know, Islamists, right? Who are not part of any religious sect, but these Taliban, they're basically foreign agents.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. So the Taliban are brought in there. You know what I mean? To fight the Russians. I mean, so this is Brzezinski. Brzezinski had the plan from the Trilateral Commission.
Yeah, weren't they like radicalized students from the masjid schools in the South?
Yeah, well,
A lot
this
of
is
the
the thing
Taliban.
is that the Muslim Brotherhood and the Taliban and all these organizations were created by the Saudi by the Saudis. I mean, right? They essentially sent like CIA agents, like people who work for the CIA and for Saudi Arabia.
Operators, yeah.
Yeah, operators into there, you know what I mean, to radicalize. I mean, if you look at pictures of Afghanistan from the 1950s, it was modernizing.
Yeah, it was like Western almost, some parts of it.
Yeah. So
Right?
this is the
Yeah.
thing is that they wanted to put an end to all that because it could have became a power, you mean, in the region, you know what I mean, that could compete with Iran and Pakistan, and then you have another Muslim country there, you know what I mean? So they had to basically break it apart from the inside. I mean, they do the same thing in Thailand. You know what I mean, in a bunch of different countries.
Myanmar, yeah.
You know what I mean, even in Saudi Arabia themselves, they install people that are not from that country in power in that country. I mean, so this is just a thing. And then they do shit like they sexually traffic the population, and they do, they use the people for war, proxy wars, and they
Yeah.
do all sorts of shit. I mean, right? So
Yeah, that stuff about the boys was crazy, bro. That stream when I watched that documentary.
yeah,
That's
see,
some,
these people are
they
brought
turn
in
a
from
blind
the
eye to that.
outside. See, these people are brought in from the outside. I mean, see, this is
Yeah.
the thing. I mean, so that's the weird, part about it. I mean, and in terms of Pakistan, Pakistan has a lot of problems.
Right.
I mean, in terms of Pakistan itself was based on the idea of modernism. I mean, so Pakistan and India have a problem because of that, right? Is because they're 1 foot in an ancient culture and 1 foot in the modern world. I mean, and they're constantly trying to compete. I mean, on the industrial world. You know what I mean? So in a way, you can't really conquer, a place like Afghanistan.
You can't, yeah.
Because it doesn't really have a central, structure there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Not only
India,
that, they say they said it was the place where Alexander the Great said that's where empires go to die.
yeah, but India and Pakistan, they've been conquered from the inside out. You know what I mean? By spy agencies and all that stuff. Saudi Arabia, Israel, United States, all the ops that are possible have been running those countries.
But what is it about those countries? Like, because I did the stream before on
The
Bangladesh,
resources.
even. Yeah, Bangladesh, even, bro, and
Yeah, it's
Bangladesh,
resources.
Pakistan, India, this Afghanistan. These places hit hard, bro.
Yeah,
These
like
people are built differently.
yeah,
in a
like you
good
could get
way. But
lithium from Afghanistan. You could get a lot of shit from Afghanistan.
Uh-huh.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
got
so
the poppies.
it's rich in minerals. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
So there's shit you could get from there. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is like Pakistan, Malaysia, Turkey.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? They have
Turkey.
yeah. Despite them being modernized, they have countries that will actually aid other Muslim people. So they're constantly having ops in those countries. I mean, right? Because they gotta break that. Because whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's Israel, or whether it's the United States, you know what I mean? There's the specter of Islamic, extremism. You know what I mean? That they've been fighting against or opposing. You know what I mean, for one reason or another. You know what I mean? And it represents a threat against modernism itself. And
They can't have that.
yeah, I think there's been an increased need to sort of, liberalize, and import Western culture into, India, you know what I mean, and Asian countries, I mean, and all that type of stuff. And the reason is that, they want to essentially ramp up the acceleration of the world culture or the world system. I mean, so I mean, so it's easy to see why they're doing stuff like that. Right?
So when you say now, what does that look like? Like when you say ramp up the culture.
Well, it's just a matter of people having cell phones, the kids having cell phones.
Okay. Yeah. That type of culture, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Brain rot city everywhere.
Yeah, or just people having cars first. Now people having cell phones. They get to have, with cars, you get to have private meetups. With cell phones, you get to have private communications. Even kids do.
Yeah.
Right.
You're
So
right.
so it changes the game. I mean, it changes
It does.
society. Right.
Yeah.
The parents have less power. Right. It's actually designed to do that. All right. So people think that, oh yeah, cell phone's rather benign. Yeah, you could have a cell phone, keep track of your kids. I mean, and all this type of stuff. But the reality is that, You know, it's meant to culturally engineer people. Right?
Yeah, it can put the children in very vulnerable situations. It can ruin marriages. You know, like we said about those meetups and all that shit, bro. It's wild, man. Yeah, before the people, the religion, the community would enforce the social morals of the group. Now it's just Wild West everywhere, huh? No matter what country you are, it's like nowhere safe. I used to think like, you know, like even the Taliban in Afghanistan, there's weirdo shit going on there too. So it's
Well, you
like
should see
everywhere.
you should see the Northern Alliance and the people that were fighting the Taliban. And they were hard as you know, they were like some of the hardest people ever. You know, because they were fighting both the Russians and the
Russia.
Taliban.
Yeah.
So you know
They're
what I
caught in
mean?
the middle, huh?
Oh my God! I mean, right?
Dude, there's a famous picture I saw the other day of the Northern Alliance in the White House in traditional garb, warlords and fighters and generals talking to Ronald Reagan in the Oval Office. That shit was wild.
Yeah, and obviously we know Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, what is there to say? I mean,
Yeah. How does that work though with the Northern Alliance? They just went underground. No, those people that were supporters of them. I'm sure some of them were killed.
Well,
or
they wiped
left.
them out. Yeah, they're underground. Yeah. You know, they're
Yeah.
still fighting the Taliban. You know, they have outposts and stuff. But yeah, the people in the country, there's still people in the country that oppose the Taliban today.
Yeah.
I mean, so you know, it is what it is. I mean,
why does Pakistan gave a place for them at one point during the insurgency, the last 20 years? Then a lot of them the Taliban before they took over again in 2022. A lot of them went to Pakistan.
well, see, this is the thing: is that the Pakistani government was taken over. Yeah, there's a coup against the leader, you know, by the military. I mean, and the military was very, very, you know, linked in with all of these, you know, foreign powers and governments. I mean, so you know, there's a CIA operation, right, to get rid of the prime minister. You know what I mean?
Is that
And
Khan? Khan, the cricket player, wasn't he the prime minister for a minute, or he still is, or something?
no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. That guy's a
Something
plant.
else.
Yeah, that guy's
He
like
seems
married.
like it.
Yeah, that guy's like married to the Rothschild, you know, in
He
England.
seems like a white dude.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like married to the Goldsmith, you know, Jemima Goldsmith. That was his wife. He's married to a Jewish lady in England. Yeah, exactly. You mean, yeah, he's like married to a Jewish lady in England. Then he comes and yeah, that guy's a plant.
Tia Bell got the jokes.
Yeah, that guy's that guy's a fucking that guy's a plant. I mean,
I'm looking at that up, Jemima Goldsmith.
So I'm talking about Zulfikar, you know, Bhutto. You know, he was killed, and then the prime minister, Ziaul Haq, he took power. He was a military leader. They did a coup on him. You know, he created, you know, like implementation of all of these foreign agencies. I mean, into Pakistan, he actually had Wahhabi squads come and take over the country. You know what I mean, right? So that he could,
Wahhabis, huh?
yeah, and he absorbed a lot of the,
Definitely.
you know, the what do you call it? Refugees.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Over there in Pakistan, huh?
Yeah. So it was a different. So he brought in a kind of a different brand. I mean,
shit, that fucks up with the locals that are already there, bro. They already were dealing with crazy shit as it is. Then you get all these refugees, you know, coming over there from the war.
Yeah, and then just recently,
that's wild.
I mean, they killed lots of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only in the recent war, you know what I mean, against Afghanistan. I mean, you know, so obviously a lot of Pakistani, you know, people caught up in the proxy war of that, you know, but also they got killed in drone strikes. I mean, thousands of drone strikes. I mean, in Pakistan.
Thank you, Obama.
Yeah. So you know what I mean. So yeah, you know what I mean. There's lots of, you illegal shit that goes on in Pakistan. Obviously, I mean, a lot of spy operations. I mean, there's a lot of illegal arms sales. I mean, there's lots of crazy stuff going on there all the time. Drug trade, illegal drug trades.
What do you, TML? What do you know about the Dancing Boys? I watched a documentary one time. I don't even remember where I watched this at, and thankfully it didn't show any like real great.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
That's what I was trying to show. I tried to show it my last stream, but they didn't let me
That's
show
what I'm
it.
talking about. Is that this is a modern thing.
Oh yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's basically brought in with all these people. You know what I mean, and the Wahhabis and stuff. They have sex slaves. I mean, real time. I mean, they have real time sex slaves. Actually, one of the Saudi princes got caught in the elevator. You know what I mean? Like abusing this dude like he was a fucking animal, and then he like murdered him in the hotel room.
Whoa.
And so you know what I mean? So they get all sorts of extrajudicial killings. They're having drinking alcohol with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. I mean,
That's a no-no.
He's like posting it on Twitter. This is a real thing that happened, is that he was drinking with the Saudi prince, and he posted it on Twitter, and he got in trouble for doing that because he wasn't supposed to be
supposed to show that
the guy's drinking.
Right. We knew they do that shit.
They drink, they go to the
show it.
club, they do whatever they want. I mean, they're not Muslim. It's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, these people
That's
don't
what I
practice
thought.
Islam. Like I just
They bow to each other.
Yeah,
they
like
bow to the. We're not supposed. You're only supposed to bow to Allah.
I'm gonna have to go, and I'm in a little bit because I gotta go pray, read Quran, wake up, fast all day. And these people don't do any of that shit.
They don't do that shit. Yeah.
They don't do that shit. They don't have the discipline for it. I mean, right? They're steady committing sins, eating pork, drinking alcohol.
Well, they need to do it. That's the whole point of why they need to do it, to remind them.
Yeah, meeting up with mistresses. Yeah, they have male and female sex slaves. They have sex slaves that are female children. They have sex slaves that are little boys. Real time shit that they abuse.
Machine, that's what I found, bro. Like in that even though they brought it back over to Pakistan and Afghanistan, but that there has been a subset of the culture of Afghanistan that practice that. I forgot what it's called. That they take the little boys, and they have accounts from like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah. I mean, look at America and Israel. You know how much sexual
it's everywhere
goes on here.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
No, I mean, all you have to do is read the book Pedophycracy. I mean, and you see that there's actual kids describing people in black robes doing sex rituals, actually filming snuff videos, kids filming snuff videos with other kids, and the police hiding the evidence. The police hiding the evidence. This is in the fucking United States. So I mean, this is happening in the United States. And
absolutely. Yeah.
So you know what I mean?
I think that pedophile catching is like a cover up, like these pedophile catcher, YouTube shit. That's
Israel,
just like low level shit.
Well, you know how many people have gone to Israel to get to escape charges? I mean, crazy amounts.
Yeah, they take them in the wing.
Yeah, look up how much sexual trafficking is going on in Israel. I mean, it's some wild stuff, and you'll see that. There's a lot of shit that's going on in terms of and that's the thing, is like kids that describe people that are performing these rituals, and they're not going to be lying about it. I mean, they have no idea of this type of stuff. I mean, right? So
yeah,
so that's what I'm talking about. Is that it's been going on in America, obviously. It's going on in South America, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going on in Asia, huge.
Philippines,
yeah.
Even here, probably Taiwan, even. Yeah. But my thing is, the reason why Rag said something, and the reason, and not to like fucking like shit on Pakistan or Afghanistan, but it was just crazy in this particular documentary to see something that's happening all over the place. But it was just spoken of by the children and also the predators so matter of factly.
Yeah.
And the police weren't doing shit about it, and they're blaming on the fact that they need to, security's keeping the people safe from terrorism.
I mean, you don't hear about it because the Jews are going to make documentaries about it going on in other countries. They're never going to talk about the thousands of videos of police evidence of kids doing snuff films.
Yeah, that's wild. I might have got the country of origin off. I said Pakistan, but it might have been Afghanistan.
No, it's both, bro.
Is it both?
They have the videos, documentaries
Yeah.
from both those.
Okay,
Yeah, I
places.
mean, those kids. I mean, those kids
Those street
that-
kids.
Yeah, I mean, those kids that talk about it. I mean, you know, they might be a little scarred. I mean, they might have had a few awkward moments, but that's nothing like these kids that literally perform snuff rituals, and I'm talking about little girls. I mean, you know, so that is some shit that they're not going to be able to, like, it's one thing if it happens to a dude, and it's another thing if it happens to a little girl. They're not going to be able to psychologically, you know, like a man is built differently psychologically.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely. I mean, like men have a
It's all
higher
fucked
tolerance for sexual abuse. I mean,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, than women do. I mean, so yeah, it's all some crazy shit. And you know, there's prostitution rampant. I mean, in a lot of those places, you know, there's prostitution rampant in the third world. There's prostitution rampant in Saudi Arabia, dude. Like,
yeah, it's wild.
like I have Pakistani family members who actually lived in Saudi Arabia, and they went to private schools over there, and they said that some of the boys over there would get picked up by some of those dudes.
Oh wow,
damn.
In Saudi Arabia, dude.
Yeah, I heard stories about that.
So
dudes
so
getting
this
banged
is
in the parking garage in Saudi Arabia.
this is real
Living up there.
shit. This
yeah,
is real shit. This
Did
is
y'all see? Did y'all
gay
ever see
mafia.
The,
I mean,
yeah,
global
no
homo.
doubt, no doubt. Did y'all ever see the footage
Global
from
homo.
one of the South? I think it's South American country. I can't remember where, but this has been a while. But when the Pope came to town, they like go round up all the kids on the street and like chain them up to things because they don't want them out in the public eye.
Huh?
They don't want people to see them while the Pope comes walking
man.
through. And that,
Yeah, y'all
man,
hear
is so
about the
twisted, bro.
yeah, y'all hear about the tranny killers?
Double duty.
Nah,
No.
what about? No, I didn't hear about that.
Oh man, dude.
Where?
There's tranny vegan killers running around. I mean, that are like anarchists. Tranny.
Oh, you mean
vegans.
like in America and shit?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so this is the new shit. It's gonna be gay
School
Nazi,
shooters and stuff too.
Yeah, it's gonna be like gay Nazi fascists. I mean, against like tranny
Spurgs.
vegan anarchists. Right?
Wild.
I mean, dude, I guess I have to be the observer on this shit.
Well, yeah.
Stay out of the way.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna throw a little story. I've told TML this story. I'm gonna share this with you, MPC, and everybody listening. It's very interesting, but it's my first eye-opening experience to some of this world, not knowing what it was I was looking at. Right. So years ago, when I was in the punk rock world, I went to this place that was an old opera house in Middletown, Ohio. It was called the Sorg Opera House, and I don't know whether it's still there or not, but it was an old historical building at the time. This probably would have been 2010, something like that, maybe 2015-ish, somewhere around then. Anyways, I went up to see a band play, and this was a ska punk band called the Independents, and they played like a ska version of the Misfits, and the singer of the band used to live with Joey Ramone, so he was like his adopted godson. So I became friends with them. I went there, I did the birch for the evening, and then they took us on a tour of the facility after. So they still had the segregated areas up and the signs and stuff, it all left intact. And then this is where it got real crazy, and this is before I knew all this extensive knowledge about tunneling systems and all this kind of stuff that goes on. So they take us down in the basement, they show us this big giant concrete cylinder, and we could walk part way in.
Yeah, you
And
told me
then-
about this.
Yeah, and then this is what the dude said. They were like, well, Mr. Sorg was an eccentric businessman, and he didn't like being around regular people, so he went from place to place underground. And that's what they told us. And I remember thinking, that don't make any sense. That's weird. And it's like, oh my. And then it's like, when you see something like that, it ain't hearsay no more, you know? And then some years go by, and then I put it all together, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like. And then I had my son that passed away in 2017. And when he was at Children's Hospital.
Sorry to hear about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Hey, you know what? I know. You know, the one blessing of losing a child as a parent is that you don't have to worry about your child. You know where your child's at. You know your child's okay. That's the one piece and solace. I never have to go through the rest of this life wondering what else this world or, you know, where my child's at.
Hey, I know what you mean, because dude, somehow I not that I cry all the time, but I cry of happiness that I'm so blessed to have my 6-year-old son with me. But then I also inside I want to cry and think about all the fuck shit around, like kind of scared for him sometimes. But
he's got a good papa, man. I'm thankful that you have him and he has
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. But like, had I known about all those tunnel systems when that was going on and put all that together, I'd have freaked out because they're under all the. I got on Discord one day back in the day. This older lady came on, was going ham on some shit. She was like the truther grandma. She's like, you know about the red shoes the Pope has? Let me tell you about the red shoes. And then she starts telling me about tunneling systems under all the children's hospitals all over Ohio. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I just, oh my gosh.
Yo, that's dirty, bro.
Bro,
They're
I
trafficking
know.
those children, huh?
Yeah. Just
Damn.
it's like an entire world on a world. It's like what
Yeah.
everybody thinks is going on up on the surface. There's another thing going on underneath that.
Well,
It's like,
dude, that's what they say, the belly of the beast.
Yeah,
We're literally, you guys are showing information, like show and improve it. We literally living in the belly of the beast. You know, all this stuff going on underground and whatnot. You know, America wants to be all self-righteous and stuff, but man, I was guilty of that shit too, man. But in terms of being like, oh yeah, you know, this country's doing this and that, but fuck, man.
Well, that's the thing is like, you know, more and more you got to realize that there's implications of a global system that's in play. I mean, and all of the top, political theorists have already talked about it for like 50 years. I mean, so they're very aware of the problem. I mean, right? But it just seemed like the normal person, who's sort of and obviously sort of nationalism and all of these types of things, and a strong traditional understanding of cultural rights and a strong religious background and a strong family background and all these things are opposed to all these things. Right? So the fact is that the people who are well established and have all of these things in place, they don't worry about the greater problem. They take it for granted that they live in a world, right, that doesn't get to experience these things directly. I mean,
yeah. So if we strip all this shit down, because is there really something like metaphysically you guys think that's going on that the quote unquote so-called elites are trying to hide from us?
I do, yeah.
Like,
Good question. This lady broke something down last night that I found this lady's channel, and she's got 100 and something thousand followers. She's got a pretty good sized channel, but she's a fan of like Aaron Abke and some of these other teachers that I watch. And I started listening to her break some shit down. I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So her whole sum up of all of this is basically like Star Wars, and the elite are tapping
what's really going on.
Well, she thinks it's like Star Wars, like the elite are tapping into this energy source and they're wielding it for evil, but it's available to all of us too, but they hide the knowledge. And that's what Christ was trying to expose, that the mystery schools keep hiding it because they don't want everybody else having it. And so all this time they've been using it to amass wealth and weapons of mass destruction. So the reality is, and this is where your soul comes into question, is if you're wielding that for the wrong, right? And I myself never want to do that. I think there was a time back in the day starting to hear about the law of attraction and thinking, man, this or this. But then the more I start to walk with my creator and source, like I don't want to live in my ego and have selfish desires that come at the cost of somebody else. Like, oh, I can have this, but this person has to suffer or do without. That's not cool. I don't like that. You know what I mean? So that her whole idea is that that's what's been going on. They're wielding this power, they're utilizing it, they're pulling it out of the aether, and then they're doing whatever the fuck they want. And most people have no idea. Most people have disparaging comments about themselves and others, and they don't realize that all that negative self-talk is messing their life up. And it's a process. So I think we're like the Jedi here, yo. The three of us, you know what I'm saying? And those that know what's up, we're being given information and knowledge to steward, because I think there's going to come a time where we're really going to challenge that and bring back the balance, because that's what's needing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna have to go against these Sith Lords, because the Sith Lords they deal in only absolutes. But I think there's a multiverse type of stuff going on.
Yeah, I think there is too.
Yeah. Machine Lines, that's beautiful. Thanks for sharing that, and maybe I can get that lady's link later.
I'll get the channel for you.
Yeah. Machine Lines, can you build on that? What do you think about this metaphysical? What's really going on? You peel back all this stuff, the geopolitical stuff, and all that.
Well, I mean, I think that ultimately, the people that are at the very top, they're sort of guiding, change among each other that they can't really control at this point. Right. So I think a set of changes has been put into play where they're simply going with whatever the next step is going to come. Right. So I think their views are a logical consequence of the way the system operates, and where they're headed, they don't even know. All right, but they want to progress the system at all costs. So I think if you look at it that way, you can stop playing the blame game. You could analyze that the individual people that are, in the reins of power, they're symptoms of the disease. And that your essential capacity to deal with the changes within the system is going to come from you building trust with people that are around you. So essentially, that's going to have to become fundamental, that people start to rely on each other, right? Because more and more people that are just simply being propelled by the changes within the system, and are looking forward to those changes, they're easy to spot. And they're going to become easier and easier to spot. So I just, like I said, there's going to be people that are going to be turning into machines. And they're going to be indistinguishable from machines. And I actually said, quoted that on my show, a transhumanist reading it as positive. So, this is the scale of things, that there's actually people in this world that believe that that's a positive step. And that sort of elucidates the real nature of the problem.
Yeah, it does. It does, especially with the with the Elon and the Neuralink, for example. That's like how many people like love what he's doing, and this is kind of like, I'll have a quick look, like that's an example of that. When I'm sure, yeah, man, I was gonna just keep on observing and like looking out for the people who are part of the tribe, our tribe. It's like you said earlier, huh? Like how you can spot these people out in the, at least in our section of the panelverse, the real ones in a sense, and in these ones that are, quote unquote fakes, the androids are kind of like falling off as we speak, so I really appreciate you guys coming on and really blessing this broadcast for everyone listening, especially my son Benjamin. Whenever you listen to this and you're older,
Oh, absolutely. It's been a blessing
crazy.
and an honor to be up here, bro. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, man. We did it all. We hit the shot. We hit the music, and then what's really going on. We started light with the laughing about the Talcanian Star Wars bar. Shout out to Jack. We love you. But yeah, man, the way we just closed it, bro. I have nothing left to say, because both of y'all just put the period on that shit for now. Until next time. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I got your back, my brother, and I got your back, Orago Muffin. Definitely see you guys soon. And talk to you guys. Yeah, you guys have a blessed night. I'm gonna go pray and do some things. Right?
Blessings. Sounds good,
Peace
man.
Peace be with you. Peace be with you, machine.
Yeah, thank you, my friends. Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, it's an honor to talk to you guys tonight. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. Much love.
Yo, the Panelverse addicts, man. This is it, man.
Indeed, man. Indeed. Well, I dropped that link over there. I had to go back through my likes because I got a bad habit of, after I watch shit, I take it, I delete it, and then it's like, what'd you do that for? Somebody might need that.
Yeah. I just, oh, here he is. Here she is.
Yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah,
Come
that stuff is really
love
profound.
covered life person.
Just her whole breakdown of her personification, her story, and I got a lot out of that. So
yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna check that out definitely.
Word.
That's why I just pop stuff in the Discord, and I appreciate you coming through the Discord too.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I've just been in hermit mode for a bit, and I needed to get out of that, and I planned on coming through and coming around a little bit more, and I'm kind of in that mode right now. So yeah,
it's that time with the season, right, brother?
That's right. That's what it is.
All right. I'll see you next. I'll see you soon, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate
I'll be
you,
around.
man.
Much love. I appreciate you too.
Okay, much love.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and much love to everyone that stopped by, man. Shit, fucking the machine lies, ragamuffin vision. This is hardcore, bro. I come a long way, man. We come a long way. Look at even from this picture. This picture was when I was out my mind on the fucking real life Breaking Bad shit with my friend, my brother Jason, who's cleaned himself up. And I literally was going by the handle out my mind in that picture, and there was a reason for it. But I'm back. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Much love to my son Benjamin, and your culture of excellence. Look within, my brother, on the health warrior, who's a phenomenal father and just human being. Shout out to Locksmith Jeremy in that house. Crazy Mama, much love. Shadow Buddha, the twin. I'll holler at you, bro. Ragamuffin. Uncle Fatty, Grandpa Fatty. Sherelle Snow, the lovely Sherelle Snow. Keeping it beautiful. My good friend Ozzy. Always a pleasure. The dancer. Yeah. We see you, bro. Godheart Guardian. Super high consciousness. Truism. Storm Crow. I need to hop on your panel, bro. I've been thank you I really appreciate it's an honor you come by and building in the chat. Godheart Guardian in that house. But yeah, much love to all y'all. I don't know what to say, man. Just keeping it 100. Keeping it 100. We're living in interesting times. I'm a fucking mush mouth because there's so much wonderful, fucked up, heartbreaking, blissful things going on all at once. And I don't know what to say, man. That's all I have today. That's all I'm gonna say.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angel. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses the wind. And I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way.
I'm all alone. At least I have her love. The city, she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. And I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. And I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I could not get enough. Forgot about my love. I gave my life away.
Much love, family. You're not alone. I love you.
Yeah, do this shit the trendy way. First my money twerk, now it's lifting weights. Money in the gym, now it's heavyweight. They turn out once a year to the every day. Yeah.
York. I could probably sit over in New York. Staten Island, the upstate, tri-state, universal. All day, NY, New York, yeah, from NY, Brooklyn, uptown, yeah, where it's at, get down, now, why? Where it's at, now, why? Where it's at, now, why? Get down.
I cut the road. Fresh puddles of pigeon-blooded smoke. Load bazooka. The culprit hulks over a broken hookah. Got rebel camps with siphons and to cook to cut the wattage. Electric yoke NY. Race on B-movie sluts and gossip. Condition of bodega. Wrote it, moment, composure to echo. Now I'm an uncommon, dumb monkey pollen. My 23 lean over a Cobra motor. Milligram bender. Novelty. I tip lips prior to clipping the camaraderie. Check the muck out. When metal maggots burrow in promised land Bay division. I tuck my brim down over my stigmatism low pro. Taxel rose, axle broken, butchered. Last catapult standing in a land of coke and hookers. King Kong toddler, no parking for rickshaw loads of sock puppets and sitcoms. Krylon pics, bred in a hotbox wigwam. Serotonin deficient teams demonstrate ease in the modern day Uzi person. The foundation of the relaxity makes the Umis nervous. Me, oh I checked and it was murals to see who's still bombing this fucker and all respect. Find out what it means to me, New York. Walk blocks with electric ninjas who are bound for trunked out whips like my company DeLorean's the shit. Skippers at a hobby built again. He's in the neighbor's garbage. He's making paper dolls decorated with targets. He's labeling the dolls with the names of shitty rap artists. Then tearing out the still beating heart from the loose leaf carcass. I ordered a hovercraft off the back page of an Archie comic. Just it in 3 days to float about snarky comments. My deal's called the East River Rock Bottom Home with three-eyed guppies and seahorse mutations. See New York is ancient Rome. Basically stone faces. Offering jumped off the Empire State Building while I hung with 10th grade head cases. Some of them will blossom bases. Some of them will blossom base heads, but they all rep rivets in the die-cast metal Voltron cadence. What? And why? Electric, catalog, burner, and pig, why? Mac, and crack, why? Bagley, roach bait, pristine kicks, flat in the iris to the middle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. Yeah, here we go. Breaker 1-9, 11, no more witness. Maybe you don't get this. All day, let's go. Kill 'em all slow. I was on a serious tree bender with my hands up at a C-Ray's Wall show. Nether circuit big and don't police me anymore. Your trained professionals demonstrate 41 shots over par. Least common denominator, raise truth like Charlie Willie and Grant's raise roofs in a glass Wonka van. Monster maker, made wild by a company of unturned stones and venom. Talk his way out of a sunburn and be home in time for dinner. Paid dues since before the days of badass and Quaaludes. What a boombox push traps to the Richter. Stalking authors with a ziplock on a pill hole. Bitter fucker, nothing is free. I'll spend my last dollar on me. Put one up for my family. Should've made time to thank them. Put one up for my crew. Recognizing a sanctum. Put one up for the socially broke, choked and smoky. New York hits, bleed dopey. Homie, and why? Electric, catalog, burner, and pig, why? Mac, and crack, why? Bagley, roach bait, pristine kicks, fat in the iris to the needle. I'ma thread the needle. Alright, I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. Yeah, I'ma thread the needle. Here we go again. Da da da, da da da, da da da. Here we go. Da da da, da da da, da da. Here we go. Breaker 1-9-1101 witness. Maybe you don't get this. I didn't expect
yes, people. Welcome to New York Electra, where buildings fall and hopes crash, niggas. Yeah, I'm Vast Air from Canox, reppin' NY, niggas. Piece of Adams fam, Juggernauts, niggas. Stronghold, my nigga Blockhead. MF2, hip-hop, my nigga Tony down in NY. That's my motherfucking word.
It is the journey of the journal, I'm the journalist.
stuck. Soon as you try to step off, can of bust. The megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low, get some. The oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rat jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's when Father Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures with panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing and musing lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing and musing lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing and musing lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing and musing lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east by the thunderclap beats. Ability for baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gonna show every one of you got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the cloud, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta bite some bars, essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can really pull my own weight. These the island stone face told me to wait. Strength of vitality, Darawak Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from sand 51. Finger the mixing board, channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Ouija board. They stared at us all, evaporated. Terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. It's all the man knows who are grimoires, master, matrix, manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz ore. Smoke chemicals into alcohol, a danger to you all. But stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is 1 billion years old. Be born to translate to something great. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways edge explode. My occipital logo, remote viewing the biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connected nose, flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51, Commander Complex, the robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers to ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you've seen? Sideways 8 times, see the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 horses quiz. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no ski. He doesn't exaggerate, he claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say, rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Quite a change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job. IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be VG